Welcome to Sally Fox audiobook, Konoha Notes, Chapter 62 to 110. Chicken talking to duck. Speaking with the Sharingan is a habit of the Uchiha clan. Only equal eye power represents equal right to speak. Fugaku saw it. He saw Shuji and Itachi talking. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were just a pair of ordinary black eyes. I understand. I will handle the rest. Then he got up to leave. Clan leader, Jishuei spoke, trying to say something. Fugaku merely glanced at him and said, "This is not something you can decide. Let me consider it before we talk about it." Itachi remained silent. He already understood his father's reaction. What else could he do? Kachi-Anju was a bespectacled, refined-looking middle-aged man who was the vice-class leader of the sealing squad. Hayami Shigenori always has a cheerful demeanor and serves as a section chief in the administration department. Neither of them held a high-ranking position in the village, but they each had some influence in their respective fields. They didn't talk about anything when they met. The older person just gave a few compliments, and the younger person responded with a few smiles. Although we weren't familiar with each other, we had met at the old house, so it wasn't too awkward to get along. The mother-in-law simply brewed tea for the three of them without saying a word, and only made arrangements for the people they were to meet later after the two left. Those who think about those things are mostly people who have secured stable positions in various departments within the village. They go to the front lines less often, so they have more free time to fuss over these things. Listen to their voices. If you want to do something, you can consider using them. But if you really encounter trouble, don't worry too much. The clan has finally disbanded. Senju Momoka wiped the last teacup dry and gently placed it back on the tray. Everyone has their own home, and what they care about most is still the affairs of their own family. She worried that Shujima might have unrealistic expectations of these people, treating them as members of the ninja clans, and would ultimately only be disappointed. Shosi had anticipated this situation. The so-called clans and families of his previous life were essentially the same in the modern world. They weren't really needed or required to be used desperately. Being useful in certain situations was enough. With these people speaking out at crucial moments, those who had previously been scattered and no longer cared much about the name Thousand Hands might subconsciously lean towards the direction represented by Shuji when faced with major decisions involving themselves or their villages. When combined with ordinary villagers and ninjas who themselves do not have a clear stance, they form a force of public opinion that cannot be ignored. After entertaining his guests, Shuji sorted out his thoughts. The village had promised him the chance to enter the forbidden jutsu room and choose a ninjutsu, so he decided to go and take a look today. However, as soon as he stepped out of the old house, he had to stop. Chief Fugaku. Standing under a cherry blossom tree, the man who had been hiding his figure turned around and walked out. He had been waiting here for a long time, long enough to watch Kachi-Anki and Hayami Shigeru go in and then come out again. Seeing Fugaku dressed in ninja attire, who had probably been to the police department before coming here, Shuji was about to ask if he wanted to come in and sit down when he saw that Fugaku did not look at the entrance of the old house, but turned around and walked straight towards the quiet woods behind the old house. I understand you want me to go with you, but couldn't you just say let's talk in private? Is speaking human language a complicated thing? Shuji-kun, Senju, do you want to reorganize? He pondered this problem all night. This might be the true purpose behind Shuji's advice to Itachi, to reunite the scattered Senju clan members and revive the clan by leveraging the power of the Uchiha. The Uchiha could also profit from this process. As another founding member of the village, the Senju clan, after losing their position as Hokage, rightfully deserved an independent administrative department. In this way, the Uchiha's monopoly on the police department would no longer be so conspicuous. Today, the village's high-ranking officials, such as the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, were all once disciples of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Faced with the Senju clan's demands, they could neither easily agree nor directly oppose them. This provided an excellent opportunity for the Uchiha and Senju to reunite. You actually think that way? That seems to make sense. Given the original owner's character, there are indeed reasons to do so. However, Shosi doesn't think it will work. First, for the current former Senju clan members, maintaining the existing loose ties and pushing a blood relative to a high position is enough to preserve their interests.
Reorganization means constraints, additional responsibilities, and potential internal strife. Secondly, how should the clan's assets that were distributed back then be accounted for when the clan is rebuilt? What resources or forces does the clan still have to attract people and serve as a core of cohesion and motivation? Without sufficient incentives, after the reconstruction, people will not only have to obey the village's orders, but also the orders of the new clan chief and elders. Can we really succeed if we insist on doing it? If we manage to pull off a small one and then become a laughingstock, it would be a waste of the reputation left behind by the thousand hands. It would be better to maintain the status quo. If we really want to strengthen the current connections, we can change the clan into an association, and rebuild a group with the existing manpower as the core. It would be faster, more inclusive, and with less resistance. However, it seems that Fugaku still hasn't figured out why he would bring up this idea. No, the Senju will not reunite. Shuji set the tone first, not wanting to waste time on this topic. Fugaku's brows furrowed instantly, a hint of displeasure and confusion flashing in his eyes at being rejected. Shuji-kun, there's no need for you to be wary of me, Uchiha. Clan Chief Fugaku, I'm not hiding anything. Seeing that the man in front of him seemed to have suddenly become speechless, Shoshi shook his head and sighed inwardly. If you have nothing else to say, then please forgive my rudeness. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. After Shuji took 2 steps, Fugaku Uchiha spoke again. I don't want the worst to happen. Only by the combined efforts of the Uchiha and Senju can things move in a positive direction. That's what Shuji thought too, which is why he said that to Itachi. If the Uchiha clan and the village continue like this, both sides will suffer heavy losses. Ah! Shuji couldn't help but exhale through his nose and let out a laugh. Uchiha. Fugaku, please forgive my rudeness for now. He turned around, and the calm on his face was finally broken, replaced by an expression that was almost pity mixed with disbelief. Where do you get the confidence to say that both sides have suffered heavy losses? If the village were completely unprepared, this might have been possible, but the higher-ups in Konoha have always been on guard. As for the Uchiha clan's fighting strength, they have the police department and they know that one of them has a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, and Fugaku may have another pair. And then what? Shursui Uchiha won't use his skills to help the Uchiha clan, he might even use them to trade weapons with Fugaku Uchiha. In this situation, which side will the other ninja clan side with? There was even Obito Uchiha outside, lurking with predatory intent. Obito truly wanted the Uchiha clan to die. If one had to say that a rebellion by the Uchiha clan would result in mutual destruction, it would probably mean that the village would lose a renowned clan that was famous throughout the ninja world, while the Uchiha clan itself would be wiped out. If calling you by your first name makes you uncomfortable, Fugaku Uchiha, please bear with it. Where does the Uchiha clan get the confidence to change their situation without giving anything back or changing anything? Are we just going to rely on a few people running around hoping that the higher-ups will issue a decree informing all the villagers that the Uchiha clan has no problems and that no words or actions expressing dissatisfaction with the Uchiha clan are allowed? The current situation is: in the village, apart from the Uchiha clan, no other clan has monopolized all the positions and finances of an entire core department. The village suffered enormous losses due to the Ninetales rampage, and the origin of the Sharingan that controlled the Ninetales remains a mystery. Neither of these two issues has been resolved. Under these circumstances, why should the Uchiha clan's situation, Shuji emphasized, why should it be improved? Fugaku stood there, his face ashen, his chest heaving slightly, his eyes swirling with astonishment, anger, embarrassment, and a hint of bewilderment that even he himself was unaware of. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,471 words. Chapter 63 Decisions and Choices, completed after 10 chapters. I have been secretly investigating the death of the 4th generation, but without any results. Fugaku's expression changed several times before finally returning to its usual calm and still state, but when he spoke again, his words were more audible. So, regardless of whether there was truly no result or he had guessed something and didn't intend to say, Shoji simply nodded. In any case, he knew what was going on, and he couldn't say anything either. The only thing we can address is the Konoha Police Department's matter. The clan cannot accept giving up the police department.
This is not arrogance, but a real conflict of interest. The police department is by no means a hot potato with only a nominal title that attracts hostility.
Its authority is deeply embedded in the daily operations of Konoha.
The formulation of village rules, especially the specific details concerning people's livelihood and commerce, although the general direction is set by the higher authorities, in practice, a single ban from the police department is enough to make it impossible for most vendors inside and outside the village to move an inch. Maintaining stability goes without saying, but the so-called arrest of people with criminal tendencies is highly subjective.
If the police department thinks you have criminal tendencies, then you do.
If you want to appeal, you either need to go to the Hokage or the advisor, or to the captain of the police department. Except for the two special departments, the Dark Department and the Root Department, which it cannot control, other departments are more or less constrained by it. Even if I, as the clan leader, forcefully order the Uchiha to withdraw from the police department, I cannot do so. That will only cause the tribe to stir up chaos sooner.
The no way you're referring to is the inability to get the Uchiha to completely abandon the police department?
Shuji pressed, speaking steadily.
Exactly.
As expected of the Uchiha clan, everything they do and think is so extreme. So, what if we just bring other people into the police department, he suggested. Fugaku's taut shoulders seemed to relax almost imperceptibly, and the coldness on his face softened a little. If the village is willing to provide funds to increase manpower, we can try to add a small team. They won't even suffer the slightest loss.
Shuji almost laughed in exasperation.
Right now, the Uchiha clan needs to bleed themselves dry to buy themselves some breathing room. Not have the village provide money and manpower to expand their power and consolidate their authority. Even if Shuji were only a special jonin, and even if he were capable of organizing things, he would absolutely not do something so foolish. Additional funding and more staff, he could foresee the subsequent actions even with his toes. Either the new recruits would be completely isolated, bullied, and ostracized, or the Uchiha would find various reasonable reasons to kick them out and replace them with their own people. Even if Fugaku were willing to resist the pressure from below, the final result would only be the opposite of what he intended, and he would not be able to achieve his goal of introducing foreign tribes to improve relations. It's pointless for you to negotiate with the village on these terms. Shuji's voice turned cold. Since we've come this far, he looked directly into Fugaku's eyes, no longer beating around the bush. I'll ask you bluntly, Chief Fugaku, could you free up a position within the existing staffing quota of the police department?
Fugaku Uchiha fell silent again. Expelling unqualified clan members?
But the vacated positions are always filled by new, qualified Uchiha ninjas. The Uchiha population is growing, and the police force's quota is already insufficient to accommodate all clan members. This internal rotation isn't the first time.
But expelling a member of the clan and replacing them with an outsider? Fugaku could imagine the uproar that would engulf the clan. However, the path the young man pointed out seems to be a viable direction at present. Perhaps we really should give it a try.
I can try, it will take some time, but, Fugaku's gaze sharpened, can you guarantee that such actions will really work? If not, this move will only become a fuse, instantly igniting the pent-up resentment within the clan, causing the radicals to completely abandon him as the weak clan leader and directly plot a rebellion. At that point, everything will be beyond repair. This is precisely why Fugaku, despite knowing the difficulties of communication, always patiently stood on the edge of a radical stance. He couldn't abandon his people, so he couldn't show that he didn't support them. Deep breath, deep breath. Shuji closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. He forcibly suppressed the turmoil surging in his chest. He changed his mind. If we proceed with this task in your current state, Chief Fugaku, Shuji's voice regained its usual calm, it's highly unlikely to succeed.
Forcing it would be pointless. A hint of anger flashed in Fugaku's eyes.
Please compile detailed information on all members of the Konoha police force, including their resumes, competency assessments, and positions, and give it to Itachi to pass on to me.
This request is tantamount to asking him to betray his clan.
If you can't even do this much, then from now on, just treat me as your enemy. Shuji seemed oblivious to the sudden surge of shock, anger, and resistance in the eyes of the Uchiha clan leader.
He was somewhat thinking of Wasabi Jiro. Although his strength was lacking, at least his ability and decisiveness were not a problem. As for the man in front of him, he might be good at being a ninja and killing people, but as the head of a clan, especially the head of a clan like the Uchiha with its complicated circumstances, it was really a waste of his talents. This time, Shuji didn't look at Fugaku again, nor did he wait for his reply. He turned and left without hesitation, disappearing into the shadows of the forest, leaving Fugaku alone. It's still early, there's still time to go to the Forbidden Arts Room. The village's procedures had already been completed. The administrator of the Forbidden Technique Room was a middle-aged ninja with a stern face. He checked Shuji's identification and the third Hokage's warrant, but said nothing. Instead, he took out the Forbidden Technique catalog and handed it to Shuji to choose from. Shuji already knew what to choose. I've been dealing with too many Uchiha issues these past few days, and I can't help but think about how to handle Obito's Kamui. In terms of pure ability, Kamui is indeed almost unbeatable, but given clear intelligence, it's not impossible to set a trap for him. The problem is, Obito had more than one Sharingan. Therefore, there must be certain countermeasures against spacetime ninjutsu. They don't need to be sophisticated, but they must be available. The simplest way is to use spacetime ninjutsu to counter spacetime ninjutsu, and Konoha happens to have such a technique, Flying Thunder God. The Flying Thunder God technique is very powerful, but it requires a high level of skill to be effective in actual combat. Shuji knew perfectly well that he was probably not suited for the Flying Thunder God technique. It's not that they lacked the talent for spacetime ninjutsu. People who can use summoning jutsu usually have some talent in this area. If they grit their teeth and practice hard, even if their aptitude is slightly inferior, they are not completely unable to get started. The real bottleneck lies in the core requirement beyond spatial talent: extraordinary perception. One must be able to instantly lock onto the chakra imprint left behind by oneself, as naturally as breathing. Whether it was the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who created this technique, or the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who popularized it, they were both monsters in the field of perception. Other examples include reaction time and dynamic vision, but I won't go into detail about those. In general, the Flying Thunder God technique is not suitable for Shuji's fighting style. Kesha didn't expect the Flying Thunder God technique to be a regular fighting method for him. He only needed to retain its function of leaving chakra marks and sensing teleportation. Forbidden scrolls cannot be taken out of the Forbidden Arts Room, they can only be studied here. He pushed open a door to the side, inside which was a long table and a chair, surrounded by a reinforced ceiling barrier. Shoshi stepped inside, took a seat, and unrolled the scroll. For a stable life in the future, let's start learning today. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1548 words. Chapter 64: Itachi and Izumi. After spending 2 days in the Forbidden Technique Room, Shuji gained a certain understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God technique is, in a strict sense, an advanced version of the body flicker technique. The most crucial part is actually the Flying Thunder God technique. Only by mastering the Flying Thunder God technique can one perform spatial teleportation through sensing techniques. To learn the Flying Thunder God technique, one must master the Cursed Seal, not the kind developed by Orochimaru, but a conventional cursed seal like Danzo Shimura's tongue vortex root, which sets one's own chakra on the target through direct contact. In addition, one must know some basic sealing techniques. The technique is triggered by perception, and the teleportation is ultimately completed through the Flying Thunder God technique. The tricky part is that this time, the setting of the technique cannot be done by inheriting the memories of the predecessor. No matter how hard the predecessor tried, he only lived for 14 years. It was already very difficult for him to master so many ninjutsu and to be able to release ninjutsu no matter how Shuji forms hand seals. He can only master the new things himself. While Shuji was engrossed in his studies, Itachi tidied himself up, his face showing no emotion whatsoever. Sasuke's older brother, Fugaku's eldest son, and a genius of the Uchiha clan, once again put on that calm mask. However, the Itachi who appeared on the banks of the Naka River that afternoon was not a genius, but someone's friend. Uchiha Izumi, an 8-year-old girl of the same age as him, has long, jet black hair like a waterfall,
and a small beauty mark under her right eyelid.
She is still studying at the Ninja Academy.
She sat quietly beside Itachi, carefully observing his silent profile.
Itachi is in a bad mood.
I'm sorry, right now, really. Itachi, who was just a friend, didn't need to be mature or hide his emotions. He sat by the lake, and his movements as he ate dumplings were also weak and listless.
Did something unpleasant happen to you? I encountered something that I just couldn't do no matter what. Izumi tilted her head and stared at Itachi's face. Itachi returned a questioning look.
It turns out that even perfect geniuses have the same troubles as ordinary people.
I only know some ninjutsu.
Itachi lowered his eyes, his fingertips unconsciously twirling the tip of the bamboo skewer.
I'm not a genius.
The more I experience, the clearer I realize how powerless everything I've learned in the past is when faced with truly intricate and complex predicaments. I can't say I'm particularly talented, I'm just better at fighting and killing. While I don't know how geniuses would handle problems, we ordinary people would ask our mothers or teachers for help.
No matter how much you suffer, it's no use, Itachi. Izumi didn't know what kind of question could stump Uchiha Itachi, she just went by instinct and said what she felt could help. Parents, teachers. Itachi simply stared quietly at the lake. Doesn't Itachi have a senior he trusts a lot? Izumi's eyes lit up as she remembered something. Shursui? A faint bitter smile appeared on Itachi's lips, and even Shursui was struggling in the same vortex. That's the current captain. Doesn't Itachi often mention him? Izumi reminded him.
Senpai, Itachi's head drooped even lower, his voice almost carried away by the wind. Senpai told me to think for myself.
Pain.
A slight stinging sensation came from his cheek. Itachi turned his head in surprise and saw Izumi angrily retracting the bamboo skewer he had used to poke his face. I'm telling you, Itachi, Izumi said with a stern face, for us ordinary kids, when our seniors tell us to think for ourselves, it means to think about it for a while first, and only ask if we can't figure it out. What else can we do? She took a big bite of the dumpling and said, though her words were muffled, Itachi insists on figuring things out completely on his own, which is too much for him.
But go ask again.
Izumi interrupted him, her tone resolute.
Since Itachi trusts his senior, he certainly won't mind. Really, is that okay?
Itachi looked into Izumi's resolute eyes, as if infected by her courage. He stood up, his movements a little lighter than when he had come.
Thank you, Izumi, he said earnestly. Anyway, I'll go ask.
Even if it's presumptuous, it's better than staying put.
If I bring a gift, my senior should forgive my intrusion.
Upon entering the foyer, he was surprised to find that his father, Fugaku Uchiha, had not gone to the police department that day. Instead, he was sitting in the inner room with some documents spread out in front of him. Itachi suppressed his initial excitement and regained the composure befitting the young Uchiha clan leader. Hearing the noise, Fugaku looked up, his gaze lingering on his eldest son's face for a moment before calmly gathering and rolling up the documents with meticulous movements. He deliberately ignored Itachi's outburst that night. It was normal for his emotions to fluctuate wildly after activating the three-tomo Sharingan, especially since the child had recovered completely afterward.
Fugaku Uchiha's gaze fell on Itachi, as if he were weighing something.
After a moment, he slowly spoke, Itachi, there's something I want to ask you.
Yes, father. Fugaku Uchiha considered it for a long time.
He couldn't just hand over the list of police personnel because of someone's request, but that person did indeed provide a better and more suitable solution than he had ever thought of. If the village could form an alliance with other ninja clans by giving up some of its police force positions, it would need to consider whether the impact would be too broad, even if the village really wanted to do something. The Uchiha clan's long-held ambition may also have a chance to be realized. If the Uchiha clan produces a Hokage, they can reaffirm their power and stance, completely reversing the current situation. Revolution was the worst option. Shuji's words reminded Fugaku that the village had always been wary of the Uchiha clan, and even if he hit his Manjikyu Sharingan well, it would be difficult to defeat the third Hokage and his group in one fell swoop. Given that the village was prepared, is it really true that the fighting force that was originally thought to be outside the village is not actually in the village? Jiraiya's whereabouts have always been unknown. Is he preparing something? Furthermore, the identity of the person Tsunade, who had been away from the village for a long time, made Fugaku suspect that if this negotiation failed, Tsunade might also return to the village. After careful consideration of various factors, Fugaku concluded that relinquishing a portion of the quota was an acceptable option, provided that the police department's leadership could be ensured.
The real problem lies within. What should be done with the clan members who were squeezed out of the police department? Should the clan provide subsidies? Where will the money come from?
The Uchiha clan has a large population, and not all clan members can work in the police department. Supporting idle people in the long term is already a huge burden. If only those who are dismissed are subsidized, other members of the clan who cannot enter the police department will inevitably harbor resentment. If he doesn't give them anything, how can he appease his people? Perhaps he should use these kaleidoscopes. Fugaku couldn't figure it out, and he recalled the boy's gaze, his seemingly calm tone filled with distrust. He was not afraid of a 14-year-old special jonin, but the other party represented the long-dormant will of the Senju. If they refuse, it means war. In this situation, ultimately, it's just a list of police officers and their resumes. As long as you don't provide specific ninjutsu or tactical information. Let's see what he does. However, it's not a good time to make a decision yet. If that person is not trustworthy, the Uchiha clan will also suffer losses. Therefore, he handed over the power of decision-making to his eldest son. Itachi, are you willing to trust your captain? With his talent, Itachi wouldn't be deceived by someone he'd known for so long. The senior is an outstanding captain and leader who can always force the enemy into the battlefield he is set out for. Itachi answered in the style of the Uchiha. The Uchiha believe in talent and strength, and that is the greatest trust. This was the eldest son's answer, a very high evaluation. Fugaku always believed in his eldest child, who possessed talent that surpassed everyone else's. He let Itachi experience the cruelty of war in advance, was proud of Itachi graduating at the age of 8, and firmly believed that Itachi would become a better ninja than himself. Now that Itachi has awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, his judgment carries even greater weight. Tomorrow, I need you to give a document to your captain. This needs to be kept absolutely confidential. I will have Shursui accompany you in secret. Yes. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,377 words. Chapter 65 Plan. This is personnel information for the police force. When Shuji opened the box in front of Itachi Uchiha, Itachi, who was not shielded, also saw the contents and his eyes twitched slightly. Has father already reached an agreement with the senior, asking for personnel information? Itachi lowered his eyelids. Yes, a cleansing? How did the senior convince my father to agree? However, since it's the senior, he must have provided a solution that my father had no choice but to agree to. Dealing with the police force naturally involves purging a group of people. The most stubborn ones will not agree to hand over the police department, even if it involves the fate of their clan. Should they have the village make the move, or the 1,000 hands? Regardless, since the elders were willing to participate, the Uchiha clan has not reached the end of its road. Senior. Okay? If cooperation is needed, I am willing to take on the responsibility. It is indeed necessary, but not now. Let me study the specific plan. Shuji nodded. Compared to the rambling and incoherent Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi, who had cooperated with him on 2 missions, was a better choice, which was why he had Itachi deliver the items. Having received a reply, Itachi closed his eyes. It was something he had to do. To preserve one's clan, one must give up a portion of it. Senior, this is what you told me during the first mission. If those villagers had immediately covered their tracks when they discovered the suspicious activity, would they have suffered less loss? Sacrificing the police department in exchange for the survival of our clan would be worthwhile. It's better than complete annihilation. Looking at the personnel information in front of him, Shuji divided it into 3 parts. Extreme radicals, they make up about 30% of the total on the list. They are fanatical followers of the slogan "Everything for the Uchiha," act radically, view the village and outsiders as enemies, and will stop at nothing to achieve their goals.
Conservatives, comprising approximately 20%.
They also uphold the honor of the Uchiha clan, but prefer a more rational and stable strategy, believing that their situation should be improved through communication and demonstrating their strength.
They are a force that can be won over. This group can be divided and persuaded.
Communicate with them individually, explaining the advantages and disadvantages, emphasizing that introducing outsiders is to win over allies and pave the way for the future of the Uchiha.
Promise them a future under the new order. The last group consists of ordinary members of the Uchiha clan.
They are attached to the Uchiha clan, conform to the mainstream lifestyle, and have no strong political demands. These people are the easiest to deal with. As long as their basic living conditions are not significantly impacted, they usually won't vehemently oppose anything. Therefore, the real problem lies with the radicals, who cannot tolerate any concessions, especially those made by the police department that involve real interests. This group is the majority of those who have been stirring up trouble and leading the charge, but Shoshi has some contingency plans on how to deal with them. However, this data reflects Fugaku Uchiha's assessment of the members. Considering his level of expertise, there is likely to be considerable error. Perhaps those 20% of conservatives are actually quite extreme? Perhaps the number of ordinary people is actually less than 50%. After organizing his thoughts, Shuji put the materials away and returned them to Itachi. I have a clue, but it's not feasible to execute based on information on paper and the existing conditions. The captain's words did not discourage Itachi Uchiha, he simply took the item and looked at Shuji. Itachi. Yes. I think Mr. Fugaku, your father, probably cannot fully accept my plan. I understand, senior. Please tell me what to do. I hope you can use this information to find an opportunity to verify and identify the most extreme and absolutely uncompromising group of people in the police force. Secondly, someone who is relatively rational and someone you can talk to. Itachi nodded and said, if there's an opportunity, should we eliminate some of them? Huh? What are you talking about? Looking at the child's expressionless face, Shuji roughly understood what he meant. No, Itachi, in this plan, you don't need to kill your own comrades. They haven't done anything yet. It just so happens that I need you to go back and convey a brief plan to your father. Tell Mr. Fugaku that I need time to prepare and persuade the third Hokage to allow the elite members of the Uchiha clan to be transferred to the Anbu. In this way, the police force can naturally free up some positions. As for how to persuade those people when Mr. Fugaku asks, just relay this message. Shuji smiled. Everything is for the glory of the Uchiha clan. The clan needs its most elite and loyal members to infiltrate the Anbu. In order to achieve this goal, we have to allow outsiders into the police force, but this is only a temporary hibernation. Please be patient for the sake of the Uchiha. As the captain spoke, Itachi Uchiha's eyes grew brighter and brighter. So that's how it is. This is the only way to deal with those people. As expected of the captain. But, as I asked you to convey, I need time, and you need time to confirm their situation. This is a long-term task. The plan for the police force is still in a very rough stage. The reason for speaking out now is more to appease Fugaku Uchiha. Now that he has shown his sincerity, Fugaku should also offer a seemingly feasible strategy. If we were to actually implement this amount of information certainly wouldn't suffice. Itachi would need to verify the authenticity of the intelligence. Furthermore, we would inevitably encounter even greater difficulties in practice. What if some of those radicals aren't stupid? What if the village gets involved with the extreme opposition to the Uchiha? Most importantly, Shuji is not strong enough right now. If he directly steps in to act as an intermediary between the Uchiha clan and the village's higher-ups, he is likely to die a violent death. Fortunately, this is not Konoha year 56, if it were, the delay would be unbearable. But there is still time. He needs this time to integrate his resources and enhance his capabilities. The plan also needs a more opportune moment to begin, for example, when the conflict between the Uchiha and other villagers is further intensified in a peaceful environment due to the police department's approach. If he were to propose this plan to Hiruzen Sarutobi at that time, it would be more likely to be accepted. If we really can't handle the third generation, there are other options, but to implement them, we need to improve our own side first. For now, this level of move is sufficient for the Uchiha's chess game. It was quite unexpected that Fugaku Uchiha was able to make such a quick decision and send the list over. It seems that my identity as 1,000 Hands has played a crucial role. If it weren't for this background, given the pride of the Uchiha clan, they probably wouldn't even give a 14-year-old special jonin a second glance, let alone actively seek cooperation. After all, in the original story, the Uchiha clan never considered lowering themselves to contact other ninja clans in the village for support or alliances until the eve of the revolution. Their revolutionary plan was full of desperate gambles, surprise attacks on the upper echelons, decapitation strikes, and the fantasy of seizing power in an instant, completely ignoring the power and stance of other ninja clans, as if those powerful families were merely background figures. However, now that the Uchiha issue has been resolved, it's a good start, so I should treat myself. Itachi, would you like to grab something to eat later? I'm very sorry, Senior, I need to take the documents back first, and Shursui was still waiting outside, so it wasn't appropriate for him to go and have dinner with his senior. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,722 words. Chapter 66 Classmates and the 1,000 Hands. Itachi had to leave, should we find someone else to go with? We don't know where Anko is right now. Forget it, I'll just take a walk around by myself. It's been so tiring. It's good to clear my head once in a while. Konoha village isn't small, but there aren't many places worth visiting, and there aren't many interesting entertainment facilities nowadays. Shuji. A somewhat unconventional voice rang out from behind. Shuji looked in the direction of the voice and saw a boy wearing a ninja hat with his bangs covering his right eye. Next to him was a spiky-haired guy who looked to be about the same age, and another. Byakugan, a member of the Hyuga clan. Images from my memory flashed by quickly, and the person matched up. Izumo Kamui, Tetsuko, and Takuma Hyuga are Shuji's classmates at the Ninja Academy. Shuji stopped and walked towards the three of them. You bastard! Izumo Kamui strode over and slapped Shuji hard on the back. I heard you became a special jonin. And even completed an S-rank mission? And you still have that "who are you" look on your face when we meet. Ah, I was just thinking about something. In his memory, his relationship with these people was neither good nor bad, but after 3 years of war, there weren't many classmates left who were still alive to see. No wonder he came out with this kind of attitude. Unlike Shuji's team, who were on the border of Kyomogakure, Izumo Kamui, Tetsuo Koko, and Takuma Hyuga seemed to be heading towards Iwagakure. Just 1 year after Kyomogakure deployed troops to the border, Iwagakure also broke the alliance and repeatedly harassed Konoha's borders. Fortunately, Sunagakure was still an ally of Konoha at this time, and with Sunagakure's assistance, Konoha's defensive pressure in the west was not particularly great. Where are Kaito and Shota? Why aren't they here? Hedgehog-haired Kotetsu was only halfway through his sentence when Hyuga Takuma suddenly nudged him with his elbow. These are the names of Shuji's 2 teammates. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Izumo Kamitsuki immediately chuckled and awkwardly changed the subject. Shuji, where are you headed? Let's find a place to eat. What a coincidence. We were just about to go too, want to come together? Ichiraku ramen? Ramen. Shuji preferred to treat himself to something better, but seeing the embarrassment and slight guilt on the faces of the 3 men who had misspoke, he nodded, okay. The lively atmosphere at Ichiraku Ramen is as vibrant as ever, with the rich aroma of bone broth mingling with the chatter of diners. For a ninja's income, the prices here are very affordable, cheap and delicious, and can fill their stomachs, making it a good place to go. The 4 men sat at the counter. Tetsuo called out to Uncle Ichiraku, "Boss, give him an extra serving of char siu." It's on me, to celebrate his promotion to special jonin. Izumo Kamitsu rested her chin on her hand and looked at the menu, then I'll have some fried shrimp. Hyuga Takuma succinctly stated, add some squid. Shuji looked at them and raised an eyebrow, that's all? Gangzi Tai immediately responded, Uncle.
Give him more noodles. +1. +1.
After a few bowls of noodles, the awkwardness from before had long been dispelled by the hot soup and jokes. The conversation naturally turned to the biggest focus of the village at the moment, the Cloud Village delegation. If we can really reach an agreement, Kotetsu slurped his noodles, mumbling, we can focus on dealing with those bastards from Iwagakure in the west.
With allies helping us, peace shouldn't be far off, right? Yes, but there are actually some people in the village who are unhappy about this. Izumo Kamizuki picked at the few noodles left in his bowl with his chopsticks. After all, they started the war, and the village is organizing everyone to welcome them. There's no other way, for the sake of peace. Kotetsu's voice was low, his eyes glancing at Shuji. Shuji silently drank his noodle soup. I won't go with you that day, Hyuga Takuma said. Such a big thing, Takuma, aren't you going to go and see? Kotetsu asked in surprise. The boy from Hinata explained. It's the eldest daughter of the main family's 3rd birthday. There are important matters to be dealt with in the clan, so everyone will be returning to the clan's territory. We have already informed the Hokage. A birthday? We've never made such a big fuss about this before, have we? Takuma simply shook his head and remained silent. For the Hyuga clan, the eldest daughter of the main family turning 3 is no ordinary day. Ili's space is limited now, and after the group finished their noodles, 3 more loafers appeared on the street. Should we go inside and take a look? Gangzidi stood at the entrance of a shop, his face full of longing. Shuji looked down at the sign by the door, bitter joy. This is an izakaya, he said. A karaoke-style izakaya, we don't serve. Shut up. Of course I know about that kind of thing. Gangzi Tai put his arm around Shoji's shoulder. I'm just looking for a place to sit down. Ahem, Zidi's words make some sense. Kagura Izumo nodded. Besides, with a special jonin leading the way, it should be alright, right? It's no use poking me anymore. Just because I can chop people up doesn't mean I'm old enough to drink. It'll be troublesome if Granny Taowa finds out. Shuji lifted his foot to leave, but Kotetsu pulled hard, and Izumo Shingetsu tugged at him. Shiosi was startled by the immense strength. But he still managed to move his body 1 step, 2 steps at a time, with great difficulty. What are you guys doing here? The calm yet stern rebuke startled Izumo and Kotetsu, causing them to release their grip. The man walked up to the group. This isn't a place for people your age, Izumo, Kotetsu. The man noticed someone who seemed out of place, Shuji. Good morning, uncle. Shiosi greeted him. You've reached the age where you're interested in izakayas, but this isn't the right place. Hayami Shigeru put away his serious expression. If you want to take a look, let's go somewhere else. Uncle Hayami, Shuji is the same age as us. Aren't you being a bit too hurtful to say that? Koji's face twitched. Shingetsu Izumo nodded repeatedly. Hayami Shigeru gave the two of them a cold glance, then looked at Hyuga Takuma. Takuma-kun, are you interested too? No, I'll pass. Hyuga Takuma immediately refused. Hayami Shigeru snorted, if you want to see it, then come with me. His gaze fell on Shuji. Shuji, let's go together. As he spoke, he led the way. Kotetsu and Izumo Kamizuki winked at Takuma Hyuga and made a fierce expression at Shuji before following Hayami Shigeru. The 4 of them turned left and right and arrived at an old-fashioned izakaya, Japanese pub, that had been around for a while. The sign read Yama Noya, Mountain House. Like this kind. Zidi, let's go back. Come in. Hayami Shigeru shouted, pulling back the curtain. The interior was not as old as it looked from the outside. There was space at the counter and a few customers at other tables. When they saw that it was Hayami Shigeru, they greeted him and even mocked him for bringing his child to drink, saying that they would complain to the Ministry of Government later. Hayami didn't take it seriously and walked straight to the counter, saying to the owner, give these 2 boys a glass of milk. He pointed to Kotetsu and Izumo, find a corner to sit in. The 2 were dejectedly relegated to a small table in the corner. Hayami Shigeru and Shuji sat down at the counter.
Just give me a glass of water, Shuji said to the shopkeeper. It seems that the brief period of relaxation has come to an end. Izumo and Kotetsu, too, he asked softly. Hayami Shigeki nodded slightly. The Shingetsu and Ko families followed Lord Hashirama's orders and felt that since they had disbanded, they should not go back, as this would go against that lord's will. No wonder she didn't have the memory of those two people's identities. But thinking back, Tsunade used these two people when she first returned to the village in the original work, so it's not surprising. Regarding the protective gear wear and tear you submitted earlier, Hayami Shigeru said, taking a sip of his drink before getting to the point. Since annihilating the Black Erosion clan is an official duty assigned by the village, it can be reported. However, there are some issues with the mission report. I've taken care of it for you. Next time, please make sure to list this type of loss separately in the material loss section of the mission report's appendix, and don't mix it in the mission process description. The administration department only looks at the format, not the content, which can easily cause problems. Thank you, Uncle Hayami. Hayami Shigeru waved his hand and looked at Shuji. It's just a small matter. If we don't help each other, we really won't be able to handle things if something happens later. Grandma Tawa is getting old and doesn't understand that the village is different from before. There used to be only so many people, but now there are more and more people. We can't do without uniting together. Look at the Uchiha, the losers of the Warring States period. They eventually rose above us precisely because they were able to maintain unity. Alright, I won't say any more. Those two kids are about to lose their temper. He stood up and patted Shuji on the shoulder. I'll leave the rest to you. Oh, by the way, the owner of this shop is one of our own, so if you really want a drink, it's fine. Shuji watched as Hayami Shigeru walked to the corner to rescue the two boys who were living in agony, his gaze falling on the glass of clear water in front of him. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,336 words. Chapter 67 Footprints. The rest period lasted only a few days before Team 5 received another summons from the Hokage's office. When the three entered the Hokage's office, they found there was another person inside. He wore a dark green bodysuit over a matching vest, had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and exuded an abundance of vitality. His face was etched with youthful energy. The Cloud Envoy is about to arrive at the border. 5th Squad, your mission is to investigate whether there are any abnormalities along their entry route. Considering the potential risks, Jonin Might Guy has been temporarily transferred to your squad, Shuji. The third generation briefly explained the situation. Kai, Shuji is a ninja with excellent command skills. Although you are a Jonin, in this mission, Shuji will still be the one in charge. Is there a problem? Of course not, Lord Hokage. Might Guy's voice was so loud it almost shook the ceiling. He suddenly turned to Shuji, his eyes shining, and gave him his signature thumbs up, to receive such high praise from the Hokage at such a young age. Shuji-kun. Your youth must have burned incredibly brightly. Oh my gosh. Compared to them, I'm still far from good enough. For some reason, tears started flowing down Kai's face, and it felt as if an invisible flame was burning within him. The third Hokage watched, Shuji watched, Itachi gave a strange look, and Anko took a step back, retreating behind Shuji. Captain, is this guy reliable? He's also a Jonin, but he's a level above you. She whispered something in Shio's ear. Kai pulled out a brand new, equally dazzling green bodysuit and enthusiastically handed it to Shuji. Nice to meet you. I've prepared something that represents youth and bonds. Ahem, Kai, you can talk about the rest later. Yes, Lord Hokage. Kai replied, but without saying a word, he shoved the bodysuit into Shuji's hands. He immediately returned to his original position, his face still bearing that smile that revealed 8 gleaming white teeth and seemed to illuminate the entire office. Shoji lowered his head and rubbed his clothes with his index finger and thumb. They felt nice. The weasel glanced sideways. Red Bean took a step further away. Shuji looked up at the third generation, his eyes conveying a clear meaning. Respected Hokage, don't you think his art style is different from Team 5's? This one has a deep and gloomy style, while that one is a shonen manga. They don't seem to match. Hiruzen Sarutobi pretended not to see it and said in a deep voice, Guy is an outstanding ninja, especially skilled in taijutsu. This mission is very important, so you must be careful. It concerns whether peace can be achieved smoothly.
I'm counting on you.
Might Guy is usually extremely reliable. The excessive youthful energy he exuded when they first met subsided considerably after leaving the Hokage building and attempting to give Itachi and Anko matching bodysuits, reverting to the composed demeanor befitting an elite ninja. Of course, his bodysuit was rejected. For Hondo, it was too oppressive. As for Itachi, although he always respected his seniors, he still couldn't accept that kind of clothing. As for Shuji? Under the gazes of Anko and Itachi, a mixture of surprise, doubt, and a hint of "so this is the kind of captain you are," he accepted it. To be fair, the quality of these clothes is indeed very good, except for the color and style being a bit off. He plans to take them to the Aoki Ninja tool shop later to have the owner check the price of regular clothes made of this material. Senior Guy, let me briefly explain the situation of this mission. Intelligence indicates that since leaving Kumogakure, the envoys have been harassed by multiple groups of unidentified ninjas along their journey. Within their own country, all attacks were successfully intercepted by the Kumogakure's guard forces. Since leaving the Land of Frost and entering the Land of Hot Water, the guard duties have been taken over by our ninjas. However, the attacks have not stopped. In fact, their frequency and intensity have increased. This is why the envoy's journey has been repeatedly delayed, and he has only arrived at the border of the Land of Fire today. Mission deployment: Itachi, Anko, and I will be responsible for perimeter reconnaissance and early warning. Might Guy Senpai, Shuji looked at Might Guy. Your burst damage and long-range sprinting ability are the strongest among us. As the core of mobile support, you must arrive at any time if any abnormality is detected or a distress signal is sent from any direction.
Of course, no problem.
Kai gave another thumbs up, his white teeth gleaming, full of fighting spirit.
The speed of youth is never too late. Class 5 fell into a brief and subtle silence. Shuji remained unfazed, quickly overcoming the momentary hesitation, and gave a brief hand gesture to Anko and Itachi. The two understood, and silently disappeared into the dense forest on the left side of the road. Shuji, meanwhile, vanished alone into the darker shadows on the right. The Konoha deployed far more than just Team 5 as a security force. They mobilized almost all available mobile personnel. The 5th squad was only responsible for a small section of the long border, but it was far from peaceful. Throughout the day, an unidentified squad was spotted patrolling the left side of the area. Red Bean and Itachi cautiously tracked them, and decisively signaled when the squad attempted to approach the mission's planned route. Kai, who arrived as reinforcements, moved so fast that he almost left after images. With pure physical skills, he easily defeated the group in just a few breaths, his movements clean and swift, without any hesitation. That also made the two realize that what the third Hokage said was true. Guy may be abstract at times, but his strength is truly formidable. The right flank under Shuji's command was equally turbulent. He discovered a 4-person squad. Their strength was mediocre, roughly at the level of an average chunin. He dealt with them silently and without much trouble. They're all just average, Hondo muttered at the meeting point. They don't seem to come from proper ninja villages, they seem to be cobbled together from minor ninja clans. Their skill level is just so. Yes, my situation is similar. Shuji nodded. The enemy's objective seems to be merely harassment, creating chaos and delaying the enemy. Is it merely harassment? This level of harassment consumes manpower and resources, yet no real experts have appeared. Is it because the other side is unable to commit, or have those more threatening targets already been eliminated by the more deeply entrenched secret agents? As he pondered, a sense of being watched suddenly pierced Shosei's senses. He didn't move, but his gaze seemed to casually sweep over Kai not far away. The youthful ninja took an almost imperceptible half-step, his tall figure momentarily obscuring Shuji. In the instant the line of sight was blocked, Shosei's fingers twitched slightly, and a shadow clone remained in place. His main body had already activated Earth Escape, disappearing underground like a fish, and swiftly fleeing towards the source of the spying. The moment it broke through the ground, dirt flew everywhere. Almost at the same moment, Guy, Anko, and Itachi flew over and landed beside him. No one is empty. Shuji's sharp gaze swept across the ground.
On the fallen leaves and soft humus, a pair of very light, very fresh footprints were clearly imprinted. The footprints were pointing directly in the direction where they had just met.
They left so quickly.
Moreover, there was no trace of departure, no footprints extending, no broken branches, and even the slightest residual chakra fluctuation was too faint to detect.
It was as if that person had appeared out of thin air, glanced at you, and then vanished into thin air.
End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1,302 words. Chapter 68 Messenger. He's found a new teammate, Itachi Uchiha.
Who is that person who can detect me watching? A man with long, flowing hair, a tiger-striped mask covering his face, and wearing a dark robe, strolled casually through the forest, holding a long sword in his hand. When his figure touched the thick tree trunk, it passed through it without any hindrance, as if the solid wood was nothing but an illusion.
Where is he?
The voice coming from behind the mask was deep.
It's just ahead, a strange voice seemed to seep from the ground.
Immediately afterwards, a figure, half black and half white, twisted and fused like a plant in a human body, slowly grew out from the tree trunk beside Obito.
Most of Konoha's guards have been diverted by the harassment from the outside.
Now, around the Cloud Village envoy's residence, there are only their own guards and a very small number of Konoha sentries.
The gap is at most 3 minutes. That's enough. Obito Uchiha's voice was completely calm. He glanced at Zetsu's strange face. Iwagakure is really willing to spend money this time. Where did they find so many useless people? He, Ju let out a low, sticky laugh. The war is about to end.
Many rogue ninjas and wandering ninjas can't survive in the cracks between the great powers, so they're all running west.
As long as that old man Inoki controls the checkpoint and prevents them from passing, these people can only be used as cannon fodder.
This big deal is a rare chance for them to survive.
Humph.
Whether or not I had this commission, I wouldn't have let this opportunity slip by. Zhao's reputation has gradually spread, and that's how this commission came about. He personally took charge. Even without a formal request, tasks still need to be done.
Allowing Konoha to so easily gain a respite and form an alliance with Kumogakure?
This is not good for future plans at all. No matter how powerful any one village is, it won't work. Waiting for the perfect world to arrive amidst the chaos is the only salvation for this world. His figure became ethereal again, silently flowing into the seemingly heavily guarded temporary base of the hidden cloud village ahead. An alert cloud guardian had just noticed a slight distortion in the air and only managed to utter a single syllable. The sound then abruptly stopped. The two guards collapsed silently to the ground like sacks with their bones removed, with only a barely visible thin line at their throats. The leader of this mission, Akai, was suddenly grabbed by the neck by a hand that reached out from the void. Akai's pupils contracted sharply due to suffocation and horror, and the crimson Sharingan behind the mask's hole was clearly reflected in the eye not covered by the headband.
Find an opportunity to sabotage the peace talks.
Yes. Akai's eyes quickly lost focus, becoming empty and submissive, and a muffled response squeezed out from his throat. At the same time, two milky white, humanoid slime mold-like creatures silently seeped out from the ground and quickly covered the bodies of the two guards who had just stopped breathing.
They wriggled, greedily absorbing the remaining chakra from the corpses, their bodies twisting and changing, transforming into people whose appearance, clothing, and even subtle expressions were no different from the previous guards. The white Zetsu swiftly cleaned up the traces at the scene. By the time they finished, the confusion in the eyes of Akai, the leader of the Cloud Village, had faded, and he had regained his normal clarity. Just then, a Konoha squad responsible for patrolling the area arrived, following the commotion made by the guard before he collapsed. What's going on? Is something wrong? The leading Konoha Jonin scanned the camp warily.
It's nothing, Akai said calmly, even with a hint of annoyance at being interrupted. Just a few annoying rats, we've already taken care of them.
Isn't it always like this lately?
It seems your village's defense efficiency is nothing special. He waved his hand, indicating that the other person could leave. The Konoha ninja glanced at the freshly turned soil and signs of a struggle on the ground, then looked at Akai and the two expressionless but steady breathing guards behind him. Thinking back on the various attackers of varying skill levels encountered in recent days, although he had doubts, he also felt that it made sense. The Cloud Hidden Missions guards were indeed quite strong, and dealing with a few harassers was no problem for them. "Please be careful, Your Excellency," a Konoha Chunin gave a perfunctory reminder before leading his team away. Behind his back, which he couldn't see, Akai's lips twitched upwards in an extremely subtle way. With the close cooperation of a large number of Jonin and Chunin from Konoha, the final leg of the Cloud Village delegation's journey into Konoha proceeded smoothly without any obstacles. Team 5 also received the latest orders. The Cloud Village envoys have been temporarily settled in a safe farm outside Konoha Village, and Team 5 is to return to the village immediately to await orders. With the mission over, Matt Kai, who had been temporarily transferred in, naturally had to leave.
Shuji-kun. Itachi-kun. Anko-san.
Before parting, Kai once again ignited his signature youthful energy, raising both thumbs high, his white teeth gleaming in the sunlight.
"Every moment I fought alongside you made my youth burn even brighter. This brief separation is for an even more dazzling reunion. Let's make a promise, for the next mission, we'll shine even brighter with the brilliance of our youth." Shuji nodded without changing his expression. "Senior Kai, thank you for your hard work."
Itachi bowed slightly, maintaining the proper etiquette towards his senior. "Thank you for your help, Senior Guy." Red Bean smiled awkwardly. "Well then, goodbye, Senior Kai."
Watching Kai's departing figure, Shoshi still felt uneasy. What was the purpose of those who ambushed him, making such a big commotion, and that footprint that made them extra vigilant during their night shifts? Whose did it belong to? Shuji forced himself to stop his pointless speculation. Not all conspiracies in the world can succeed. Perhaps the person who orchestrated this incident could only find opportunities through such actions. This is not impossible. On the contrary, the envoy from Kumogakure, if he remembered correctly, seemed rather impolite in the part of the story he vaguely recalled. Of course, this fits Shuji's stereotype of Kumogakure. They are quite strong on the battlefield and have a significant diplomatic presence, yet they always have a penchant for petty theft, which gives people a rather unsettling feeling. The most ridiculous event was the death of the third Raikage. To cover his subordinate's retreat, the village's leader fought a 3-day, 3-night battle against 10,000 Iwagakure soldiers. 3 days and 3 nights later, the Fourth Shinobi World War was over, and the Hidden Cloud Village let the third Raikage be worn down and killed. Of course, there is no accurate information about the actual situation in either the past life or this life. Both Kumogakure and Iwagakure kept this information completely secret. It is also unrelated to the current situation. Shuji planned to go back and remind the village to be wary of the envoy from Kumogakure. With 3 years of experience fighting on the Kumogakure border, he felt it was appropriate to offer some opinions on the matter. Isn't that the point of becoming a Jonin? Even a special rank Jonin can go directly to the Hokage's office at any time. I'm still working on the update. I tried harder yesterday and managed to write a bit more. Thank you to all my readers for your continued support. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,471 words. Chapter 69. Consultant. The Hokage has other commitments today and is not here right now. If Jonin Shuji has any questions, you can leave a letter and I will pass it on to the Hokage. That's what the people in the Hokage's office said. It's quite rare to see the third generation not in the office. As Shuji was about to leave, he bumped into 2 people. The village's advisors are Midokado and Utatane Koharu. You are, Special Jonin Shuji. Midokado Hamura pushed up his glasses, his gaze lingering on him for a moment. Hiruzen isn't here. If you have something to say, feel free to come in and talk to us. The 2 advisors have the same authority as the Hokage in village affairs management, so it's perfectly acceptable to explain this to them. Shuji succinctly stated his concerns about the Cloud Village delegation and the potential risks, mainly that the envoys might have ulterior motives. After all, in the original work, they were indeed heading towards the Hyuga clan. Koharu Tsurugi lowered her eyelids slightly, as if they were half-closed. After listening, she slowly said, "The security arrangements inside and outside the village have been properly arranged, so there is no need to worry." After finishing his business, Shoshi bowed and prepared to take his leave. Wait a moment.
Mitokado Hamura raised his hand to stop him. Since we've run into each other, we might as well talk about some things at the same time.
He gestured for Shuji to sit down again. Koharu Utatane also sat down silently beside him. We are all disciples of the second generation, and we have always respected Lady Momoka.
As for you, there is no need for such formalities, Shuji.
Is this Lady Taohua's intention, or is it something you want to do? Mitokado's eyes looked exceptionally sharp behind his glasses.
Shuji recalled that he had been doing quite a lot lately, but the Uchiha's operations had always been very secretive, either carried out by Fugaku Uchiha himself or by his teammate Itachi. Therefore, the question is probably not about the Uchiha clan.
That's the Thousand Hands.
Nothing much, consultant, just routine interactions, Shuji replied with the standard answer.
There's no need to resist Yan's questions, Koharu Utatane's voice rang out leisurely. Even if you intend to rebuild your clan, we would be happy to see it happen. The Senju and Uchiha are different.
Especially in the current situation, with the village facing a shortage of young talents and low morale, the return of Qiansho would actually boost morale and serve as a deterrent to foreign powers. The problems that existed at the beginning of the village's establishment are no longer problems. Hiruzen Sarutobi served as Hokage for decades, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, wasn't from a particularly prestigious family. In the present-day Konoha, the Senju clan claims ownership, but other ninja clans and villagers don't acknowledge it.
We support Hiruzen bringing Uchiha Itachi under your command.
So, just say it directly, Shuji.
Mitokado Hamura rested his chin on his hand.
If you intend to rebuild the Senju clan, the village won't be an obstacle. Although it's inconvenient for us to show our faces, you can come directly to us if you need anything.
So that's how it is.
He was clearly a section chief in the Ministry of Political Affairs, but Hayami Shigeru never tried to hide it when he went back to his old house. These two advisors have been in charge of the Ministry of Government Affairs. Considering the current situation, the fact that Senju is revealing the sign again at this point is indeed more beneficial than harmful to the village, and it can also directly control the Uchiha clan. In the original timeline, they might have had the same idea, but the original owner of this body, Shuji, died from severe injuries 2 months ago. Granny Peach Blossom didn't have the inclination, and Tsunade was just sitting around doing nothing. They didn't have a suitable person to re-establish the Senju banner. If you just randomly put forward someone, you won't be able to win over the hearts of the Thousand Hands clan.
You two have misunderstood. I really didn't have that idea. Even if Shoshi didn't have that idea, he would be a target if he jumped out now, and he might be focused down even if he went out to do a mission. It's alright if you don't have it. Mitokado Yen didn't insist, leaning back in his chair. In the village, we won't be your enemies.
However, I should remind you that although we are not enemies, there are indeed people who do not want the Senju clan to succeed. He stood up and looked down at Shuji. Even if the connection between you becomes closer, it will be enough to touch a nerve with some people. The two advisors said no more and turned to leave the office.
Were they referring to the Uchiha clan? From the perspective of the village's advisors, they were likely referring to the Uchiha clan, since they were unaware that they had already reached an agreement with Fugaku Uchiha.
From one's own perspective, it's also possible that it's the Uchiha clan. After all, besides Fugaku, Itachi, and Shursui, the radical Uchiha might also know one's stance and react accordingly. But the meaning behind those words was clearly not the case. Then, we need to consider who would benefit after the Senju clan disbanded.
If you calculate it that way, it's too much.
It's a good thing he refused Fugaku Uchiha's offer to rebuild the clan, only a fool would do that.
The envoys from Kumobikure stayed outside the village for a day.
After the village made preparations for their welcome and security, it opened its gates to let the 3 envoys in. The villagers lined the streets to welcome them, and the applause was enthusiastic. The 3 envoys from the Hidden Cloud village were very satisfied with this, and they all smiled and waved to the villagers. Judging from the scene alone, everything went very smoothly. Shuji stood on a rooftop watching the scene, with Anko sitting beside him. These guys are really getting carried away.
The purple-haired female ninja was on her captain's side, so she gave a bad review. Let's go. Not seeing anything wrong, Shuji took Anko and left.
Itachi, he went to do his job. Investigating a person's inclinations is not a simple matter. The actual combat strength of the 5th squad is 1 upper class and 2 middle class, which is considered a high-level squad in the village. They are often on missions, so Itachi has to use every spare moment to investigate missions. Shuji was also busy, but after the 2 advisors reminded him, he slightly increased the frequency of his communication. Furthermore, a new plan has been developed. Since the village leadership has support, the available options have increased, and there's no need for the cumbersome method of meeting with several people a day. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, the current progress is stuck on the curse seal and sealing technique. This can't be done behind closed doors. I happen to be out today to buy some things so I can practice when I get back. As always, it's Aoki Ninja Tool Shop, that's right, the owner of this shop is also a former senju. The owner's name is Aoki Aomori, and he's about 10 years younger than Granny Momoka. The Shuji family buys all their ninja tools here, the quality is always excellent, and they offer the most favorable prices. Real? Yes, I've been practicing sealing techniques lately, so I'm trying to make some ninjutsu scrolls myself, Shuji replied. Are you going to use it in actual combat? Or just for practice? Aoki asked about its intended use. A blank scroll for practice costs 220 ryo. If you want to use it as a ninja tool, it will cost 1100 ryo. Shiosi ordered 100 sets for practice, and the shopkeeper charged him 200 taels per set, for a total price of 20,000 taels. With so many things to carry, it was hard to carry them all, so the red beans came in handy. Shuji, did you call me out to do hard labor today? The female ninja looked at the 4 large items, dawdling and unwilling to move. Let's have barbecue tonight, Q. I'll pay. Yes. Your subordinate, Hongdo, will serve you, Captain. Regarding currency, in my previous answer to a reader in Chapter 2, I mixed up the units. According to the official information, 1 ryo in the ninja world is equal to 10 yen, which is approximately 0 renminbi and 50 cents. So having a meal in the ninja world is actually quite expensive. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1254 words. Chapter 70 Kidnapping. There are actually 2 ways to seal ninjutsu on a scroll. One way is to write the formula on the scroll with special ink and then leave the ninjutsu in the scroll by casting the spell. The second way is to directly use one's own chakra, mainly in-release chakra, to draw the formula. The ultimate goal of learning sealing techniques is to be able to draw one's own Flying Thunder God mark, so naturally, one will not practice in the first way, but directly use the second method. These scrolls, specifically designed for practice, have limited capacity and extremely short shelf life. They are essentially ruined within 3 hours. Aside from eating and drinking, and maintaining his physical combat capabilities through basic exercise, Shuji spent the rest of his day practicing sealing techniques. He was busy, and the villagers weren't idle either. The warm, welcoming smile that Akai, the Cloud Village messenger, had on his face in front of the villagers, a smile that seemed to bring the dawn of peace, vanished the moment he stepped into the negotiation room. Konoha's leadership was prepared for Kumobakure's tough stance, but this situation still made them frown. Akai brought up and debated everything from the allocation of tasks between the 2 countries to the issue of border outposts, which had already been discussed in advance and agreed upon by the high-level officials of both sides. For several days, not a single clause in the thick draft of the alliance treaty was finalized. Every seemingly close negotiation was overturned or shelved at the last minute by Akai for new reasons. Something's not right. Mitokado Yen took off his glasses and wearily pinched the bridge of his nose. That envoy is deliberately stalling for time. Sukai nods slightly. It seems like they're waiting for something, or maybe they're deliberately testing our patience. She recalled Shuji's words, the envoys from Kumobakure might do something dishonorable. Hiruzen, the Ombu's surveillance of Akai must be raised to the highest level. The arrangements have already been made. Actually, there was no need for Shuji to say this, Konoha had been making arrangements all along. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned slightly. Observe for a while longer. If the Cloud Village envoys still have this attitude, then send another team directly to Cloud Village to test their attitude. It's only been a few days, and this kind of thing happens all the time. But this time the progress is particularly slow. Perhaps there are still some disagreements within the hidden Cloud Village, which has affected the envoy's attitude. On the edge of Konoha village, in an inconspicuous abandoned warehouse, Obito Uchiha stepped out from the center of the vortex. Before him, a white Zetsu, pale and strangely shaped, was wriggling and reporting. Lord Akai, he got into another argument with Konoha's advisors today.
It's the same old problem, and there's been no progress at all.
White Zetsu mimicked the tone of a human guard perfectly. Konoha's Umbu are annoying, buzzing around like flies, but they seem to just watch without taking any further action. Obito listened in silence. This was a far cry from the script he had envisioned. Under his genjutsu manipulation, Akai was supposed to relentlessly provoke Konoha, creating irreconcilable conflict and ultimately igniting a full-blown war.
But after all this time, why haven't the higher-ups in Konoha made any moves?
He couldn't understand the logic behind it, he just knew he needed to change his approach. It seems we need to use a more direct approach.
The night was deep, and the inn that Konoha had arranged for the envoys was completely silent. 2 Konoha ANBU members were hidden outside Akai's room, monitoring Akai's chakra and all the channels through which he entered and exited the room.
Inside the room, the real Akai's eyes were empty and lifeless. Obito's figure appeared out of thin air and pulled Akai into the Kamui dimension in an instant. At the same time, a white Zetsu landed and quickly transformed into Akai's appearance. The replacement was completed in an instant. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sounded at that moment, neither too loud nor too soft. Akai stood up and impatiently opened the door. A Konoha servant stood outside, a smile on his face. "Excuse me, Lord Akai, would you like to?"
"No. I don't need anything."
Akai interrupted rudely, his voice filled with the frustration of being disturbed from his sleep.
"You Konoha people are never going to stop. Get out."
He slammed the door shut with a loud bang, then slumped back onto the bed and lay down, remaining motionless. The waiter outside the door maintained his smile, gave a slight bow towards the door, and then silently retreated into the shadows of the corridor. In the darkness, the member of the surveillance team whispered into his communicator, "Target shows no abnormalities." Deep within the Hyuga clan's territory, the main family residence was shrouded in the tranquil night. The patrolling guards moved slowly and diligently, fulfilling their duties. Suddenly, within the Hyuga main family compound, the air rippled silently, like a pebble thrown into still water. A dark figure emerged without warning from the distorted spatial vortex, appearing directly in the core area of the Hyuga main family compound. The shadowy figure crept straight into Hinata's bedroom, the eldest daughter of the main family. The sleeping girl was completely unaware and was easily pulled under the shadowy figure's arm. After succeeding, the shadowy figure did not choose to conceal itself. Instead, it arrogantly carried Hinata and climbed over the high wall of the inner courtyard. This violent action instantly triggered the Hyuga main family's warning barrier.
"Who? Intruders!" From the main family's direction. A sharp alarm pierced the night sky, instantly waking the entire Hyuga clan territory.
The first members of the main family guards to react rushed to Hinata's bedroom, only to find the bedding in disarray. She was nowhere to be seen. Almost at the same moment the alarm sounded, Hayashi Hyuga appeared on the corridor leading from the inner courtyard to the main house. His pure white eyes suddenly lit up in the night, veins bulged on his forehead, and his 360-degree vision instantly locked onto the masked figure holding his daughter hostage and trying to escape. In the next instant, Hayashi Hyuga blocked the shadow's path. With his Byakugan, the flaws in the opponent's movements were clearly visible. Hayashi struck with lightning speed, delivering a palm strike that precisely released chakra from his palm, imprinting itself onto the masked man's chest without any fancy moves. A dull thud. The masked man was struck as if by a heavy hammer, his body stiffened abruptly, his forward momentum halted abruptly, and the part that had been hid visibly caved in. A surge of violent chakra instantly flooded his body, tearing apart his meridians and organs with devastating force. Before he could even scream, Hinata was caught safely in his arms. Only after confirming that his daughter was merely in a daze from fright and was otherwise unharmed did Hayashi Hyuga's tense nerves relax slightly. He bent down and ripped off the black mask from the other person's face. When Hayashi Hyuga saw that twisted, pained face, his pupils shrank and his face turned ashen. Just as Hayashi was pondering what to do, the Hyuga branch family guards who had arrived also discovered the person lying on the ground. This? Lord Hayashi, this is an envoy from Kumogakure. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,429 words. Chapter 71 War. The mournful cry of a hawk tore through the night sky above Konoha. Upon receiving the emergency summons, figures sped out from all parts of the village, heading straight for the Hokage building. When Shuji stepped into the Hokage's office, the room was already filled with jonin and special jonin from the village. The air was heavy and oppressive, suffocatingly so. Fugaku Uchiha was prominently featured among them, his face somber. Looking around, however, there was no sign of any other Hyuga clan ninja. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat in the main seat, emanating a low-pressure aura that Shuji had never seen before. Kukai, the Cloud Village messenger, is dead. That short sentence almost froze the already tense atmosphere. All eyes were focused on the Hokage, holding their breath as they awaited what he would say next. Kumakure's envoy, Akai, infiltrated the Hyuga clan's territory tonight with the intention of kidnapping the eldest daughter of the main branch, Hinata Hyuga. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze swept across the entire area. After being discovered by Hayashi Hyuga, he was killed on the spot. Suppressed gasps and uncontrollable whispers instantly erupted from the crowd. Shock, confusion, and anger collided silently. The Jonin squad leader, Narashikaku, was the first to break the silence. Hokage-sama, where are the other two members of the Cloud Village envoys team? His thinking was exceptionally clear. The fact that Akai was dead couldn't be changed, so the first task now was to control the remaining two people and prevent the news from spreading. Then we can slowly consider how to handle this matter and how to negotiate with the hidden Cloud Village. Hiruzen Sarutobi closed his eyes, his exhaustion evident. An ANBU member beside him stepped forward and answered on his behalf. The other two Kumogakure ninja have been confirmed missing. What? Missing? How is that possible? What on earth is the Umbu doing? After a brief silence, an even more violent uproar ensued. 3 Cloud Village envoys, in the heart of Konoha, one died in the Hyuga clan's territory, and the other 2 vanished without a trace right under their noses? This isn't just dereliction of duty, it's downright disgrace. How did Akai infiltrate the Hyuga clan's territory? How did the other 2 break through surveillance? Narashikaku frowned, quickly quelling the commotion, and said again, in that case, the alliance with Kumogakure is unlikely to continue, and the Raikage will surely use this as an opportunity to exert pressure, given his usual practice. The offensive from Iwagakure on the western front had already weakened because of our alliance with Kumogakure. Now that the Kumogakure envoy has died and 2 guards have disappeared without a trace, we must immediately inform the allied Sunigakure to be on guard. At the same time, report the situation to the daimyo, and explain the actions of the Cloud Village envoy. With the Jonin squad leader's clear analysis and plan, the whispers gradually subsided. The Jonin turned their attention back to the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi met those gazes, feeling as heavy as a mountain on his shoulders. He had already heard the report from the Dark Division. Akai had been under surveillance until the Hyuga clan sent news of the intruders' deaths. Only then did the monitoring point discover that Akai had vanished into thin air, along with the other 2. In the heart of Konoha, the situation has spiraled out of control to this extent. Does anyone have any other questions? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. Shuji raised his hand. Lord Hokage, have there been any unusual military reports from the border area of the Land of Hot Springs recently? This is extremely important, so important that it determines where Konoha's limited resources should be deployed. Narashikaku looked over. As the direct leader of all the Jonin, he naturally recognized Shuji. As soon as the question was raised, he immediately realized that there was something he had overlooked in his previous thinking. If Akai's actions were instigated by the Cloud Village's higher-ups, it means all previous gestures of goodwill and peace were merely a facade.
In that case, the Cloud Village's frontline troops will inevitably make coordinated moves soon. But if the Cloud Village forces show no unusual activity.
The latest report came back this morning. There are no unusual movements at the Cloud Village front, replied the Jonin in charge of intelligence on the Cloud Village side.
Sure enough, there was a problem.
Shuji understood and remained silent, for he saw Nara Shikaku's expression and knew that this strategist of Konoha had also come to his senses. The Hidden Cloud Village's pursuit of a peace treaty with the Hidden Leaf Village was a necessary act out of practical considerations, rather than a whimsical desire for peace from some high-ranking official. Akai's unauthorized actions seem more like a reckless act by an individual or small group in an attempt to sabotage the peace talks. This means that as long as this incident is not a carefully planned trigger for war by the Hidden Clouds, the death of the envoy will only cause some setbacks to the alliance, but it will be difficult to fundamentally shake the general trend of peace talks between the two sides. The death of Akai is nothing. Even if all three of them died, it wouldn't solve the problems facing Kumogakure. Given the prevailing trend, even if the Hidden Cloud Village were to clash with the Hidden Leaf Village again over this matter, it would quickly subside. After all, it's true that Konoha Village is deeply weary of war, but in the past 3 years, they haven't allowed other ninja villages to invade the Land of Fire. This means that the production and order of the Land of Fire are stable, and if the Hidden Cloud Village insists on restarting the war, the Leaf Village still has the ability to drag them into a quagmire.
In contrast, consider the Land of Lightning.
Konoha only needs to repeat its old tricks and block the land trade routes to the Land of Lightning, preventing food from entering, and the price of food in Kumogakure will rise again. The Hidden Cloud Village is wealthy and can use its strong financial resources to continue purchasing food at high premiums to maintain supplies for the front lines and keep the village's supply stable.
But what about the millions of ordinary people in the Land of Lightning?
Can the Raikage fill the stomachs of ninjas with money, and can he fill the gnawing bellies of the entire Land of Lightning with money? If the Land of Lightning falls into turmoil due to a food shortage, will the daimyo of the Land of Lightning still be able to provide financial support? How long can the Hidden Cloud Village, whose foundation is crumbling, hold out? Therefore, the foundation for peace talks remains intact. The real crisis now lies on the Western Front. If the Iwagakure forces seize this opportunity to launch a major offensive and breach the Western defenses, the Kumogakure on the Eastern Front will see an opening, and the Raikage might be able to grit his teeth and continue the war despite domestic pressure. Only then will the Land of Lightning be forced to continue supporting the war.
The thought process is now clear.
Nara Shikaku spoke again. Hokage, there are 2 urgent matters. First, immediately order the frontline commander of the Land of Hot Springs, Jonin Kitamura, to strengthen vigilance, consolidate the defense line, and prevent the Hidden Cloud Village from taking advantage of the situation to cause trouble, but the actions must be restrained and avoid any initiative to provoke. His gaze swept over the Jonin present, finally settling on the 3rd Hokage. Second, dispatch elite forces to reinforce the Western Front immediately. Before Iwagakure can react and launch a large-scale offensive, we must strengthen the defenses, stabilize our Sunagakure allies, and absolutely not allow the Western Front to become a breakthrough point.
Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath, suppressing all the heaviness and exhaustion in his chest.
He slowly stood up, his aged gaze sweeping over the pillars of Konoha before him, finally settling on Shikaku Nara's face.
Let's do as Shikaku says. Gentlemen, begin preparations immediately. Specific mobilization orders will be issued later. He bowed slightly. Everything is entrusted to you all. For Konoha.
The brief pause seemed to hold all the weight.
For our home.
I'll try 3 updates again, but it might revert to 2 updates later.
I need to sort out the plot again.
End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1368 words.
Chapter 72. Receiving the order, the Jonin were urgently awakened, and the entire Hidden Leaf Village was also jolted awake. The Hyuga clan was unusually quiet.
Mitokado Hamura and Utatane Koharu led the ANBU to Hyuga clan territory to handle the entire incident.
Shuji didn't go to see what was going on over there, nor was it his place to go.
Currently, only those with permission from the village are allowed to enter the Hyuga clan's territory.
Shuji went home to pack his things and was just about to gather his squad when he was called back to the Hokage's office by the Umbu.
Hiruzen Sarutobi and Shikaku Nara are the 2 people.
Shuji, the village needs to send a messenger to Sunagakure to explain the current situation to the Kazekage, the third Hokage said.
Shikaku recommended you to me. Nara Shikaku nodded slightly to Shuji.
Theoretically, there was no problem with going to Sunagakure, but in reality, they might face difficulties from their allies. After all, if just 3 Cloud Village ninjas caused such a big incident, not only would the ninjas of their own village doubt the Umbu's capabilities, but their allies would also question Konoha's strength. The leader of the Jonin squad believed that a mission to Sunagakure required someone with sufficient ability to handle the situation. After reviewing Shuji's resume again, and considering what happened at the meeting, Shikaku concluded that even though Shuji was not very old, he was capable of undertaking this task.
I understand. Is the 5th group the only one departing?
I will send another squad, Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a deep voice.
Special Jonin alone are not enough to deal with Sunagakure. Special Jonin Shuji, you are now promoted to Jonin and will be in charge of this mission. You are allowed the power to make decisions on the spot. Shiosei's merits have always been sufficient, his loyalty is sufficient, his strength is sufficient, and his background check is correct.
Previously, it was only given to Special Jonin, it was more of a protection than a suppression.
Konoha's Special Jonin have a very high ceiling and a very low floor.
The lowest level is the Chunin elite in actual combat, who are outstanding in certain areas and are promoted exceptionally.
Special Jonin are neither easily suppressed by others using their authority nor too conspicuous.
Even Minato Namikaze wasn't promoted to Jonin so quickly back then, unless the situation was urgent. He suppressed all his guilt once again. This was not the first time Hiruzen Sarutobi had been forced into this situation, nor would it be the last. He was prepared to bear everything.
Yes. Shuji replied.
A Jonin, his arrival was truly unexpected, but there was nothing he could do about it. Since the mission to go on a diplomatic mission has been arranged, one cannot rush to set off, nor can one sleep in this godforsaken world. How can a 14-year-old child have to stay up all night to work overtime? In the Hokage's office, he confirmed the specific tasks the team needed to undertake, the potential problems they might encounter, and the extent to which his discretionary decision-making authority allowed him to make decisions.
When Anko and Itachi arrived at the Hokage building, it was already daylight. We're heading to Sunagakure. We'll discuss the details on the way. Shuji gave instructions to the 2 team members.
Then, looking at the other team that had arrived with them, it was a small team of 3: Ganma Shiranui, Reito Namishi, and Iwashi.
These 3 are quite experienced.
Ganma Shiranui, Reito Namishi, and Iwashi were once the bodyguards of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The term guards doesn't mean they can protect Minato Namikaze, but rather that the 4th Hokage had high hopes for these 3 and was keeping them under his wing to train them. Iwashi is the youngest member of the Hokage Guard. He is a contemporary of Shuji and Anko. If Shuji remembers correctly, Ganma Shiranui, Reito Namishi, and Iwashi could use the Flying Thunder God technique together, but it was a modified version of the Flying Thunder God technique by Minato Namikaze. In terms of the characteristics of the squad deployment, it can be considered that they have left a way out for Sunagakure, so that they can evacuate in time if something really goes wrong.
Ganma Shiranui, Special Jonin. Reito Namishi, Special Jonin. Iwashi, Chunin.
Finally, the slightly shy boy nodded to Shuji and Anko. Shuji, Anko, long time no see. Both sides gave brief self-introductions, with the focus shifting to Shuji's side. The word special was removed from his Special Jonin, leaving only Jonin.
Ganma Shiranui laughed and said, another genius like Kakashi. Then, this mission will be led by Jonin Shuji from Team 5.
The Hokage has instructed us to cooperate with all your actions. After the basic pleasantries, the 2 teams immediately set off.
The entire village of Konoha was mobilized again in the form of war.
The news spread like wildfire. The Cloud Village envoy harbored treacherous intentions, infiltrating the Hyuga main clan with malicious intent. The Hyuga clan head, fiercely protecting his daughter, killed him on the spot.
A conspiracy against Konoha was thwarted.
With their hopes for peace dashed, the sense of loss and resentment in the entire village was palpable, and rumors quietly began to circulate. However, none of this mattered to the ninjas who had set off to leave. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed out the window at a column of soldiers heading out to war, a deep sense of weariness washing over him once more. The door was pushed open, and Danzo Shimura walked in silently.
The route has begun its operation.
His voice was icy. All grain merchants have been warned again that the food blockade against the Land of Lightning will remain unchanged. Izuku Port has been completely sealed off, and the Land of Lightning's only remaining source of food is the overseas islands. After reporting his plans, Danzo changed the subject, his tone becoming firm. Hiruzen, this incident doesn't seem to be the work of Kumogakure. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not turn around, but continued to gaze out the window. The Dark Division's dereliction of duty in this incident was too serious, so the key investigative authority was transferred to the Root Division.
Danzo continued his statement clearly, I personally inspected the inn.
There was no trace of departure, not even any trace of it.
Kumogakure does not possess such means.
All the clues point to one thing, just like when the fourth Hokage died, there is someone who has mastered spacetime ninjutsu manipulating things behind the scenes. According to the report from the Jonin escorting the Cloud Village delegation, there was a brief disturbance upon their entry. When they arrived, Akai claimed that they had been attacked and had repelled the enemy.
Similarly, last night, the surveillance footage from the dark side showed that Akai's chakra experienced a momentary abnormal fluctuation before returning to normal.
The Cloud Village delegation's activity area is strictly controlled. It is impossible for them to know the exact location of the Hyuga clan's territory, let alone accurately avoid all the outer guards. Hyuga Hayashi admitted that he acted too violently in his eagerness to protect his daughter, but in retrospect, he also noticed that Akai's movements were unusually stiff. According to him, under the Byakugan's vision, Akai's brain seemed to be wrapped by some kind of foreign chakra. To prove his point, he voluntarily accepted Yamanaka Inoichi's mind-reading technique.
Inoichi confirmed that Hayashi Hyuga's judgment was correct. Akai was indeed under the control of a powerful genjutsu before his death.
As for why Akai's head wasn't opened, as an envoy sent by Kumogakure, he already had a cursed seal in his head, which would cause him to self-destruct if Konoha opened the box. In order to allow for further negotiations, Konoha cannot use its brain search on them. Danzo concluded sharply, his gaze as piercing as a knife. In conclusion, there is only one answer: the problem lies within the village itself. Moreover, just like when the fourth Hokage perished, it could only be the Uchiha clan. End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1,413 words.
Chapter 73 Interception. It would take 2 days to travel from Konoha to Sunagakure at full speed.
During the time he was traveling, he went over his thoughts again.
Because he was thinking and doing parkour at the same time, his speed wasn't particularly fast, and he fell to the middle of the group.
At that moment, Itachi landed beside him and lowered his voice. Senior. Shuji glanced at him and noticed a hint of unease between Itachi's brows. What happened?
My father said when he returned last night that the third Hokage inquired about the police force's night patrols and the situation within the Uchiha clan.
It seems there's nothing wrong. And many more. This means that. Is the village suspicious of the Uchiha clan? Itachi's lips curled into a thin line. Why are you suspecting the Uchiha again? This isn't.
Shuji suddenly realized that it really might be the Uchiha, not one from the village, but one from outside the village. If there was no clue as to why the envoys from Kumogakure were appearing and disappearing mysteriously in Konoha, now it's truly clear. Therefore, it was likely Obito Uchiha who was spying on them during their mission. Are they here for Itachi? Forget it, there's no point in thinking about it now.
I see.
After Shuji replied, Itachi composed himself again and focused on the mission. His senior already knew, and he would naturally take care of the follow-up issues. In one day, we left the land of fire and arrived at the land of rivers. This time, since our destination was Sunagakure, we didn't pass through Koizumi town, but instead went through Funfun Street. Afterwards, we must cross the river gorge, exit the river kingdom, and pass through the narrow gorge before we can reach our destination. As the jagged cliffs of the canyon cast a huge shadow, Ritsuko, at the front of the group, suddenly stopped, raised one hand, and gave a silent warning signal.
Ganma Shiranui landed beside Shuji, the Senbon in his mouth remaining motionless. Something's not right ahead. The dust on the ground and rock walls shows signs of deliberate covering. There are traps, and more than one. The way they're set up is very sophisticated. Trap? Why set up traps in the river gorge, an area that ordinary people and caravans avoid and which has a relatively complex environment, except for ninjas? Who are they targeting? Only one day has passed since the incident involving the cloud-hidden messenger. News needs time to spread, and the enemy needs time to react, mobilize their forces, and set up ambushes. There simply isn't enough time. Shuji said, "Please keep an eye on my position in a moment." Haisu Siwei. Wind release, void cicada cry technique. A high-frequency oscillation burst forth from his mouth, and visible pale blue ripples spread rapidly like water ripples, sweeping across the seemingly ordinary ground and rock walls in front of him. A faint yet piercing buzzing sound emanated from the air. Where the ripples swept across, large patches of dark incantations suddenly appeared on the previously empty ground and tree trunks, as if they had been instantly drawn by an invisible brush. Almost at the same instant, Boo-hoo dash, a dense barrage of kunai and shuriken shot out from the shadows of the jagged rocks on both sides, their target not the Konoha members, but the newly exposed areas of dark incantations. Furthermore, an invisible binding seal suddenly condensed in the air, intending to entangle and lock the marked nodes, a typical combination of a trigger trap and a binding seal. Shuji took another deep breath, and the shockwave expanded dramatically. However, at the very moment the ripples expanded, more than a dozen kunai, each carrying dozens of shuriken, shot towards Shuji as he was casting the spell. Tisk! Ganma spat and flashed away. Nami and Devashi followed closely behind, the three of them like three intersecting black shadows, accurately deflecting and knocking away the dense barrage of projectiles aimed at Shuji, the crisp sound of metal clashing echoing through the canyon. Seeing that the carefully laid trap had failed, 8 earthen yellow figures emerged from behind the jagged boulders on both sides of the canyon, pouncing down with chilling killing intent. Their movements were swift and their teamwork seamless, their headbands were dazzlingly bright in the sunlight Iwagakure, their objective was extremely clear, at least 5 people were heading straight for Shuji. The leader, an Iwagakure ninja, formed hand seals, instantly softening the ground and turning it into muddy quicksand that wrapped around Shuji and the others' ankles. At the same time, several detonated kunai flew through the air. Spread! As Shuji gave the order, he slammed both hands heavily onto the ground, which was not yet fully softened. Boom! The detonating kunai slammed into the earthen wall, exploding into bursts of fire and smoke, sending shards of rock flying. Before the dust had settled, Rado Namiya burst forth from the billowing dust, gripping a black blade tightly, locking onto an Iwagakure ninja who was attempting to flank him, his movements slightly hesitant. The black blade sliced through the gap in the opponent's hasty parry and stabbed fiercely into his ribs. The Iwagakure's eyes bulged out, his face instantly turned a terrifying bluish-black, and his body convulsed violently as he collapsed, the kunai in his hand clattering to the ground. Red Bean stood in front of 2 Iwagakure members who were trying to bypass the earthen wall and rush straight at Shuji. She raised her hand and threw the kunai in her hand, forcing one of them back, while her sleeve suddenly bulged. Several thick, dark brown venomous snakes suddenly lunged at Yanin. One venomous snake had its head severed by the opponent's kunai, but the other 2 coiled around the arm and neck of an Iwagakure member, their sharp fangs deeply embedded in the flesh. The hidden rockman let out a shrill scream, desperately tearing at the rope, but it was only tightened around him. His face quickly turned purple, and his strength visibly weakened until he collapsed. Just as she was about to kill one of them, a sharp stalagmite suddenly pierced out from under Red Bean's feet, and the female ninja nimbly stepped back to avoid it. Ganma Shiranui moved nimbly, spitting out 1,000 kimonas from his mouth at one person, forcing an Iwagakure to dodge in a sorry state. He used his kunai to suppress another Iwagakure, fighting 2 against 1 and steadily gaining the upper hand with ease. Devashi then faced off against a short, cunning Iwagakure, and the 2 were locked in a stalemate for a time. Itachi silently appeared behind an Iwagakure ninja who was about to throw an explosive tag down into the chaotic battle zone. Sensing something was wrong, the Iwagakure ninja turned around abruptly and was met with a pair of Sharingan eyes. The kunai in his hand drew a cold arc across the opponent's neck, and Uchiha Itachi immediately turned to support Devashi. In the blink of an eye,
3 out of the 8 ninjas lying in ambush were killed.
The leader of the Iwagakure Jonin witnessed the battle situation take a sharp turn for the worse. His eyes flashed with ferocity, and he formed hand seals again before slamming his fist into the ground. Earth Release, Earth Flow River, Danma, Rado, and Devashi reacted extremely quickly, leaping up simultaneously to try and create distance. Anko and Itachi also quickly retreated behind Shuji. Faced with the surging torrent of earth and rocks, Shuji's chakra erupted as if it were a tangible force. Earth Escape Technique, Quicksand Coffin Formation Technique. He wasn't defending, instead, he used even more powerful chakra to take over the sand-turned soil. The surging torrent of earth and rocks seemed to be controlled by an invisible giant hand the moment it approached Shuji, abruptly changing its course and rushing towards the 3 Iwagakure members who were slightly swayed by the backlash of the spell and had no time to dodge. Under the control of chakra, the sand and stones coiled up like living things, instantly engulfing and tightly wrapping around the 3 of them. Click. 3 rough stone coffins, formed from sand and gravel in an instant, rose from the ground. Shuji slammed his palms together. From inside the stone coffin came a dull, short, squeezing and cracking sound, followed by a sudden, piercing scream. The score is 6-0. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,370 words. Chapter 74 Defection? The Iwagakure Jonin's facial muscles twitched violently as he watched helplessly as his ninjutsu was countered by the enemy, turning into a grave for his comrades. Anger and horror almost overwhelmed his reason. A sharp whooshing sound suddenly rang out from the other end of the canyon. 4 figures swept in, accompanied by sand and dust. The ninja wearing the Sand Village headband seemed to emerge from the shadows of the rocks, cutting off the retreat of the 2 surviving IWA village members. They were attacked from both sides, and their retreat was cut off. The 2 Iwagakure ninjas' eyes flashed with a fierce light like trapped beasts. They abandoned the Konoha ninjas in front of them and turned around abruptly, fearlessly rushing towards the Sand Village ninjas who had just landed. Humph! The leading sand ninja snorted coldly. Facing the charging enemy, he neither dodged nor avoided. He reached out with his left hand, grabbed the wrist of an Iwagakure ninja holding a weapon, and twisted it. A tooth-grinding sound of bones cracking rang out, and the kunai fell from his hand. At the same time, he swept his right leg across and kicked another Iwagakure member hard in the back of the knee. Ugh! 2 cries of pain rang out almost simultaneously. One of the 2 Iwagakure members had his wrist twisted and deformed, causing him to kneel on the ground. The other was kicked and lost his balance, falling forward. Without pausing, the Sand Village ninja stomped heavily on the back of the person who had fallen, pinning him firmly into the sand. Another person was quickly bound by 2 Sand Village ninjas, their arms twisted behind their backs and secured with ropes. The Sand Village Jonin, whose technique was swift and skillful, looked at the Konoha members. Why are the ninjas of Konoha clashing with the ninjas of Iwagakure here? Shuji said, this is the land of rivers. Konoha was on a mission here and was ambushed by Iwagakure. Why are you all here? The Sand Village leader replied, the patrol received intelligence that Iwagakure ninjas were appearing in the land of rivers, so the village sent us here to investigate. I see. I am Shuji, a Jonin of Konoha. I was commissioned by the daimyo of the land of rivers because there were a lot of wandering ninjas around. I didn't expect them to be Iwagakure ninjas, so I ended up fighting them. Shuji replied without changing his expression as he lied. Jonin. The Sand Village ninja pondered the level for a moment, so it was a request from the daimyo. According to intelligence, there are also a large number of Iwagakure ninja nearby. We want to deal with these Iwagakure ninjas, and Jonin Shuji also has a mission. As allies with the same goal, how about we cooperate? My name is Kazumaki, a Jonin. Shuji glanced at the corpses on the ground, then at Iwagakure who was tied up, and suddenly smiled. Of course, there are quite a few enemies, so it would be great if allies were willing to help. Please wait a moment while we handle the body. He waved his hand behind him, and the 5 people behind him began to deal with the corpses at the same time. Shuji ignored them and continued to communicate with Kazuma in front of him while keeping an eye on the sand villagers behind him. Kazumaki, Do you have an approximate figure for the size of the Iwagakure ninja force that invaded the Land of Rivers? The exact number is unknown, but it's at least 5 standard squads. But Shuji. He glanced at Shuji again, who was very young. The team led by the Jonin has already eliminated 2 squads. Hondo walked towards the 3 rough stone coffins, looking at the dark liquid seeping out and the shapeless outlines inside, and muttered under her breath, "TSK, what a tragic death." His movements as he handled the corpse carried a ruthless, almost cathartic force, slamming the broken rocks down and kicking up a cloud of dust. A Sand Village ninja standing next to the prisoners caught a glimpse of Anko's movements out of the corner of his eye. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, but he then turned to the IWA village ninja bound on the ground as if nothing had happened. He crouched down, seemingly to carefully examine the ninja tool pouches and headbands on their bodies. Understood. Shoshi seemed not to notice these subtle movements and nodded to Fongwan. Let's go, there's still a long way to go. Ganma's gaze briefly met Shuji's, and he mumbled ahem while keeping the senbon in his mouth completely still. He nudged Namiya Rado lightly with his elbow, seemingly unintentionally, and then glanced quickly at Devashi. Leiton tightened his grip on the black blade, while Devashi nodded almost imperceptibly. Seeing that the Konoha ninjas had finished cleaning up the scene, Kazima spoke up, "Please follow me. Our base is just ahead. Let's go there to rest for a while." This time, Shuji took the initiative to walk at the front of the group, with Anko and Itachi closely following behind on either side. Ganma, Rado, and Vashi tacitly fell to the back of the group. The Sand Village's so-called temporary base was indeed not far. At a ninja's pace, it only took a few minutes to approach a depression backed by a huge rock wall. A dozen or so tents blending into the environment were faintly visible. However, when he was less than 100 meters from the camp entrance, Shuji stopped without warning. The Wind Demon leading the way, along with the Sand Village ninja he was leading, stopped abruptly and turned around, as if a pause button had been pressed. The 2 Iwagakure prisoners who were originally bound by ropes have now broken free of their bonds. The ninja whose wrist was broken can now move his hands freely and is coldly staring at the Konoha people. The Sand Village ninjas silently dispersed, forming a loose semi-encirclement, their kunai and shuriken gleaming coldly. The atmosphere suddenly plummeted to freezing point, and the dry wind in the canyon whipped up fine sand, making a wailing sound. Kazumaki stood at the front of the encirclement, the feigned politeness on her face completely vanishing. "Jonin Shuji, why don't you continue to follow?" Shuji's gaze swept calmly over the loosened prisoners, the scattered Sunagakure soldiers, and the nearby camp. "If we get to this point, we've reached the point where we need to go any further. To go any further would be to underestimate you. Why would Sunagakure betray its alliance with Konoha?" Fongwan smiled enigmatically. "The claim of betraying the alliance is quite serious. We only intend to complete the mission together with Konoha as allies of Sunagakure." "That would be great, but if it's just you guys, it would be better to surrender," Shuji suggested. He wasn't oblivious to the anomaly. He even placed the Ganma squad at the back, preparing for a retreat. However, it is necessary to confirm that Sunagakure and Iwagakure may have conspired to ambush Konoha ninjas here. This involves the security of the entire Western Front. According to his memory, Sunagakure and Konoha were allies until the Konoha Crush plan. What's going on now? Shoshi's words made Fongwan sneer even stronger. The young Jonin calmly stated, "The ambush team consisted of 1 Jonin and 7 Shunin. Not to be overly contemptuous, but if I or any of my comrades unintentionally killed a Jonin, please let me know. After all, this is quite an achievement. If I'm not mistaken, your team consists of you and another Jonin from Iwagakure, while the rest are Chunin. So, would you like to consider it? You ignorant fools!" Kaze roared angrily. "That's precisely why we can't stand you Konoha folks. We chose this place on purpose just to save ourselves some trouble. You little brat. Who do you think we are? Open your eyes and see clearly. The combined forces of Iwagakure and Sunagakure are enough to crush Konoha. Your doomsday begins now." End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1294 words. Chapter 75 Judgment. The howling wind crashed against the canyon walls, creating hollow echoes. They fought bravely. However, it makes no sense.
Soon only corpses remained on the ground.
Hidden in the sand, hidden in the rocks.
The smell of blood and dust filled the narrow valley. Rado Namiya flicked the sticky blood off his black blade, and the distinctive bluish-black poison marks on the blade quickly spread to the wound on the corpse. Ganma Shiranui had another sunban dangling from his mouth, but his sharp eyes scanned the jagged shadows around him, confirming that there were no more lurking threats. Devashi breathed slightly, guarding the flank warily. Red Bean slowly retracted the venomous snake into her sleeve. She pursed her lips and kicked away a pebble at her feet. Itachi silently wiped his kunai, his dark pupils sweeping over each fallen enemy, his expression calm and unwavering. Shosi stood there, his brows slightly furrowed. The opponent fought with undeniable bravery, even to the point of recklessness. But this is precisely the biggest point of suspicion. Without reinforcements, these people's biggest advantage was the ceiling traps they had set up within their base. Just as Shuji advised, their chances of winning were slim. Shuji's side had a strong lineup. Ganma Shiranui and Rado Namishi were indeed special jonin, but they were only considered to have jonin-level combat power. In other aspects, they were not yet sufficient. As for the ninja rank of genin on their side, Uchiha Itachi, it's not that he's not strong enough, but rather that he hasn't taken the chunin exams yet. In terms of actual combat strength, it is 3 jonin and 3 chunin to deal with 2 jonin and 4 chunin. Unless the 2 jonin on the other side have special techniques, they are no match for the 6 Konoha members. But if they do have special techniques, they won't bother to lure them into a trap. The question is, why? It's not about why Sunagakure abandoned its alliance with Konoha, but rather why these people seem to be courting death. These sand villagers could pretend to capture Iwagakure ninjas and leave, or they could leave the Iwagakure ninjas with Konoha, turn around and leave, and then bring people to get revenge. There are many methods. Even if Shuji had some doubts, he would not take action against his allies. With no reinforcements and realizing that Shuji no longer wanted to fall into the trap, why did he release the 2 Iwagakure ninjas instead of continuing to feign compliance and launching an attack? I went along with them, but not a single problem was solved. In fact, more and more problems arose. Ganma Shiranui didn't know what Shuji was thinking, but from his perspective, the current situation was already extremely bad. Shuji, our ally Sunagakure has betrayed us. We should return to Konoha immediately and warn the Hokage. Ganma's expression was unusually grave. He was beginning to worry that the troops on the Western Front might have already suffered heavy losses. Yes, this is the safest approach. But Shosi had a vague feeling that things were probably not like that. However, Ganma's concerns are valid, and this situation may need to be reported to the village. Shenjian, you all go back first, Shoji decided. What about Class 5? Let's continue the mission, Shuji said. Ganma Shiranui didn't understand that continuing the mission was pointless given the current situation. Because these people are throwing their lives away as Sand Village Ninja. Shuji's gaze swept over the corpses of Sand and Iwa Village Ninja on the ground. From the initial ambush, trying to kill us, to their later deliberate suicide, I am more inclined to believe that this is an enemy scheme. Although I don't know why Iwagakure was able to react so quickly, and even anticipate. No, it wasn't anticipated. Shuji instantly connected the disparate clues. The mastermind behind the kidnapping of the Cloud Village envoy may be Obito Uchiha, but he may not be the only one in control. The numerous attacks the Cloud Village delegation encountered along the way, and this premeditated ambush by the Iwagakure village, it's likely that the Iwagakure village has been pulling the strings behind the scenes all along. But seriously, that old geezer Anoki is really something. They pulled off a clever scheme. If they died, Konoha would suspect Sunagakure. If they survived, Konoha would still suspect Sunagakure. I think this is a conspiracy by Iwagakure, but we can't let our guard down against Sunagakure, because the village can't afford to be misled. He had figured out the current situation, along with the information in his memory. Shuji leans towards the view that Sunagakure is still trustworthy, and the fact that the enemy chose to die is the best proof of that. After hearing Shuji's assessment, Ganma Shiranui was also caught in a dilemma. Their team's mission was to ensure that the Jonin Shuji of Team 5 could safely reach Sunagakure.
What kind of business would it be to leave Team 5 behind and go back now? Or, Gunma suggested as a compromise, let Anko and Itachi return first. The three of us will accompany you on your journey to Sunagakure. Shuji insisted on his idea. The techniques you possess can allow you to quickly return to the village. But
Ganma interrupted solemnly, we cannot activate that technique repeatedly in a short period of time.
Nor do we have the ability to instantly travel from Konoha to Sunagakure. Shuji nodded slightly, understanding their predicament. Entering Sunagakure from the first line, we will definitely pass through Sunagakure's checkpoints.
I will judge whether to continue the mission or withdraw based on the specific reactions of the Sunagakure ninjas. Your mission is to bring back to Konoha the exact situation here as soon as possible, including the involvement and deaths of the Sand Village ninja in the ambush, and my preliminary assessment. This is more important than escorting us to a village in Sunagakure that may already be a den of wolves. The stability of the Western Front is now more important than anything else. Genji exchanged a glance with Reito and Devashi, and the three of them understood what was important and what was urgent.
Ganma's team ultimately chose to leave.
Shuji looked at the two team members beside him, a hint of apology rising in his heart. I'm sorry, this decision was indeed very dangerous.
What are you talking about, Shuji? Anko tossed her hair nonchalantly. We're ninjas, isn't this our duty?
As subordinates, we should just follow the captain's decisions and complete the mission.
Senior Red Bean is right. Shuji smiled and said nothing more. The three members of Class 5 set off again. The atmosphere was tense and silent the entire way.
The exit of the canyon was in sight, and ahead suddenly opened up to the only road leading to Sunagakure, the narrow, treacherous one-line sky with towering cliffs on both sides. Just as the three members of Class 5 stepped onto the Gobi Desert leading to the entrance of the narrow crevice, hundreds of meters away from that treacherous gap, a dry, hot wind carrying sand swept by without warning. Immediately afterwards, on the seemingly empty Gobi Desert ahead, figures rose from beneath the scorching ground, instantly filling the 5th class's field of vision, a Sand Village unit. Their numbers far exceeded those of the patrol squads they had encountered before. They were well organized, armed with ninja tools, and exuded a chilling aura. Sunagakure Jonin Maki's gaze swept over the Konoha headbands of Shuji and the other two, finally settling on the face of the boy in the lead.
Konoha ninjas? What brings you here?
End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1,305 words.
Chapter 76 Ebizo. This time it's almost certainly the Sand Village ninja. Shuji, a Jonin of Konoha, is here on the orders of the Hokage to deliver urgent confidential information to our ally, Sunagakure, Shuji replied loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his wrist and threw out the envoy's warrant bearing the seal of the third Hokage. After doing all this, he took a few steps back, creating a clear safe distance, with his hands outstretched, his posture open and unassuming, showing no intention of attack.
Maki did not step forward immediately.
From the Sand Village troops standing guard behind him, a ninja silently stepped out. The man did not approach, but instead manipulated a crudely designed, arthropod-like puppet to quickly crawl out from the back of the formation. With a slender metal forelimb, the puppet carefully picked up the command token and swiftly retreated to the back of the formation. The ninja carefully examined the scroll, his fingers quickly tracing its surface, sensing for possible chakra traps or miniature curse seals.
A moment later, he nodded slightly to Maki, indicating that it was safe. Only then did the puppet step forward again and hand the item to Maki. Maki took it, glanced at it, and then threw it back. Shuji did not step forward.
He also used a shadow clone to confirm that his belongings had not been marked with any curse at this time before retrieving them. After completing the procedure, Maki ordered his subordinates to lower their guard. Most of the Sand Village ninjas dispersed, leaving behind 5 Sand Village ninjas, plus himself, for a total of 6 people.
Shuji's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Sunagakure's reaction now was normal.
But he hadn't completely let his guard down. He stepped forward himself, and only after he was within attack range and the other side still didn't make any unusual moves did he signal Anko and Itachi to follow.
Lord Kazekage is not in the village right now.
The Iwagakure ninjas have been making a lot of moves these past few days, so he is stationed at the northern fortress.
Who is currently in charge of affairs in your village? May I ask for an audience? Maki said, this matter needs to be reported.
Please come with me, the three of you, to rest for a while and wait for the village's reply.
He turned around and stepped into the enormous fissure that resembled a scar on the earth.
2 Sand Village ninjas led the way, with Maki in the middle, Shuji and his 2 companions following closely behind, and the remaining 3 Sand Village ninjas silently bringing up the rear. The group silently entered the narrow passage. As soon as you step into that narrow crevice, the light suddenly dims. The hundreds of meters high ochre-red rock walls, like 2 silent giants, compress the sky into a swaying band of light overhead. Sunlight streamed down sparingly, shrouding most of the area in deep shadows and the dark red of the rock walls themselves. The air carried the unique chill of rocks and the scent of dust, a stark contrast to the scorching dryness of the Gobi Desert outside.
The sound of footsteps was amplified in the narrow space, echoing hollowly.
The passageway is not straight, it meanders and twists, like a giant maze. The Sand Village had clearly been operating here for some time, carving shallow recesses into the rock face to serve as temporary sentry posts and supply depots. Simple walkways and rope ladders connected observation points at different heights. Maki led the 3 to a relatively spacious rock-walled alcove. The interior of the alcove was polished relatively smooth, with a worn-out straw mat on the floor. Some daily necessities were piled up in the corner, emitting a faint musty and dusty smell. Several dim oil lamps were fixed to the rock face, their flames flickering uneasily in the breeze that seeped in through the cracks, casting long, distorted shadows onto the rough rock.
Wait here,
Maki said, signaling 2 Sand Village members to stay and guard the entrance, before turning and leaving with the others. Itachi quietly walked to the edge of the alcove, his gaze sweeping over the piled-up supplies. The rations were dark brown, hard as stone, in cake form. The leather sheath of the water pouch beside it was badly worn, with some frayed edges.
Shuji was also observing.
He had memories of living on the border of Konoha. Although life there was worse than in the village, it was still quite comfortable compared to Sunagakure. Because there were people at the door, the 3 members of the team didn't say anything, but took the opportunity to rest. When Shuji keeps his eyes open, Anko and Itachi are resting. When Shuji closes his eyes, Anko and Itachi remain on alert.
This process continues for 1 round.
The ninja at the entrance asked the Konoha team to stand up, as the Sand Village had already granted permission for the Konoha ninja to enter. In the present world, Konoha Village is considered a large city, but Shuji had seen even larger and more prosperous metropolises in his previous life. Sunagakure Village, however, was different, and it gave him a refreshing feeling. This way, Lord Ebizo is waiting for you inside. The Sand Village ninja who led the way brought him into the village, to a building marked with the character Wind. The administrative system of the ninja world is mostly modeled after Konoha, or more accurately, it is modeled after the second Hokage, Tobirama. In the center of each village, there is the building of the respective film studio, which can be seen at a glance. They were received by a gaunt old man, dressed in the sand-proof robes commonly seen in Sunagakure, with deep-set eyes.
He was Ebizo, the advisor of Sunagakure. An envoy from Konoha?
As expected of Konoha, outstanding young people emerge one after another.
Before Shuji and the others could speak, Ebizo said directly, "So, what did the Hokage send you here for? Do you want to tell us how Konoha couldn't even keep an eye on a few Kumogakure ninjas?" Red Bean's expression changed slightly. How did Sunagakure find out so quickly?
No, what Konoha came specifically to warn us about is that Iwagakure has ulterior motives and wants to take advantage of Konoha's predicament to attack Sunagakure, Shuji said calmly. That's why the Hokage sent us here immediately.
Ebizo glanced at Shuji again. Konoha has produced a talent.
It's rare to be so shameless at this age.
Ebizo felt he should be more direct. I've lived most of my life and seen many alliances.
Shinobi clans shake hands and make peace in the morning, only to turn on each other with swords in the afternoon. Tobirama Senju and the second Reikage had just formed an alliance, and he died at the hands of Kinkaku and Ginkaku in an instant.
These are not surprising.
Covenants mean nothing in the face of survival and interests. So, skip the roundabout pleasantries.
Just tell me. What is Konoha willing to give to maintain its friendship with Sunagakure this time?
Think carefully before you speak, kid. The one truly facing a life-or-death crisis right now is not Sunagakure. Ebizo's voice was low but clear enough, but Konoha.
Without Sunagakure holding the western front, you'll be attacked from both sides. How long can you hold out?
He shook his head slightly. For the sake of our current alliance, I'll tell you something else. He leaned forward slightly, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his cloudy eyes. The messengers from Iwagakure arrived before you. That old fox Sanoki, Ebizo said with a gloating expression, has prepared a very generous gift for Konoha this time. End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1,380 words. Chapter 77 Struggle. Sunagakure is not in a hurry for an answer. Go and think it over carefully, my ally.
Ebizo waved his withered hand casually, and as soon as he finished speaking, 2 Sand Village ninjas silently appeared at the door and gestured for him to enter. Shuji maintained his calm, almost emotionless expression, nodded slightly, and turned to leave with Anko and Itachi. Just as they stepped out of the room, they caught a glimpse of another door being pushed open by a Sand Village ninja at the other end of the corridor. A figure, dressed in dark Iwagakure attire that seemed out of place in the Sunagakure environment, was being led inside, presumably the one who had arrived earlier with the generous gift. The 3 were led into a small lounge. Hondo opened her mouth as if to say something, but Shoshi stopped her with a finger. He still had a smile on his face, which dispelled Hondo's initial anxiety.
Things seem to be getting serious. The key is for Shuji to find the crucial problem. There are 2 questions now. One is why Sunagakure wants to meet with people from Iwagakure, the other is why Sunagakure wants to meet with people from Konoha. In terms of their purpose, the people of Sunagakure were looking for someone to drive up the price. They were looking for someone who would offer the highest price to be their ally. So, is it Iwagakure that can afford the price, or Konohagakure? It is Konoha. Iwagakure village was not wealthy and had nothing to offer.
Based on this, it can be inferred that Ebizo of Sunagakure is using Iwagakure to raise the price, hoping that Konoha will offer a higher price. Is that all there is to it? The incident of the Cloud Village envoys going out of control in the heart of Konoha triggered a crisis in itself, one of which was external doubts about the strength of the Konoha village. They questioned whether Konoha had the ability to handle this crisis. If this issue cannot be resolved, no matter how high the price offered by Konoha village is, it will only trigger greater greed in Sunagakure village. Therefore, the more concessions a village makes during negotiations, the more it may reveal its weakness, which could make Sunagakure an ally of Iwagakure and Kumogakure, and they might try to take over Konoha together.
That's when things will really be over.
Therefore, among the things to do, revealing one's own bargaining chips is secondary. Demonstrating Konoha's attitude towards handling this incident is the most important. When the door to the lounge was opened again, Sunagakure had come to deliver the food. None of the 3 of them touched it. It wasn't until late at night that the 3 from Konoha were arranged to meet Ebizo again. When he saw Ebizo again, he didn't even ask Shuji if he had made up his mind, and directly stated his conditions. Sunagakure wants the entire Land of Rivers mission quota. Ebizo looked at Shuji's indifferent expression. He continued, as compensation for helping Konoha survive this war, Sunagakure requests.
Shuji interrupted him. I think that Consultant Ebizo doesn't need to ask for this or that.
A sharp glint appeared in Ebizo's eyes. The Land of Wind has a vast territory, but there are very few oases that can truly support the ninja villages and produce value. Shuji's tone was flat. Under these conditions, Sunagakure has maintained a ninja force size almost comparable to that of the other major powers, and its finances are already overburdened. The reason why Konoha maintains its alliance with Sunagakure is because the 2 sides share common interests. Sunagakure needs cheap food and supplies to keep the village running, while Konoha needs peace on the western front to recuperate. If we follow the advisor's advice, Sunagakure is a money-devouring beast that Konoha has to constantly feed in order to sustain itself. Even if the cost of peace exceeds the expenditure of war. Then, transferring everything that was originally given to Sunagakure to Iwagakure might not be a bad option for Konoha. Ebizo's face twitched almost imperceptibly. The Land of Earth is also not rich in resources. What Iwagakure wants to gain from all this is nothing more than wealth. The ninja, who had been active since the founding of the village, suddenly stood up.
Arrogant and foolish brat.
Hiruzen Sarutobi is old and senile, actually sending you here to discuss such an important matter.
The destruction of Konoha will begin with you. With 3 major ninja villages attacking simultaneously, what can Konoha possibly do now?
Shuji smiled coldly. On the contrary, you haven't figured out that there has never been any such thing as the 3 great ninja villages besieging each other.
Kumakure is no longer capable of fighting.
Cut off their food supplies.
How many ninjas do you think we'll need, Mr. or 10?
Even if it's destroyed, the hidden plowed village won't get a single grain of food from outside. As for Inoki of the 2 Libras, he's probably a loyal ally.
A loyal ally?
Ebizo was taken aback, then, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world, his withered face contorted with wrinkles, and he burst into a hoarse and loud laugh.
Ha ha ha. Konoha brats, they actually know how to tell jokes now? Inoki of the 2 Scales is a loyal ally? Ha 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 ha.
Before being successfully persuaded by Talk no Jutsu, Inoki was a person who would do anything for the benefit of Iwagakure. If the benefits of peace with Konoha outweighed the benefits of war with Konoha, he would not hesitate to abandon Sunagakure.
After laughing for a while, Ebizo sat back down.
Alright, Shuji, kid, let's end the jokes here. Show us Konoha's cards.
Sunagakure's patience has its limits.
Shuji also dropped his confrontational attitude. The peace talks with Kumogakure were about to succeed, and the food embargo on the Land of Lightning had been eased. But now the situation has suddenly changed.
Konoha will take over this batch of grain that cannot be sent to the Land of Lightning and sell it to the Land of Wind at the lowest possible price.
Our demand is that it be given away free of charge.
We shouldn't dwell on this too much, this is exactly what Sunagakure needs most.
So Shuji nodded in agreement.
2/3 of the mission quota for the Land of Rivers is to be taken by Sunagakure.
Ebizo held up 2 withered fingers. This refers to the portion of the Land of Rivers that was originally allocated to Konoha.
1/6.
What followed was nothing more than banging on the table and arguing until a basic consensus was reached. Ebizo wearily raised his hand and rubbed his lower back. I'm getting old, really old.
I can't keep up with you young people anymore.
He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes to rest for a moment, then opened them again, his gaze falling on Shiosi with a hint of barely perceptible amusement. A generous gift, would you like it?
It would be wonderful if you could call him over.
Ebizo did not respond, but simply waved his withered hand very slightly towards the doorway. After a moment of silence, the door was pushed open. The envoy, dressed in Iwagakure attire, entered, his face initially showing relief at having completed his mission. However, his expression changed drastically the moment he saw that there were still Konoha ninjas in the room. A mixture of shock, wariness, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes.
He instinctively took a half step back, opening his mouth to rebuke. A dark light suddenly pierced his throat.
He couldn't even utter a complete syllable, all his questions and anger were frozen in his throat. With his eyes wide open and his body convulsing violently, the Iwagakure messenger futilely reached for his own neck with both hands, dark red liquid seeping from between his fingers, before collapsing heavily to the ground with a thud.
Shuji, who had just thrown a kunai, casually thanked Ebizo. May the friendship between Konoha and Sunagakure last forever. What a fierce and cunning brat, Ebizo thought with a yawn.
End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1,401 words. Chapter 78 Response. This time, the lounge provided by Sunagakure was much more spacious.
Red Bean let out a heavy sigh, patted her chest, and her face still showed signs of shock. That Sand Village advisor's aura was so intimidating.
How did you manage to remain calm, Shuji? My legs would have gone weak in the knees. Moreover, isn't it a problem to agree to so many conditions? Captain, you even killed the Iwagakure envoy on the spot. Shiosi rubbed his temples. It's nothing.
My permissions were confirmed before I went on the mission. Even if there isn't one, you must never show weakness in this situation. You should talk, respond, and wait for instructions.
Otherwise, you won't get anything done.
As for that Iwagakure envoy, even if Advisor Ebizo doesn't bring him out, I'll have to find an opportunity to kill him after we finish talking.
Red Bean lay on the table, muttering, but how did our mission get to this point? We came here to explain the situation to our allies, and now?
First, Iwagakure laid an ambush, then, it seemed like Sunagakure had turned against them, then, it seemed like Sunagakure hadn't turned against them, next, it seemed like Sunagakure was about to turn against them, and finally, Sunagakure didn't turn against them. The face of the sand village changed faster than the wind in the desert. The young Jonin was also a little tired, so he closed his eyes to rest. So-called alliances during times of war are nothing more than this.
In such times, the life of an envoy is either one of great success and abundant honor, or one of death and obscurity. The Cloud Village Messenger is one, the Rock Village Messenger is another, and if he doesn't handle things well, he won't be any different from the former two. The matter of Sunagakure has not yet been truly settled. The agreement reached with Ebizo is only a preliminary one.
The final decision will depend on the return of the Kazekage from the northern fortress. As for Ebizo bringing out the Iwagakure envoy for Shuji to kill, it only shows that this advisor's actual stance was more inclined towards Konoha. If the Kazekage returns and decides to turn against them, he can, since the person was killed by a Konoha ninja. Konoha was now shrouded in dark clouds.
Danma's squad brought back disastrous intelligence. Sunagakure ninjas were involved in the ambush of Konoha's forces.
Although it is only speculation about the Sand Village's change of stance, it is undoubtedly adding insult to injury for the Konoha leadership, who are already overwhelmed by the Cloud Village's messenger incident. Inside the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hamura Mitokado, Koharu Utatane, Danzo Shimura, and Shikaku Nara, the leader of the Jonin team, gathered together.
Bad news comes one after another.
The official accountability document from Rei's Shadow has arrived, and it is strongly worded. The Cloud Village border forces have once again confronted Konoha on the eastern front in the land of hot springs, with several small-scale clashes breaking out in just one day, creating a tense atmosphere. Even more troublesome is the Hidden Mist Village. Several Hidden Mist Village squads took advantage of the chaos to land and scout along the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire. Fugaku Uchiha volunteered to help the village, and the police force agreed to send personnel. After an emergency meeting at the top, it was decided that Uchiha Shursui would lead the team there, and they have temporarily repelled the Kirigakure squad. But this signal is extremely dangerous. If Kirigakure were to intervene and cause trouble, even if it were just to provide Kumogakure with a small amount of food supplies, it could cause Konoha a great deal of trouble. From the Cloud Village side, Jonin Kitamura's latest report, Mitokado Hamura pushed up his glasses. Although the other side is making frequent moves, the intensity of the conflict is kept below the Chunin level, and troop movements are limited to their existing defense zones. Koharu Utatane turned her gaze to the leader of Root, Danzo. Any further information regarding Iwagakure? Not yet. Time was too short. Even the most efficient spies infiltrating Iwagakure needed room to maneuver.
An invisible pressure weighed on Nara Shikaku.
The four men focused their attention, awaiting the judgment of this Konoha strategist. Nara Shikaku rubbed his temples, forcing himself to stay alert. The intervention of Kirigakure is more of a test and an attempt to take advantage of the situation. Unlike the other three major powers, they do not have enough strategic motivation and strength to gain substantial benefits on land far from the coastline. Their threat level can be assessed as secondary for the time being. He then shifted his focus to the core issue. Regarding the Sand Village, Team 5 has yet to send back any concrete information.
Combined with the information brought back by the Ganma squad, this silence is all the more intriguing.
More likely, Sunagakure is still wavering and has not yet made a final decision. The most powerful support we, living in the village, can provide for the 5th class right now is to create momentum. Nara Shikaku's gaze swept over everyone, and he said that attack the west, defend the east strategy decided at the Jonin meeting can no longer be implemented due to the Sunagakure's unclear stance.
There are currently 2 feasible strategies.
He held up one finger. First, we should take the initiative to launch an attack on the eastern front of the Land of Hot Springs, seek a victory of sufficient magnitude, severely damage the Cloud Village frontline troops, force them to face reality and abandon their illusions of war, thereby stabilizing the eastern front.
This is the most direct and effective solution.
The plan was proposed, but the room fell silent. Everyone knew that if a decisive victory could be easily achieved on the Eastern Front, peace would have already arrived. This plan was extremely risky, and if it failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Narashikaku understood immediately and raised his second finger. Secondly, a two-pronged approach. On one hand, continue to put pressure on Kumogakure on the Eastern Front, maintaining a high-pressure stance to prevent them from making any rash moves. On the other hand, and most importantly, immediately dispatch an envoy to Kumogakure to formally restart peace talks. His gaze sharpened. The Cloud Village's current restraint on the Eastern Front is itself a signal. They are still willing to negotiate, but they need a higher price to save face and make up for the losses caused by the Akai incident. Send envoys there. Even if the negotiations ultimately fail, as long as the outside world, especially Sunagakure and Iwagakure, sees that Kumogakure is more inclined to negotiate with Konoha than to fight to the death, their desire for war will be greatly curbed. When weighing the options, Sunagakure will lean more towards Konoha than be tied to Iwagakure. Kumakunobi's attitude does indeed lean more towards continuing negotiations, Mitokado Hamura added, but this time, the price they're demanding will inevitably be far greater than before. Sending Jonin isn't enough to deal with them. Hiruzen Sarutobi cannot leave the village. Danzo needs to oversee intelligence gathering and route operations in the Iwagakure area. The candidate can only be one of the two advisors. I'll lead the team to Kumogakure, Mitokado Hamura said. Later, I'll go to the sealing team. As an advisor, he knew too much. Before he could be sent to a ninja village that was still hostile, he had to make arrangements for his own death. Hiruzen Sarutobi silently lit his pipe, tacitly accepting the decision amidst the swirling smoke. Xiaochun, who was turning over to her room, looked solemn and had no objection to this. The two advisors had already conducted a private deduction, and faced with the possible extreme measures of the Cloud Village, Mitokado Hamura's reaction and decision-making ability were superior. The scale and prestige of the mission must be large enough, Narashikaku added. This is to give a boost to the reputation of the Jonin Shuji in Sunagakure. I will take care of their safety. Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his pipe. From the moment the delegation leaves the village until they enter the border of the land of hot springs, I will personally lead the escort. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1308 words. Chapter 79. Luosha. The fifth team stayed in Sunagakure village for 2 days. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, finally returned from the northern fortress. He did not immediately summon the Konoha envoy, but instead listened to Ebizo's detailed report on the negotiations. That's the condition. Konoha's bottom line is very strict. Luosha sat upright in the wind shadow position, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the cold armrest, making a soft tapping sound. Can't we try to get more? If we were to ask Konoha for a piece of land at this time, would they agree? Ebizo met Raza's gaze, but instead of answering the tempting question directly, he threw out a seemingly unrelated fact. Fourth Hokage, the current Reikage is not like his father. Luosha's fingers, which were tapping the armrest, paused. That third Reikage was capable of doing something as foolish as attacking Sunagakure across the entire ninja world, and then, after failing to attack Sunagakure, he went on to attack Iwagakure. What's the point? Just because the third Kazekage is missing? Neighboring Iwagakure and Konoha haven't even said a word yet, so why is the Reikage, who's miles away, in such a hurry? Even if we could win, what would happen? Would the Land of Wind become an enclave of the Land of Lightning? Thinking of defeating Sunagakure and Iwagakure? And then attacking Konoha together? Can't you just say so before you attack Konoha? We can do it together. Such a reckless man, who acts solely on impulse, would disregard the realities of his homeland and fight Konoha to the death if his envoy were killed by Konoha. But the current fourth Reikage, is not his father. He may be just as irritable and easily angered, but he is better at weighing the pros and cons and understanding what is worthwhile. Raza, of course, understood Ebizo's subtext. The Akai incident has been brewing for several days, but the hidden cloud village has only made a lot of noise but not much action, which already speaks volumes about their stance. In this situation, if Sunagakure were to demand land from Konoha, the chances of success would be very low.
Instead, it might force Konoha to compromise with Kumogakure first. As the Konoha envoy said, they turned around and made peace with Iwagakure. Kumogakure is thousands of miles away, while Iwagakure is a hostile neighbor of Sunagakure.
The entanglement and friction of interests between the two sides in the Western countries have never stopped.
However, such opportunities are far too rare. Luo Sha felt a little regretful. Chances to thoroughly rip off an ally were few and far between. Anoki cannot be trusted.
Ebizo looked at Raza's expression, his tone becoming much more serious.
That guy, although we don't know how he managed to plan this operation. But, his plan was definitely not designed to benefit Sunagakure. We would never allow Sunagakure to gain such a great benefit after going to such lengths. Fourth Hokage, let's first secure the benefits we can hold on to. Food, supplies, mission quotas, these are the tangible things that can solve our immediate problems. As for land? Or even dividing up Konoha? That's too far-fetched and too unrealistic. If there is any hope, it's not too late to take action then. Luo Sha was silent for a moment, then asked about something else. Have you found Feng Wan's whereabouts?
Yesterday, Maki confirmed it in the Land of Rivers, Ebizo said casually.
They're dead.
They're dead along with the men he took with him.
Utterly foolish, trying to control the will of the village and act on their own, bringing about their own destruction. Really? He's dead.
Raza thought for a moment, his eyes flickering.
Killed by someone from Konoha? Probably so. Then, could we use this as a reason to ask Konoha for something else? After all, we've lost several elite ninjas.
The old advisor from Sunagakure chuckled. If the fourth Hokage thinks it's feasible, he might as well try it himself.
It's not a matter of the old man's pride. Yes, our people intended to cooperate with Iwagakure in attacking Konoha, so what? Does Konoha even need Sunagakure as an ally?
If it were a different messenger, he might be willing to swallow his pride again and perhaps even get something more.
The one who has arrived now is no simple character. Ebizo can imagine what Shuji will say after he speaks up for this.
He had no interest in arguing with that young man again. Upon hearing this, Luo Sha stopped mentioning the matter and simply said, in that case, I will go and meet with the envoy from Konoha.
Kazekage office. Lord Kazekage. Shuji bowed slightly, followed closely by Enko and Itachi. The envoy from Konoha has had a long and arduous journey. Advisor Ebizo has explained the details to me.
The Sand Village will firmly uphold its alliance with Konoha and work together to address this crisis.
Please rest assured, village.
Hondo's lips twitched almost imperceptibly, and she almost couldn't help but question what steadfastness meant, but the captain in front of her kept her quiet. Uchiha Itachi quietly observed the relationships between the villages, and learned a great deal from this mission.
Shuji wore a perfectly timed smile. He then said, Lord Kazekage has worked tirelessly for the alliance, and Konoha is deeply grateful. I wonder how the battle is going at the northern fortress.
If the pressure on the front lines is too great, as an ally, Konoha is willing to provide support and fight the powerful enemy together.
Luo Sha replied, the battle at the front is at a stalemate, but Elder Chio of our village has gone to take command on my behalf. The defense line is solid, and there is no major problem for the time being. As for Konoha's assistance, Sunagakure is deeply grateful.
The land of wind is poor and barren, and Sunagakure is indeed in dire need of material aid.
Pay more?
Of course. Regarding the matter of food and supplies, Advisor Ebizo and I have already reached an agreement, and Konoha will do its best.
Pay more? Forget about it. Shuji brushed it off and revealed his true request. Konoha is willing to provide elite squads to directly support the Sunagakure defenses and share the burden. Raza's expression remained unchanged. Sunagakure appreciates the sentiments of our ally.
However, your village is currently under pressure from Kumogakure and is in a difficult situation as well. It would be best to use your elite forces to deal with Kumogakure first.
Sunagakure can still hold on. Support? What a joke.
The news of the Iwagakure envoy's death hasn't even spread yet, and Iwagakure is still trying to win over Sunagakure. There's practically nothing happening on the northern front. They just throw out some shuriken every day, and they have to pick them up and use them again the next day. Luo Sha stayed at the front lines only as a precaution, and also to let the old advisor play the bad guy in the rear.
Konoha said they were sending reinforcements, but how many could actually come?
Just a few small teams, more like supervisory teams than reinforcements.
Their arrival will most likely cause trouble, and a major battle between Sunagakure and Iwagakure will probably be unavoidable. Luo Sha did not want a fight. This is fine as it is, they just take the money and do nothing.
Moreover, people in Sunagakure have already died because of this. Although Kazumaki, that idiot, deserved to die, he was, after all, a ninja from Sunagakure, and he died in the land of rivers. Why do they ignore the deaths of those who died at the hands of Konoha ninjas, and now they don't question or hold anyone accountable? This is the sacrifice of Sunagakure. End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1,398 words.
Chapter 80. Driving people away. Not wanting to continue discussing the matter of Konoha sending reinforcements, Raza chose to end the conversation and asked Shuji to leave. Even with the Kazakage's verbal promise to maintain the alliance, Team 5's actions in Sunagakure were still strictly restricted. The only concession came after Shuji made several requests, at which point Sunagakure reluctantly agreed to allow them to travel to a designated commercial area within the village, accompanied by ninja. How strict, Sunagakure.
Anko felt the gaze from behind and complained in a low voice, "We don't treat envoys from other villages this badly, do we?"
The current Konoha has been reorganized, and the clan territories and key locations are all outside the main roads. Shuji said while looking at the items on the shelves of the Sunagakure shop. The village's commercial areas are even open to the outside world, allowing trade with the outside world. The shelves in Sunagakure do have items, including a considerable amount of rare luxury goods such as gold, high-end spices and medicinal herbs, but the variety and prices of daily necessities are a bit too high. Shiosi's fingertips brushed over the everyday items, finally stopping in front of a small bottle of exquisitely packaged high-end fragrance. He took it off, and the gazes of the Sand Village ninjas accompanying him softened considerably in an instant.
This should be reimbursable, right? As he made the payment, the Jonin thought to himself. Does the captain have someone he wants to give a gift to?
When Hongdo heard the price of the perfume, she gasped and leaned over to smell it.
This price, it smells so good. I guess so, it's a gift.
After packing his things, Shiosi lost interest in looking at them anymore and returned to his resting place.
Upon returning, they found Ebizo in their lounge.
The old man's head was lowered, his body rising and falling with soft snoring, as if he had been waiting for a long time.
Advisor Ebizo. Oh, Shuji brat, you're finally back?
Ebizo seemed to be startled awake, slowly raising his head, his eyes squinting, looking old and tired. An old man can't stand waiting. His gaze swept over the small cloth bag in Shiosi's hand, and his nostrils twitched almost imperceptibly.
Kid, you know your stuff.
His face was full of smiles, but his attitude was as if he had seen a sucker.
Sunagakure has a lot of good things, you can buy more. Speaking of which, after we've finished shopping, when are we going back? Konoha must be getting impatient, wanting to know Sunagakure's attitude. Are you trying to get your money back by staying here?
Shuji leisurely placed the bag aside, sat down opposite Ebizo, and poured himself a glass of water.
Konoha was naturally anxious at first because they didn't receive any news, but several days passed and Sunagakure also showed no unusual activity, which was a strong sign of stability.
The village, at this moment, should not be in a hurry.
We haven't received Lord Kazakage's official reply yet, so it's not good to go back empty-handed.
Ebizo spread his arm, and a small scroll slid out from his wide sleeve and landed on the table.
This is it, time to go back, kid. Lord Kazakage doesn't seem to want to see me, Shuji said without looking at me.
A sharp tongue is too annoying. The fourth Hokage doesn't have the time to waste on your words.
Every day we talk about reinforcements, but what kind of reinforcements? Let's not talk nonsense.
Ebizo slammed his hand on the table.
If Konoha doesn't deliver what it promised, Sunagakure won't make a move. I've already let you kill the Iwagakure envoy, isn't that enough of Sunegakure's sincerity? Kid, who do you think your threats can scare? Even if that old bastard Inoki is unreliable, he can still pull out his money if it comes to attacking Konoha. I chose Konoha because I saw that you know that among all the ninja world, only Sunegakure and Konoha have the best foundation for cooperation. It's not that we had no choice but to choose Konoha. You brat, do you understand now? Ebizo's voice grew louder and louder, as if he had gone mad. Shuji picked up the kettle and filled the empty cup in front of the old man. The old consultant glared at him, then grabbed the cup and gulped down the water, his emotions seemingly calming down as a result. The young Jonin then reached out and took the scroll, checked it over, and, seeing that the seal and signature on it were correct, put it away. Ebizo watched his movements coldly, snorted, and stood up to leave. Get out of here tomorrow. Sunegakure will send 3 teams of ninja to escort Konoha's envoy back. Advisor Ebizo, Shuji, who had been silent until now, suddenly said, since both sides understand that they are the most compatible partners, why can't we cooperate sincerely? In this ninja world, the only villages with the least desire to attack Sunegakure are Kirigakure and Konoha. The one that most desires to achieve a permanent peace with Sunegakure is also Konoha. Now is the time for Konoha and Sunegakure to take their friendship a step further, and it is also the best opportunity to weaken Iwagakure, their common enemy. Ebizo remained silent. Without the pressure from Iwagakure, could Konoha still offer Sunegakure such good conditions? He didn't believe it, and neither did Raza. Permanent peace? Let's talk about that when the people of the desert no longer have to worry about survival. As he watched him leave, Shuji was puzzled. Sunegakure, why are you in such a hurry all of a sudden? Is there some movement in the village? Or has something happened? Team 5 couldn't hear any news from Sunegakure, and he had no way of knowing the current situation in the ninja world. However, it's time to go back. As an envoy, this is all I can do. Ebizo's ultimatum quickly became a reality. The next morning, Team 5 left Sunegakure under the protection of 3 full squads, a total of 12 Sunegakure ninja. They barely stopped along the way, let alone encountered any problems. The role of these Sand Village ninjas was less about protection and more about strict guarding to ensure that Team 5 didn't run away and led the group straight to the Land of Fire. The good news is that because there are enough Sand Village ninjas under protection, Team 5 is able to rest for a relatively long time during their journey. The bad news is that they were in a real rush, so much so that Shiosi found it strange and had even more doubts in his mind. However, since there were many Sand Village ninjas, he had no choice but to abandon his thoughts of investigation. After a day and a night, the familiar lush forests of the Land of Fire came into view, and the fences and watchtowers of the border outposts were clearly visible. Only then did the Sand Village's guards stop. The leading Sand Village Jonin gave Shuji a brief greeting. Jonin Shuji, we were ordered to escort you here. We are now in the territory of the Land of Fire, so farewell. Before the words were even finished, the 12 Sand Village ninjas turned around without hesitation and quickly disappeared in the direction they had come from. The Konoha ninjas on duty at the border outpost had already noticed them. Several Konoha ninjas cautiously stepped forward, and after verifying each other's identities, the middle-aged ninja who appeared to be the captain quickly came to greet them. Jonin Shuji. You're finally back. That's great. The village has been worried about you while you were in Sunegakure. His gaze swept eagerly over Shiosi, with an inquiring look in his eyes. Shuji nodded and said succinctly, mission accomplished, Sunegakure is safe. I have the Kazekage's reply here, and I need to return to the village immediately to present it to the third Hokage. Upon hearing this, the Chunin breathed a long sigh of relief, a smile instantly spreading across his face. He turned back and shouted loudly to his companions behind him, did you hear that? The alliance is fine. Sunegakure is still our ally. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1396 words. Chapter 81 completed. Between Iwagakure and Sunegakure, from east to west, lie the Land of Rain, the Land of Birds, the Land of Stone, and finally the Land of Silence. Because of Hanzo the Salamander's past domineering performance, the Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Sand Village try to avoid fighting on the Land of Rain's territory. The land of birds, the land of stones, and the land of silence have been the points of contention between the two sides for a long time. For Sunagakure, the northern part of the land of wind, bordering the land of birds and the land of stone, is mostly desolate mountain ranges eroded by wind and sand. There are only a few rugged paths that can be traveled. The terrain is complex, supplies are difficult, and its strategic value is limited. Since the truly valuable lands of the Wind Kingdom are not located near the northern region, only 1 or 2 watchtowers were left for guard purposes. The real battleground on the northern front has always been the border of the Silent Kingdom. Anoki was in a sturdy fortress carved out of a natural giant rock on the southwestern border of the Land of Earth. Lord Tsuchikage, Urgent Intelligence. A member of the hidden rock guard knelt silently on the ground, presenting a scroll with both hands. Anoki took it and unfolded it. Has Mitokado Hamura, who was sent as an envoy to Kumobakure, already arrived in the land of hot springs? The Raikage isn't making any other moves. Although he is a young man, as a shadow, he is more outstanding than his father. It was originally just a probing operation to see if it could disrupt the negotiations between Kumobakure and Konoha, but unexpectedly it actually succeeded. When Akatsuki sent back the message, it surprised the third Tsuchikage, who now held them in higher regard. Although they were just mercenaries, they were quite useful. Unfortunately, the Raikage was more rational than expected. The plans targeting Sunagakure have yet to yield the expected results. The Kazekage's attitude remains ambiguous, and he has been hesitant to make a statement. Now, it's time to make a choice again. Anoki gazes into the distance. As news of the 5th platoon's successful return arrived, cheers erupted throughout the outpost. Anko smiled too. She hadn't had a good time in Sunagakure. The conditions were bad enough, but when she came back, she was escorted back to the land of fire like a prisoner. The enthusiasm of her companions immediately lessened the fatigue she had accumulated over the past few days, and even Itachi's expression softened a bit. Shuji didn't interrupt this brief moment of relaxation. He led the Chunin captain to a relatively quiet spot and asked what had happened during this time. The village has sent an envoy to Kumobakure? They've already left the land of fire and are waiting for news from Kumobakure in the land of hot water? Now the young Jonin understood that the reason Sunagakure was in such a hurry to bring him back was to finalize the previously agreed upon conditions before Kumobakure accepted the delegation's entry. At this point in time, the offer to Sunagakure is still at its highest point, and the village will accept it. They may even hope to use this to show Kumobakure that Konoha is still stable, thereby forcing Kumobakure to accept Konoha's envoy. After a short rest at the outpost, the 5th squad set off again. They arrived at Konoha village late at night. During this special period, the village entrance was heavily guarded, with the number of checkpoints doubled, and the team on duty was led by Uchiha Fugaku himself. The police captain's gaze swept over the 3 travel-worn individuals, lingering for a moment on the son Itachi, before nodding to Shuji and waving them through. The delegation that went to Sunagakure returned, and the news was immediately reported to the Hokage building. The office was brightly lit, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, Koharu Yutatane, and Shikaku Nara had obviously been waiting for a long time. Without uttering any further nonsense, Shuji went straight to reporting the mission results, the key points of his negotiations with Ebizo and Raza, the conditions reached, and his own judgment. Although Sunagakure has promised to maintain the alliance, in reality, their attitude remains wavering, and it is difficult to expect them to cooperate with us on the western front against Iwagakure. As things stand now, they might even maintain their tacit agreement with Iwagakure and let them attack as they please. At the end of his report, Shiosi did not embellish the results of his mission. Instead, he gave the most conservative assessment. However, the high-ranking officials of the ninja village present reacted indifferently. You have successfully completed this mission, Hiruzen Sarutobi set the tone. In such a treacherous and complex situation, you were able to stabilize Sunagakure and prevent it from siding with Iwagakure. You have already lived up to the village's expectations. Koharu Yutatane nodded slightly in agreement. After the 2 higher-ups finished expressing their stance, the Jonin squad leader stood up, smiled, and patted Shuji on the shoulder. The result you brought back is the best we can achieve under the current circumstances. It's enough to announce to the village and reassure the people.
You've worked hard to find a breakthrough in that situation and secure such a promise, Shuji. Hiruzen Sarutobi said gently, you must be tired from traveling so far.
Go back and rest well. We'll need your strength for the battles to come. Shuji bowed slightly, said no more, and left the Hokage's office. Outside, the night was deep.
Red Bean was yawning wildly, completely lacking any decorum, while Itachi leaned quietly against the wall, resting with his eyes closed. For some reason, seeing this scene made him suddenly feel tired, and fatigue filled his whole body. Seeing the captain come out, the purple-haired female ninja grabbed his shoulder and leaned half her weight on him. Shuji, how did it go?
What did the Hokage and the others say? Mission accomplished, go back and rest. Ha? That's it?
She tried to open her eyes wide, but her eyelids kept drooping.
Where's the credit? Where's the reward? At least there should be a nice meal to reward you. Not now, we'll make it up later.
Shiosi smiled helplessly.
Go home and get some sleep first. Yes, yes.
Hondo mumbled in response, then suddenly touched her stomach.
But, I'm so hungry, Captain, can we find something to eat first?
At this time, all the shops are closed. Upon hearing this, Itachi was about to say that he had food at home when Anko suddenly slammed her fist in her hand.
I remember now. I still have instant noodles at home. Is this enough for 3 servings? I think there should be enough, the female ninja said, seemingly unsure but with absolute certainty. Anyway, there's definitely enough.
Itachi silently swallowed his words and looked at Shuji.
Then let's eat instant noodles at your place.
The captain made the decision. When they returned to Hondo's slightly messy ninja apartment, after rummaging through drawers and cupboards, they only found 2 packs of instant noodles. Shiosi remained silent, then looked up and stared intently at Hondo, who looked guilty.
He couldn't resist, reaching out to pinch one of her cheeks and pulling it outwards with slight force. Is this what you meant by enough? With her cheeks being pulled, Red Bean's voice was muffled as she tried to struggle. Wah! I still have a bowl. Let's share. Captain, you're of high status, you can eat less. Itachi is young, so he eats less too. You're the one who should eat less. In the end, Itachi silently boiled the water.
Shuji found the bowl that Anko had mentioned. The sound of boiling water was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Rinse the 2 portions of dough with water, then divide them into 3 equal portions.
After drinking the hot soup, sleepiness suddenly returned.
Shuji looked up and saw that Anko was already fast asleep on the tatami, and Itachi was curled up in the corner, his breathing becoming even and long.
At least tidy up a bit first. Forget it. Shuji closed his eyes and lay down on the spot. That's all for tonight.
End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1301 words.
Chapter 82 Recruitment. Shuji slept exceptionally soundly that night, and when he woke up the next day, he realized that he was actually the last one to get up. Itachi had probably gone home. When I saw him, he had changed his clothes and was eating dumplings with Anko. These two would probably never get tired of eating this for the rest of their lives. Besides the meatballs, there were also rice balls, tamagoyaki, and fried fish on the low table, as well as a bag containing a towel and a toothbrush. Mom cooked breakfast, and knowing I was coming back, she asked me to take some with me, Itachi said softly.
The towels and toothbrushes are new, you can use them, senior.
The cool water splashed on his face, chasing away the last bit of sleepiness.
He returned to the table and picked up a rice ball. Hondo said, the Hokage sent someone to tell us to go to the Hokage building after we rest.
Shuji replied casually.
Red Bean looked forward to it. A reward? It must be a reward.
This mission was so arduous.
Itachi retorted, it's you who's working hard, senpai. Anko senpai and I are just accompanying you. What nonsense are you talking about? Without foolish subordinates, how can the captain's brilliance and prowess be highlighted? Uchiha remained silent, unsure how to respond. Hondo smiled smugly.
After lunch, Team 5 headed to the Hokage building. News of the successful mission had already spread throughout the village, but most villagers didn't know exactly who had participated, only that the team leader was named Shurji. But there is no specific image of who it is. This time, Nara Shikaku and Udatane Kohara weren't in the office, only Sarutobi Hiruzen was there.
Haven't you had enough rest yet?
I'm so sorry to have called you all here again. As always, the third-generation leader first inquired about the situation before getting down to business.
First of all, the news of your successful mission has greatly excited the villagers.
Xiaochun has suggested holding a celebration ceremony for you, but I would like to hear your opinion first, Shioji.
Boost morale? Create momentum?
Or is it about rebuilding the Senju clan, or are they planning to create a new hero? Shiosi shook his head. The success of the mission relied on the collective strength of the village. The frontline troops are still fighting, and I think it is inappropriate for us to take all the credit.
Hiruzen Sarutobi respected his opinion. The second thing is about the mission for Class 5.
The village will add an S-rank mission completion record for each of you, and the reward will be issued after the administration department processes it. Thirdly, the 5th squad can rest in the village for 3 days. At this point, the third leader said apologetically, "We're short-handed right now, so I can only give you this much time."
I'm sorry.
Given the current situation, it would be enough to give a Jonin 3 days of rest, so Shuji doesn't care about that. Finally, the village needs to send someone to coordinate the handover of supplies with Sunagakure.
There are some details that require your assistance.
Of course, there is no problem. After completing the handover, Hiruzen Sarutobi told Team 5 to go back and enjoy a short vacation. The routine meal was a given. After resting, Shiosi continued his training, filling in the blank scrolls he had bought before setting off.
Hayami Shigeru visited once during that period. Everyone thinks that your promotion to Jonin is a big deal and we should celebrate, he said.
Shuji knew exactly who this big family was, and this time he didn't refuse. There was no need for them to become famous within the village, but the rituals to maintain internal cohesion and unity were still necessary.
Shoji did not refuse. You can arrange the time and place. Hayami Shigeru left satisfied.
Team 5's vacation proceeded as planned, but the already chaotic ninja world would not be put on pause by a brief respite in a corner of Konoha. Some were not willing to sit idly by and watch Konoha gradually turn the tide, nor were they willing to wait for Kumogakure to express its stance to Konoha's envoy. Just as Shuji was about to finish his last day of vacation, urgent intelligence once again shattered the relaxed atmosphere that had arisen due to the Sand Village Alliance. The villagers of Iwagakure have moved south in large numbers. More than 1,000 Iwagakure ninjas surged across the border of the land of grass like a yellow tide, their forces aimed directly at the Kanabi Bridge. The urgent cries of eagles at the front lines grew ever louder.
Shuji is summoned again. Before leaving, Granny Taowa called him back. Shuji, really, you're not planning to give up? Shosi stopped at the door without turning around. Yes. Senju Momoka lowered her eyelids slightly. In that case, let's go.
Take good care of yourself. This time, only Shuji was summoned, not at the Hokage building, but at the edge of a cliff above the Hokage rock. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood on the edge of the cliff, gazing down at the entire village. Behind him were the 2 ANBU members whom Shuji had seen before. Because the features are so distinctive, they are easily recognizable. One is Yamato, codenamed Tenzo, and the other is Kakashi Hataki.
Shushi. Hokage-sama. Iwagakure has dispatched a Jinchuriki. Shuji's eyes narrowed.
No wonder the front lines collapsed so quickly. Iwagakure, with 2 Jinchuriki, certainly had that ability. The third Hokage's gaze remained fixed on the village below. Uchiha Shursui has led the elite of the police force to the front line of the Land of Hot Springs.
The Land of Hot Springs? Is it to guard against Kumogakure also sending Jinchuriki? Shuji glanced at Tenzo and roughly understood why he was the only one summoned.
This time, all that's needed is his strength. Itachi is still too young, and Anko lacks the means to fight against a Jinchuriki. The old woman's question before leaving might be the last chance she could give Shuji, a chance for the village to continue pretending not to know about his power. I have recalled Jiraiya, but he is alone and it is too difficult for him to deal with 2 Jinchuriki.
Your words can be of help, right? I need a definite answer.
A brief silence fell over the edge of the cliff, broken only by the howling wind.
After a long silence, Shuji finally spoke, I can.
The third generation took a deep breath and turned to face him, then I'll leave it to you. Then his tone changed, Jonin Shuji, you will be assigned to the Anbu for this mission, and will resume your Jonin status after the mission is completed. Your teammates are Kakashi and Tenzo.
You already know about their abilities from the last assessment.
Kakashi is more senior and has more experience in missions, so he will lead the team this time. With tactical mastermind Kakashi leading the team, Shuji had no objections. It was a rare opportunity to not have to think too much. By fighting as an Anbu member, it seems the third Hokage doesn't intend to reveal his true identity. That's fine, Shuji doesn't want to easily expose his would-release abilities either.
Without the strength of Hashirama Senju, it's always wise to conceal information appropriately. Conventional ninjutsu is sufficient for most situations.
Keep a would-release trump card handy. If it hits the opponent, it can often decide their fate.
Would-release's additional damage is extremely strong, making it perfect for surprise attacks.
The situation at the front is urgent. Depart immediately after receiving the Dark Guard equipment. End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1,237 words. Chapter 83. Both sides. The 3-day holiday ended, and Iwagakure launched another attack. Anko thought the village's call would come soon. It turned out not to be.
So she went to the team leader's house to ask about the village's arrangements. Hongdo remembered the way when she helped move the scrolls last time.
Not here?
The old lady in the house said, he went on a mission.
A mission? I've been abandoned? A wave of immense disappointment and resentment washed over Mitarashi Anko, and her face paled instantly. She practically ran all the way to the Uchiha clan's territory.
The guards at the entrance were indifferent, neither stopping her nor paying her any attention, until a girl with a gentle voice appeared.
Quan, thank you.
No need, Anko-senpai is Itachi's comrade, right? The girl said.
I am Itachi's friend.
He mentioned his seniors.
Does that little brat have friends his own age? The thought flashed through her mind, and then she saw Itachi Uchiha. Senior, you've gone on a mission?
Seeing the fleeting surprise and confusion on Itachi's face strangely calmed Anko's anxious heart a little. It seemed that she wasn't the only one unaware.
Elder brother? Excuse me, Sasuke, I have to go out for a bit.
Without a Jonin present, the process of meeting the Hokage became much longer. The two simply waited without speaking until Hiruzen Sarutobi appeared before them.
Lord Hokage. Captain, has Shuji gone on a mission? Why weren't we taken along? Class 5, did they disband? Aren't we a team anymore? Hongdo's tone was hurried, filled with barely concealed excitement.
The third Hokage was not angered by her rudeness. His gaze lingered for a moment on her and on Itachi, who stood silently but with a stubborn look in his eyes, before he calmly spoke, yes, Shoshi is on a mission. It's a high-level mission and very dangerous. Currently, he is the only one in the 5th squad who is qualified to participate. I apologize for temporarily reassigning your captain, but please rest assured that he is not acting alone. He has very outstanding companions with him. This is a difficult mission that only Jonin-level players can participate in. After the mission is over, he will still be the captain of the 5th squad, and you will still be members of the 5th squad.
Are we too weak? I'm too weak.
Returning alone to her quiet apartment, her hand unconsciously went to her neck. There, the cursed seal that the third Hokage had personally sealed was faintly burning. Outside Konoha village, deep in the dense forest, 3 figures moved silently at an extremely fast speed. Compared to regular ninja equipment, the Anbu's standard equipment is superior in both functionality and concealment. They're also very comfortable to wear. The only thing that Shuji wasn't too happy about was the dark tattoo on his arm, although the design was simple and beautiful. Okay, anyway, I'm not taking the civil service exam. No, wait, this tattoo is one of the proofs of being part of the Secret Service. You're more unconventional than I thought, Kakashi teased. Even though Shuji's movements were impeccable, the subtle, exhilarating feeling of experiencing the details of the dark guard suit for the first time could not escape the perception of a veteran like him.
Has Kakashi-senpai ever considered dyeing his hair? Shuji suddenly asked. Huh?
This abrupt turn of events startled Kakashi.
The Dark Division is supposed to hide their identities, right? That's the theory. But Kakashi-senpai's silver hair, coupled with the features of the Sharingan, Shuji stated calmly, is too easily recognizable. Forgive my bluntness, but what exactly is being hidden?
Yamato's foot seemed to slip subtly to the side and behind, making a very soft snap sound.
Well, the umbu has many different functions.
Not all missions require completely concealing one's original identity. Some jobs are more routine or internal missions. Kakashi's voice carried a hint of embarrassment. He tried to regain his composure. If I really need to conceal my identity, I'll wear a trench coat, or I can use a transformation technique.
Understood. Shuji's tone was devoid of emotion. Ahem.
Kakashi cleared his throat, forcibly changing the subject.
Focus on the mission, Mori. Let's end this small talk. Mori, that's Shuji's code name for this operation.
Kakashi at this point hasn't yet transformed into the sly old fox he'll become, always carrying his own frivolous reading material and effortlessly defusing any awkward situation.
Shuji thought to himself.
He didn't notice the subtle, admiring gaze directed at him from the side.
Mori-senpai, you are indeed amazing. What?
Yamato is a year younger than Shuji, so calling him senpai is correct.
Where did this impressive compliment come from?
To be able to seize Kakashi-senpai's weakness so quickly and launch an attack.
Shut up, Tienzon.
The tailed beast interception team fell silent under the captain's oppressive aura, with only the whistling wind from their high-speed movement filling their ears. Thanks to the desperate fighting of the Konoha ninja, the surging Iwagakure offensive was finally contained within an area of about 10 kilometers inside the border of the Land of Fire, and could not advance any further. The Kanabi Bridge and the Tenchi Bridge, two strategic choke points for entering the Land of Fire from the Land of Grass, have been lost. Ninja warfare also relied heavily on logistics. Even though individual ninjas could carry small amounts of supplies using scrolls, traditional and secure supply lines remained crucial for organized units.
As for having ninjas take charge,
unless the entire road is very safe and the enemy ninjas won't ambush you, the ninjas won't easily waste their energy carrying large amounts of supplies. It's easy for people to die, for the enemy to eat their food and use their weapons, and for them to become part of the enemy's supply train. Therefore, losing the two bridges means that Konoha has lost its frontline barrier and has to rely on the terrain within its territory to organize its defenses. The reason why the battle lines collapsed so quickly was due to the activity of the two Jinchuriki that Iwagakure had deployed. If Jiraiya hadn't arrived in time and single-handedly stabilized the situation, the Iwagakure forces would probably have penetrated dozens of kilometers into the heart of the Land of Fire by now. If it really comes to that, the elderly third Hokage will probably have no choice but to personally take up arms. Upon arriving at the frontline command post and passing identity verification, the three were taken directly to the command center, where there were two other people. Jiraiya, with his wild, white hair, stood with his arms crossed in front of the sand table. Beside him was Nara Shikaku, his brow furrowed, his fingertips lightly tapping the edge of the sand table, clearly deep in thought. He was genuinely busy.
Yo, Kakashi.
Jiraiya looked up and immediately recognized the signature silver hair, greeting him casually.
But
a suppressed laugh came from under the mask.
What's wrong?
Jiraiya looked at Yamato, puzzled.
Shuji stood silently.
Kakashi's body stiffened almost imperceptibly for a moment, then he stood still as if nothing had happened, his voice sounding particularly serious and deep through his mask. Special Tactics Team against Tailed Beasts, reporting for duty, Lord Jiraiya, Mr. Shikaku.
Kakashi, what is he laughing at? Nothing special is happening. Please give me your instructions, Jiraiya-sama.
End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1261 words. Chapter 84 Hidden Rocks. That's a bit strange, Kakashi.
Jiraiya stared at Kakashi suspiciously for a while, then looked back and forth between Shuji and Yamato.
Nara Shikaku ignored the subtle atmosphere. Upon seeing the Special Forces team dispatched by the third Hokage, he first surveyed them, then lingered briefly on Shuji. That hairstyle, and that height, is it him? To what extent can you control the Jinchuriki? Nara Shikaku wanted to confirm this first. Both Mori and Tenzo are users of wood release. Kakashi's words made Nara Shikaku's eyes light up. Two wood release users, Jiraiya said with great interest, the old man has prepared such a trick. If that's the case, then there is indeed a way to deal with the opponent's Jinchuriki. Shikaku leaned back onto the sand table, his mind racing. The situation brooks no delay. Iwabikure deployed Jinchuriki to break through our defenses, create chaos, and make Kumogakure believe that we are incapable of handling the current situation. Therefore, we must retaliate quickly and thwart their attempts. The Jonin squad leader looked at Kakashi. Your arrival, especially the existence of wood release, is an absolute variable beyond the enemy's intelligence. This is our secret weapon for victory. Lord Jiraiya has already fought against the enemy's Jinchuriki, so the enemy must have devised a strategy specifically targeting him. In the next attack, Jiraiya-sama will continue to act as the main force in the open, drawing attention away from the enemy. Meanwhile, at the rock-hidden position command post, the tall and muscular Huang Tu was intently observing the movements of the Konoha defense line opposite him. Lord Huang Tu, the activity frequency of Konoha's defense forces has increased, and there are signs of personnel gathering in some areas. Huang Tu frowned deeply, so they're finally going to retaliate, faster than expected. Was it because of Jiraiya, or because the third Hokage personally went to the front lines? However, they had already made the necessary preparations. Pass down the order, all units to consolidate their positions and raise the alert level. Pay special attention to areas where emergencies may occur. He looked at his deputy beside him. Have Lao Zi and Han get ready. Yes. Konoha's attack was swift and decisive. Fire release and wind release ninjutsu intertwined to form a dense network of firepower, and the booming sound of exploding tags once again echoed across the battlefield. The advantages of fighting on home soil are now becoming apparent. Whether it is the use of terrain or the speed of support, Konoha has surpassed Iwagakure, which has penetrated deep into its territory. The Iwagakure troops withstood the onslaught with their tenacious will and solid earth-based defenses, but their battle line was still pushed back by dozens of meters, and several forward outposts were forced to be abandoned. Just as Konoha's offensive intensified, attempting to expand their gains, a furious roar resounded from behind the rock-hidden position, and the scorching heat wave could be felt even from a great distance. Rashi, the four-tails Jinchuriki, whose body was wrapped in dark red-tailed beast chakra, crashed into the center of the battlefield like a meteorite. Molten escape, burning river rock technique. In an instant, several enormous fireballs of lava, burning with terrifying heat, were spewed out and crushed towards the area where Konoha's offensive was most intense. Wherever it passed, the ground turned scorched and melted, the trees instantly vaporized, and the earthen walls hastily erected by the Konoha ninja melted and collapsed like wax the moment they made contact. Konoha's offensive stalled. Water release, great waterfall technique. Two shouts rang out, almost overlapping each other. On the flank of the battlefield, two Konoha ANBU members wearing animal masks simultaneously completed hand seals. The powerful chakra drew upon the sparse moisture in the atmosphere and even extracted the dampness from the deep soil, instantly transforming it into two terrifying torrents of water, like rivers appearing out of nowhere, colliding fiercely with the raging lava fireball. The deafening roar of vaporization, far surpassing any clang of metal, swallowed all other sounds on the battlefield. An endless expanse of pure white steam erupted, instantly enveloping the entire front line of the battlefield like a tangible fog, reducing visibility to less than a few meters. The scorching steam burned the skin. What? The composure on Huang Tu's face shattered instantly, replaced by astonishment. To unleash such a powerful water-style technique away from a river? After his attack was blocked, Rashi became even more enraged, and his tailed beast chakra overflowed further, unleashing an even more dangerous roar. His massive chakra body became a conspicuous target in the thick fog. Water release, breaking torrent. Yamato's voice rang out again, and a powerful stream of water shot towards Rashi like a high-pressure water gun. Water release, water rush wave. Shuji attacked almost simultaneously, creating a combined attack with the surging waves. Before Rashi could react, several Iwagakure ninjas stood in front of the Jinchuriki and used ninjutsu together. Two dun two Ryobi. Several thick earthen walls rose with a rumble, barely managing to block the deadly impact of the water flow. However, the diverted waters spread rampantly across the battlefield. Just as the water flow dispersed, a figure, using the reflection of the water and the cover of the thick fog, cut into the battlefield, the dazzling lightning in his hand bursting forth. The piercing bird cry tore through the mist, instantly piercing the defenses of the Iwagakure ninja and precisely slicing through their vital points. The screams were drowned out by the thunder. Without pausing, Kakashi used the technique he had copied from Yamato to press down on the flowing water on the ground. Water escape broken current. Just as the attack was about to succeed, another, taller, and faster figure, like a silent train, suddenly burst out from the depths of the fog. He was completely encased in armor, moving at an astonishing speed, his target directly at Kakashi. Han, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, the fist, covered in hard armor, slammed down on Kakashi with terrifying kinetic energy and high-temperature steam. White hair suddenly appeared, turning into a rope that wrapped around Kakashi's waist and pulled him away from Han's fist. Jiraiya landed in front of the two Jinchuriki, blocking Kakashi's path. Oh dear, it seems all the guests have arrived. He slowly clasped his hands together. So, just as steam began to boil around Han again, and the molten lava in Lao Zi's mouth blazed brightly once more, Shuji and Yamato arrived quietly. The next instant, the ground shook violently and cracked. Countless thick, vibrant tree roots broke through the scorched earth and rocks, strangling the two Jinchuriki from all directions. The high-temperature lava on Lao Zi's body and the violent steam erupted from Han instantly scorched the first branches that surged up, and charred wood fragments flew everywhere. But the wood release technique was inexhaustible, one after another, faster and stronger, like a giant green python, stubbornly coiling around him. However, just as the wood release bindings were about to tighten further, Earth Escape Earthquake Core. Huang Tu, who had been keeping a close eye on the battlefield, finally made his move. The large area where Lao Zi and Han stood suddenly trembled violently, and then, as if lifted off the battlefield by an invisible giant hand, it formed a solitary stone pillar platform. The sudden change in terrain not only instantly severed a large number of entangled tree roots, but also temporarily isolated the two Jinchuriki from the attacks of Konoha. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,352 words. Chapter 85 Yuninwen would release disappeared for decades and reappeared, even Huang Tu didn't recognize it at first. He simply made a judgment based on his own experience, splitting the battlefield, raising the position of the two Jinchuriki, and interrupting the wood release attack. Earth Release, Rock Iron Cannon Technique. Dozens of Iwagakure ninjas spat out stones, which rapidly expanded and hardened in midair, transforming into cannonballs that slammed into the massive, still twisting and spreading root system. The collision between the stone projectiles and the tree roots halted the wood release attack, giving the two on the high platform some breathing room. Old Purple and Han exchanged a glance. When they were entangled by those huge roots, their chakra was flowing out of their bodies uncontrollably. The feeling of their chakra being forcibly extracted left Old Purple and Han with lingering fear. Without knowing the enemy's secret techniques, the two Jinchuriki decided to retreat from the battlefield first. However, their opponents were not going to give them that opportunity. We can't just leave like this. Jiraiya clapped his hands together, and the summoning jutsu rapidly unfolded on the ground. Accompanied by a huge plume of white smoke, a giant toad wearing a dark red short jacket and carrying a massive blade at its waist made a fierce appearance. Jiraiya, another Jinchuriki. Gamabunta, pipe dangling from his lips, swept his enormous eyes across the chaotic battlefield. This is just endless trouble. It spat in dissatisfaction, but its actions were swift and decisive. Water Release, Iron Pow Jade. A massive water sphere shot out of Gamabunta's mouth like a cannonball, hurtling towards the two who were trying to retreat. Old Purple roared, his body churning with lava, as the enormous lava sphere met the attack head-on.
The violent collision of water and fire generated a large amount of high-temperature steam that once again spread out. Amidst the steam, Han's figure suddenly blurred, high-pressure steam erupting from his body, and he charged straight toward Wen Tai at terrifying speed like a cannonball. Wen Tai snorted coldly, drew his giant short sword, and swung it down with a backhand. However, he was shaken by the Han's monstrous strength and staggered, almost dropping the short sword from his hand. TCH, this kind of power is incredibly troublesome. Jiraiya. Don't be angry, Bunta, isn't this interesting? Jiraiya cheerfully reassured him. On the other side, Kakashi observed the battle through the thinning steam. The rock cannons from Iwagakure continued relentlessly, severely disrupting the regeneration and extension of wood release. Tenzo, use earth release to block Iwagakure's attack. Mori, go and support Jiraiya-sama. Understood. Tianzong replied in a deep voice, took a step forward, and slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth escape, earth current city wall. Rumble, a massive earthen wall, far exceeding the usual size, rose from the ground. It did not stand vertically, but leaned forward, forming a sturdy sloping barrier that precisely blocked the path of the hidden rock's artillery fire. The rock ion cannons bombarded the thick earthen slope, blasting countless craters, but they were difficult to penetrate, effectively protecting the root system of the trees below. At almost the same time, Narashikaku, who was in command at the rear, also made a judgment. Protect Jiraiya-sama and the Umbu squad. The Konoha ninjas moved at the command, their offensive suddenly becoming even more ferocious. They desperately forced back the Iwagakure ninjas who were trying to get closer, creating a barrier around the area centered on the three top combatants. Shosei's figure had already quietly disappeared from the spot when Tianzang activated Earth Escape. Using the lingering steam, rock pillars, and tree debris as cover, they made a high-speed detour to approach Han's location. Although Lao Zi's lava release technique is more powerful and has a wider range than Han's, it is countered by him and Tianzong. Both of them are capable of unleashing powerful water-based techniques even in the absence of water. The most pressing issue to address now is the powerful Han. Having just repelled Gamabunta, Han suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Without thinking twice, he turned and kicked out. However, the expected impact did not come. Instead, my foot was tightly bound by something extremely tough. Upon closer inspection, they saw 3 dark brown wooden strips already wrapped around the legs and rising upwards. Damn blockhead! Old Purple noticed that Han was entangled by wood release and was about to provide assistance. Don't get distracted. Jiraiya's voice came from above, and Gamabunta's giant blade, carrying wind pressure, slashed down again, forcing Rashi to prioritize dealing with the threat in front of him. Shuji maintained control with one hand while activating wood release, causing more thick roots to burst from the ground, wrapping around Han's torso and arms, attempting to completely imprison him. The Five Tails Jinchuriki's eyes turned blood red as he tried to fully transform into a tailed beast. However, the wood release bindings tightened, and the absorption of chakra intensified. Just as he was about to lose all power to resist, a fist encased in hard rock descended from the sky. Sensing the danger, Shuji had no choice but to retreat. Huang Tu landed beside Han and smashed the wooden trap that was binding Han. Han, retreat. This is the first Hokage's wood release. The commander of Iwagakure finally understood the source of Narashikaku's confidence in attacking. Konoha, they actually had this trick up their sleeve. He stared intently at Shuji, who was faintly visible in the steam in the hidden cloud village. The fourth Reikage, stood before a large floor-to-ceiling window, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the distant south through the glass. He was waiting for news. The office door was pushed open, and the secretary placed a confidential report on the desk. Reikage turned around and picked up the document. Finally, the attack has begun, Anoki. Mabui. Immediately issue orders to the frontline troops. Open the passage and allow the Konoha envoy to cross the Frost Country border. Akai's death was infuriating. He was a trusted subordinate who died so hastily in Konoha. But everything that followed was too strange. Let's assume there's a 1 in 10,000 chance that Konoha isn't lying. So why did Akai appear in the Hyuga clan's territory? If he has the ability to sneak in without even knowing it, why can't he escape? The Raikage knew very well that if he didn't order Akai to steal Byakugan in Konoha, it would be tantamount to sending his loyal subordinate to his death in vain.
So, did Akai act on his own initiative, hoping the war would continue? He wouldn't misjudge his subordinates, he's not that kind of person.
What followed was even stranger.
Akai died in Konoha, so why were his two guards able to escape the heavy blockade?
In just one night, he traveled from the land of fire to the land of frost to report Akai's death.
Now, those two guards have vanished. Too much illogicality, too much contrivedness.
All of this forced the Raikage to calm down.
There is one, or even more than one, hand trying to drag Kumogakure back into the quagmire of war. First and foremost, this battle must not begin the way the designers envisioned it.
Secondly, Akai could not die in vain, nor could he tolerate his subordinates dying so inexplicably.
Now, the initiative has fallen into his hands. The all-out attack by Iwagakure signifies two things. First, the so-called Konoha-Sunigakure alliance is ultimately a joke.
Otherwise, Iwagakure would not have the ability to launch an attack of this magnitude. Second, the pressure Konoha is under at this moment is unprecedented, and their desire to resolve the trouble as soon as possible will be stronger than ever. Therefore, the Raikage came to a conclusion.
Konoha would be more anxious than he was. Since the deaths of our subordinates are irreversible, let's use them to bring greater benefits to the Hidden Cloud Village. Akai, the person who kills you will pay the price. The incompetent Konoha will also pay the price.
End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1,325 words. Chapter 86. Stop. The appearance of wood release completely disrupted the rhythm of Iwagakure.
The lust soil stood between the Han and the Shoshi, and the decision had already been made in their hearts.
Must retreat.
Not only did Rashi and Han lack experience in dealing with wood release, but Iwagakure's tactical plans also lacked an effective countermeasure.
If they continue fighting, both Jinchuriki may perish here.
The Iwagakure commander covered the hard rock with both fists and launched a fierce attack on Shuji, trying to buy space for the Five-Tails Jinchuriki to break free from contact. On the other side, when Lao Zi saw that Han was freed, the tailed beast chakra around his body boiled even more, and his four huge tails danced wildly. He opened his mouth, and yin-yang chakra gathered, compressed, and spun at an astonishing speed, quickly forming a black energy sphere exuding an ominous aura.
Oh no!
Jiraiya's expression changed.
Gamabunta spewed out another Teppugyoku, a type of explosive weapon, in an attempt to interrupt.
But Old Purple, who had further transformed into a tailed beast, moved with astonishing speed, dodging to the side. Just as the tailed beast ball was about to reach its critical point, several vines suddenly shot out from under Old Purple's feet, wrapping around his limbs and torso. The tailed beast ball momentarily became unstable as it condensed. Rashi suppressed the discomfort and swallowed the energy blast in one gulp. Shuji suddenly pulled backward with one hand. The vines wrapped around Rashi exerted their force, pulling the Four-Tails Jinchuriki's body off balance. Boom! A torrent of pitch-black energy shot out from Lao Zi's open mouth, but because of this pull, its trajectory was changed, and it shot straight into the sky. Even though the main body of the tailed beast cannon shot into the sky, the escaping shock still spread outwards. Jiraiya immediately crossed his arms to protect himself, but was still pushed back several meters by the shockwave. The Lus opened its mouth and fired several rock iron cannons, severing the vines that were controlling Lao Zi's hands and feet. The four-tailed Jinchuriki, now free, seized the opportunity to stomp on the ground, using the force to leap backward and land heavily beside the Lus. Currently, the two Jinchuriki have finally managed to distance themselves from the enemy. Huang Tu made a hand seal and patted the ground. Earth release Shantu technique. The earth groaned under the strain, trembling violently. At the center of the battlefield, two enormous hemispheres, comparable in size to small mountains, rose up from both sides and converged on Shuji and Jiraiya in the middle. Just as Lao Zi regained his footing, he took a deep breath and unleashed a wide-ranging stream of lava, further compressing the enemy's evasive space. Taiwan Tai released the channeling. The enormous Bunta could hardly dodge such an attack, and Jiraiya did not hesitate to send his comrades away. I'll leave the rest to you. A huge plume of white smoke exploded, and Gamabunta's figure vanished instantly, returning to Mount Mayaboku. Shuji and Jiraiya simultaneously pulled back to create distance between themselves and the two ninjas. Taking advantage of the precious time gained, Wang Tu grabbed Han and Lao Zi, who were moving slightly slower due to their brief weakness, and with a burst of speed from his feet, his burly body rapidly retreated towards the rear of the yin-yin position. As soon as they returned to a relatively safe area, Wang Tu immediately growled to the messenger ninja beside him, "Send the signal. All troops, take turns providing cover, retreat."
The unique low-frequency vibrations were transmitted throughout the entire Iwagakure front line via the Earth release technique. Upon receiving the retreat signal, the Iwagakure ninjas immediately understood. The frontline troops quickly withdrew, exchanging positions with their comrades in the rear, and the entire line began to retreat in an orderly fashion, like a tide. As the commander, Huang Tu did not leave first. He stood at the relatively forward position of the battle line, his sharp eyes scanning the battlefield, while his hands formed a hand seal once again. Earth release, earthquake core. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, rock iron cannon technique. He personally led several elite Iwagakure ninja squads, constantly altering the battlefield terrain, erecting earthen walls and traps to hinder the pursuers, while continuously firing Iwagakure cannons to cover Konoha's pursuit path, buying time for the troops to retreat. At the rear command center, Nara Shikaku immediately noticed the changes in the enemy forces. Iwagakure has begun an orderly retreat. He quickly issued the order, passed down the order, each unit, in squads, maintain formation and pursue in an orderly manner. Our primary objective is to capture the straggling and routed soldiers and clear the border. We must not allow these Iwagakure ninjas to spread into the land of fire and cause destruction and panic. Notify the special tactics squads in the shadows that they must not advance recklessly or go off on their own, they must advance as part of the main force. With Nara Shikaku's adjustments, Konoha pursued with extreme caution. The troops did not charge blindly in celebration of the victory. Instead, they steadily followed behind the retreating Iwagakure troops, constantly applying pressure and seizing opportunities to capture Iwagakure ninjas who had fallen behind due to injury or separated from the group. This cautious pursuit continued all the way to the Kanabi Bridge. The main force of Iwagakure was rapidly crossing the safe zone behind the bridge. However, just as Konoha's vanguard reached the bridgehead and prepared to continue their advance, a small figure floated silently in mid-air on the opposite bank of the bridge, as if he had always been there. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki. He did not adopt any offensive posture, but simply watched the Konoha troops on the opposite bank. Jiraiya raised his hand and decisively ordered, "Halt!" The surging offensive from Konoha came to an abrupt halt before this short figure. "Set up camp on the spot and build defensive fortifications." The order was quickly relayed. The Konoha ninjas moved swiftly and silently, digging trenches, setting up warning barriers, and establishing sentry posts. At both ends of the Kanabi Bridge, the forces of Konoha and Iwagakure once again formed a clearly defined standoff, but this time, the initiative seemed to have quietly shifted. After setting up the frontline sentries, Jiraiya led his ANBU squad back to the command center at the rear. "Anoki himself has arrived," Jiraiya said. "The battle lines can only stop here." Shikaku nodded. As the highest leader of the village, he cannot personally risk entering the land of fire. It's too dangerous, the visible benefits of this war aren't yet significant enough to justify it. But his very appearance has clearly conveyed Iwagakure's bottom line, at least for now, this is the front line they can accept. Konoha is currently under pressure on two fronts and simply cannot spare more elite forces to attack the defensive line that Akage is personally overseeing and determined to hold. Unless... Shikaku looked at Shuji, who was wearing a mask and was now codenamed Mori. Unless Sunigakure is willing to truly honor the alliance and launch a proactive attack on Iwagakure from the west. They couldn't possibly be willing to do that. Shuji knew his own limitations, his persuasive skills weren't up to the level of Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara is no longer among the high-ranking officials of Sunigakure. Theoretically speaking, there is another force on this battlefield. After all, the Land of Grass has a ninja village, namely the Hidden Grass Village. However, with Anoki present in two Jinchuriki in the Land of Grass, there's no point in expecting them to make any impact. The prestige Hanzo received was unparalleled in the ninja world.
Now, all Konoha can do is wait for the outcome on the Eastern Front. End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1,345 words.
Chapter 87. Weighing. That night, Kakashi stayed at the command center, while Shuji and Yamato returned to their assigned rest area to recuperate and await new orders.
Mori-senpai, what are you doing?
Back in the tent, Shuji took out a scroll and busied himself with something, which made Yamato very curious.
Practice.
Yamato was silent for a moment, then his tone was filled with undisguised admiration. Having just gone through such an intense battle, using so many powerful techniques, and consuming so much chakra, you were still able to immediately begin training.
Mori-senpai, you are far stronger than me.
This is not just polite talk. Yamato could sense from the moment he used would release on the battlefield that, even though they were both users of the same bloodline limit, Shuji's would release seemed to be somewhat different from his. His wood release tends to involve the transformation of wooden creations into different forms. Shuji's wood release creations are more active, have a stronger thirst for chakra, and are more effective on Jinchuriki. Kakashi, who had been partnered with Yamato for a long time, noticed this difference, which led him to decide to have Yamato cover for Shuji. It's just that the opportunity is rare. As he spoke, Shuji carefully put the 2 sealing scrolls into his ninja tool pouch and put on his mask. Seeing this, Yamato silently put on his own mask as well. The curtain was lifted at that moment. Jiraiya didn't go in directly, but paused at the door for a moment, seemingly to check the situation inside, before stepping in. You've had a great day. Even without the 2 of you, dealing with those 2 Jinchuriki would be a tricky matter. Jiraiya sat down casually on the ground with a relaxed smile. Although we failed to capture the Jinchuriki, we've done quite well. Lord Jiraiya, Shuji said calmly, getting straight to the point, is there anything you need to tell me? He wouldn't have come here personally unless there was something he needed to explain directly to Shuji and Yamato. The 2 are currently members of the Hokage's direct ANBU, not regular ninjas. There's no question of a superior commander coming to offer condolences. Any follow-up missions can be directly communicated to Kakashi. You're really not cute, kid. Jiraiya sighed dramatically, scratching his wild white hair, but also toned down his casualness. Alright, let's get down to business. The current situation has forced the main force of Iwagakure back to the Kanabi Bridge line, basically achieving the village's initial strategic expectations. You guys deserve a lot of credit for that. However, if we cannot confirm that the 2 Jinchuriki on the other side have withdrawn, neither of you can leave. Shuji didn't say anything. Such things are to be expected. And then, Jiraiya shrugged, a hint of helplessness in his expression. Kakashi thinks that compared to the 2 of you key combatants, there's not much point in him staying at the main camp. So, he's already taken a team and gone out to infiltrate and scout ahead. Yamato's cry almost escaped his lips, not again? Then, under the watchful eyes of Shuji and Jiraiya, he realized his lapse in composure, and embarrassedly shut up, straightening his posture somewhat awkwardly. Looks like you've had a tough time, Tenzo. Jiraiya laughed nonchalantly. Kakashi, that guy, is quite the maverick himself. After laughing, his tone became formal again. In short, this is the situation. Until Kakashi returns, or until this mission phase is clearly over, you 2 will be under my command for the time being. That's no problem. As the only one of the 3 legendary ninja who didn't leave, Jiraiya's status in the village was no less than that of the other advisors. Especially now that he also holds the position of the highest-ranking commander of the frontline troops, Narashikaku, he is the strategist and the actual commander. After finishing their business, Jiraiya chatted casually for a few more minutes, asking about their current situation and whether they needed to replenish their ninja tools. Before getting up and leaving the tent, the atmosphere at the Iwagakure frontline command post was far more somber than that in Konoha. Would release, what a troublesome power. Having witnessed the first Hokage's power in quelling chaos and suppressing the tailed beasts, he would never underestimate the power of wood release. That's why he's in a dilemma. Continuing to invest in Jinchuriki, especially against opponents with wood release ninjas capable of effectively countering tailed beasts, becomes a high-risk, low-reward gamble. Human Jinchuriki are the village's strategic weapon, and their loss is not to be tolerated. However, without the power of the tailed beasts as the spearhead for attacking, forcibly breaking through the current Canopy Bridge defense line would inevitably turn into an extremely brutal war of attrition, with too high an investment, too great a cost, and too low a success rate. Not only is Jiraiya on the other side, but the third Hokage is also hiding and has not yet made a move, so I cannot make a move easily. The original plan was to hope that after seeing the pressure on Konoha's western front, Kumogakure would take the opportunity to put pressure on the eastern front, or even launch an attack, forcing Konoha to fight on two fronts and be unable to attend to both ends.
Anoki has plenty of patience to wait for this opportunity.
But the result was not as he had hoped. Just 3 days after Konoha pushed the battle line back to Canopy Bridge, Konoha began to widely publicize a message. A Konoha delegation led by advisor Mitokado Hamura had officially entered the Land of Frost and was about to begin peace talks with Kumogakure.
The moment the news arrived, Anoki understood.
The fourth Raikage, was clearly using Iwagakure's attack as leverage to bargain with Konoha. If this stalemate continues, it will be Iwagakure and Konoha that bleed, while Kumogakure will likely reap the benefits in the end.
Are the villages of Iwagakure and Kumogakure on good terms?
The third Raikage died at the hands of Iwagakure. In a situation where both sides could benefit, Anoki wouldn't mind making some moves to cooperate first, but now Iwagakure is unlikely to gain any benefit. Furthermore, the stance of Sunagakure, the hidden sand village, must also be considered.
According to Konoha's propaganda, Sunagakure remains an ally of Konoha. Of course, simply dealing with Sunagakure isn't enough, otherwise, he wouldn't be here.
But if Kumogakure compromises, while Iwagakure is still fighting a bitter battle on the western front,
Kazekage Raza could very well transform from a wavering ally into an active ally of Konoha in an instant, cooperating with Konoha's counterattack to seize the interests that originally belonged to Iwagakure in the Land of Silence and even further north. The balance between risk and reward has tipped. Anoki landed slowly and gave a deep command to Huang Tu, who was waiting nearby.
Plan changed.
Huang Tu, arrange for troops to withdraw from the current position in batches and in an orderly manner.
Prioritize the transfer of seriously wounded soldiers and important supplies.
Lord Tsuchikage? Huang Tu was slightly taken aback. He was surprised by this sudden order. Although the battle was going badly, it didn't seem to have reached the point where a complete retreat was necessary. Executing an order. Yes. Huang Tu didn't ask any more questions and immediately turned around to make arrangements.
They poured all their efforts into planning and launching offensives, even sacrificing two Jinchuriki, but in the end, it seemed that nothing changed and no substantial progress was made. With Raza being indecisive and Raikage unwilling to cooperate, it seems that Iwagakure will always find it difficult to break out of its predicament and achieve a decisive breakthrough when it associates with these people. I'm already so old, will I ever find another chance in my lifetime? Anoki doesn't know. But he knew he should prepare to pass on his hopes to the next generation. End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1415 words.
Chapter 88. Unusual movement. 4 days have passed since Shuji and Yamato were transferred to Jiraiya's command, and no battles have taken place along the Canopy Bridge line.
Konoha's defenses were reinforced day by day, with traps and warning barriers being laid out layer by layer.
Narashikaku practically lived in front of the command post's sand table, while Jiraiya oversaw operations, occasionally patrolling the front lines. On the second day of the stalemate, Shosi followed the barrier team at the front line. These people were experts at setting up spells, and it would always be good to observe and learn from them. On the third day, Jiraiya noticed that this ANBU member codenamed Mori seemed interested in sealing techniques, so he took the initiative to give him some pointers.
With guidance from a master-level ninja, Shuji's progress in sealing techniques improved dramatically.
On the fourth day, Yamato felt like he had been dragged into something, and now he couldn't even rest properly, and he didn't know how to try. He should practice wood release. After all, it needs to be kept secret as much as possible. He shouldn't learn anything else, he doesn't have the talent for that. He needs to hone his physical strength. As a key combatant, he cannot afford to waste his stamina and chakra. I used to admire this Mori senior a lot, but now I miss Kakashi a bit. At this moment, the curtain of the Secret Service team's tent was lifted. Jiraiya appeared at the doorway, his usual nonchalant expression gone. Pack your things and get to command post immediately, Jiraiya said solemnly. Kakashi is back, bringing back important intelligence. When Shuji and Yamato arrived at the command post, they found the atmosphere inside to be more tense than usual. The Nara deer beside the sand table was growing well and showed no signs of moving. Jiraiya stood to the side with his arms crossed, while Kakashi's ANBU uniform was covered in grass clippings and dust, clearly indicating that he had been running and lying in wait for a long time.
Tell me the specifics, Nara Shikaku asked.
Kakashi's voice was a little hoarse. I led my team to infiltrate the land of grass from near the site of the Tenchi Bridge as planned, to conduct in-depth reconnaissance. In the first 24 hours, the frequency and density of Iwagakure's patrols were in line with the normal defense posture, and no abnormalities were found. But 6 hours ago, signs were detected that several Iwagakure squads were moving north.
Jiraiya interjected, retreat for rest and reorganization? Rotation?
It doesn't seem like it, Kakashi denied. We risked getting closer to observe and found at least 10 fully strength Iwagakure units that were orderly withdrawing from their current positions and moving north. 3 hours ago, it was confirmed that 3 more teams had broken away from the battle line. Hyuga Tsukimi, who was with the team, used his Byakugan to find the Five-Tails Jinchuriki in the middle of one of the retreating teams. Furthermore, as of now, there is no indication that Iwagakure has added new troops to fill the defensive line. Nara Shikaku let out a long sigh of relief, withdraw the troops, and even transfer the Jinchuriki who is at the core of the attack.
Anoki wants to leave.
After news of Mitokado Hamura's entry into the land of frost spread, he was also considering what Anoki might do, and now it seems that things are developing in a positive direction.
Jiraiya chuckled, that old man is really decisive.
Nara Shikaku didn't reply, but directly ordered the messenger ninja standing to the side, immediately dispatch 3 elite reconnaissance squads to spread out along the line from Kanabi to Tenchi Bridge to confirm the current status of the Iwagakure position.
The ninja who gave the order immediately obeyed and left. Shikaku looked at Kakashi, you've worked hard. Go and rest. Be ready to be called upon at any time. Yes. Kakashi nodded slightly, turned and left the command post.
Jiraiya instructed Shuji and Yamato, the same goes for you. If Iwagakure really retreats on a large scale, they might leave behind a strong rear guard or a final counterattack.
Maintain readiness. Understood, Shuji replied, and left the tent with Yamato.
Subsequent reports from the frontline reconnaissance team further confirmed the accuracy of Kakashi's intelligence. The defensive line of the Hidden Rock Village has many obvious gaps and weak points, which have been replaced by more trigger traps and temporary warning barriers. The assessment that Iwagakure was about to completely withdraw from the Kanabi frontline was quickly relayed back to the village. Soon after, a reply arrived from the village. The 3 members of the Secret Service team were summoned back to the command center. This time, the solemnity on Nara Shikaku's face did not dissipate with the enemy's retreat, on the contrary, it deepened. Even Jiraiya crossed his arms, his brows furrowed, revealing a rare look of inner turmoil. The latest order from the village requires us to make progress as quickly as possible along the Kaminaribi line.
Kakashi was puzzled. Iwagakure has already shown signs of retreating.
We only need to maintain pressure and wait for them to withdraw completely.
Why launch an attack at this time?
The Raikage demands are too high, Jiraiya said helplessly. And his attitude is tough. If we don't agree, he'll start a war immediately. Once the battle begins in Kumogakure, Anoki, who was already preparing to evacuate, will probably change his mind immediately and may even launch another fierce attack.
The old man is already on his way.
We must take advantage of this window of opportunity, when Anoki is preparing to leave and his fighting spirit is wavering, while Advisor Midaman can still try his best to maneuver in Kumogakure, to seize Kanabi, and even go a step further and drive the Iwagakure ninja back to the land of Earth.
A brief silence fell inside the tent. The biggest problem in achieving this goal was obvious: Anoki himself. Anoki only wanted to retreat. As long as he hadn't confirmed his departure, if the Konoha army pressed forward now and pushed too hard, would he then suffer a heavy defeat from dust release? The issue with dust release isn't whether it hurts or not, it's that the person is gone before they even have a chance to utter a sound. Captain Kakashi previously went deep into the land of grass to investigate. After a moment of silence, Shuji spoke up, "May I ask, what has been the attitude of the hidden grass village throughout this conflict?" "Kusagakure?"
Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by the question. Their survival strategy is to play both sides. With Inoki personally overseeing things here, they naturally dare not take any stance, maintaining neutrality and tacitly allowing Iwagakure to pass through and establish a presence.
Nara Shikaku added, "Mori, I know what you're thinking. But even Sunagakure, which has an alliance with us, is unwilling to directly attack Iwagakure.
It's hard for us to expect Kusagakure to step up at a time like this." "No, I'm not expecting them to take sides," Shuji calmly corrected.
"What I want to confirm is whether they have ever explicitly expressed any kind of submission or cooperation to Iwagakure?" Nara Shikaku pondered for a moment, then shook his head, "Probably not.
Being overly biased towards one side would offend the other.
Complete silence is their consistent style. No matter who asks afterward, they can always explain it as being powerless to resist."
In other words, from Iwagakure's perspective, Kusagakure's current peaceful state stems from Iwagakure's powerful military presence and that Tsuchikage's personal presence, Shuji said slowly, his thoughts gradually becoming clearer.
What if Iwagakure's expression of intention to retreat causes Kusagakure's attitude to change?
Shuji looked at the two commanders. In the current situation, if some powerful and assertive Kusagakure ninja suddenly appear behind the Iwagakure forces and launch harassing attacks against their logistical lines or withdrawing troops.
Even just by putting on this show, will the pressure of being attacked from both sides prompt Iwagakure to accelerate its retreat and more readily cede territory within the land of grass? Upon hearing this, Nara Shikaku's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. "Can try. However, carrying out such a mission is extremely risky.
Going deep behind enemy lines, disguising oneself, and being able to pose a sufficient threat
requires an extremely elite squad."
End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1384 words.
Chapter 89 Counterattack. News of the attack on the Iwagakure stronghold by the Kusagakure ninja in the Land of Grass quickly reached Inoki's side.
Inoki looked at the intelligence report that had been sent to him. How dare the hidden grass village make a move when they are here?
However, this is not something that can be ignored simply because one suspects the other party is unwilling to act. Given the frequent troop movements and withdrawals of Iwagakure's frontline forces recently, Konoha may have already noticed, so Kusagakure, as the host village, certainly wouldn't have failed to detect it. Just as every village has radicals and conservatives, there are also two factions in Kusagakure. It is not impossible that one of them would want to take action against Iwagakure if they saw that Iwagakure was in decline.
With this in mind, Inoki made his judgment.
Whether they are actually Grass Village ninjas or not is not important. What is important is to maintain the stability of the evacuation route. If this trend cannot be stopped in time, even if it is not Grass Village doing it now, Grass Village ninjas will eventually get involved.
Lus.
The curtain moved first, and the burly man from Huangtu strode in, Lord Taiyang. You will personally lead 3 elite squads to deal with those rats. Be quick and clean it up, then take the head to Kusagakure.
Huangtu accepted the order and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Inoki called out to him again, has Konoha been testing us more and more frequently lately?
Yes, the frequency of small-scale infiltration and reconnaissance has increased by nearly 30%. Seeing that there were no new problems with Inoki, Huangtu led his men away.
Watching his eldest son leave, Inoki couldn't help but sigh.
Now, apart from Huangtu, there was no one else in Iwagakure who could stand on their own.
Returning to the current situation, Konoha's recent actions have been unusual.
The unusual thing is not the discovery that the number of Iwagakure ninja on the front lines is decreasing, but rather their actions after discovering this.
Instead of pretending to be unaware, they chose to probe frequently. Is this an attempt to launch an attack? Why? Logically speaking, Konoha's best course of action at this moment should be to hold its defensive line. After all, forcing them back into the Land of Grass would already be a strategic victory. Without this assessment, he wouldn't have withdrawn Han first. Perhaps, we should launch a strong probing counterattack to test Konoha's strengths and weaknesses and their resolve?
The thought had barely crossed his mind when Inoki suppressed it. The most crucial thing is to ensure the retreat route is foolproof. We should wait for Huang Tu to deal with the attack by the Grass Village ninjas first. With just 1 or 2 teams, it won't take long for the loess soil to dry. According to Inoki's prediction, this was how it should have been, but Huang Tu still hadn't returned by the next day. Just as Inoki was about to personally check the situation, Jonin Bunya, who was temporarily in charge of the front line, strode into the command post with a solemn expression.
Lord Tsuchikage, there's unusual activity in Konoha's defenses.
They seem to be preparing for a large-scale attack.
What? Inoki looked up abruptly. He's still here. Konoha dares to launch a full-scale attack? Have I really not fought in far too long?
Rumble, before the words were finished, a series of intense explosions, like thunder, rolled in from the direction of Canopy Bridge.
Konoha's attack has begun.
The ninjas of the Land of Earth are not only good at offense, but their defensive skills are also top-notch. Even when things happen suddenly, they still react immediately on the front lines.
Roars and hand seals mingled with the deafening roar of the explosions.
Thick earthen walls rose with a rumble, intercepting the densest falling trajectory of the explosive kunai. The ground deformed violently under the control of chakra, creating craters and disrupting the Konoha ninjas' offensive formation. Countless hard stone projectiles roared out from behind the rock concealment position, colliding with some of the incoming explosive tags in midair, prematurely detonating them into bursts of fire and black smoke.
The first wave of probing long-range fire was largely neutralized by Iwagakure's tenacious and efficient defensive system.
Konoha's offensive stalled for a moment.
But only moments later.
Fire release, the art of Fire Dragon. Fire escape, the art of Fierce Flames. Wind escape, big breakthrough. The second wave of attacks followed immediately, this time consisting of a barrage of fire release ninjutsu.
Dozens of Konoha ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals, and flames instantly engulfed the narrow strip of land in front of the bridge.
The scorching heat even forced the Iwagakure ninjas at the forefront to retreat slightly. However, despite the astonishing intensity of the fire, which struck the thick earthen walls, it only scorched and hardened the surface of the earth, but failed to destroy these sturdy barriers.
Suppressed laughter even rang out from the hidden stone village's position, mocking Konoha's futile efforts.
But just as the fire raged fiercely, almost turning the area in front of the hidden rock position into a sea of flames and obscuring the view of both sides, several dazzling bolts of lightning suddenly lit up and crashed into the raging sea of fire. The collision of thunder and fire triggered the most violent explosion. The earthen wall was instantly blasted to pieces, and countless fragments of rock, carrying scorching sparks and leaping arcs of electricity, rained down on the rock-hidden position. The sudden burst of intense light caused many Iwagakure ninjas to be plunged into a blinding white light, screaming and covering their eyes, causing chaos in the Iwagakure formation.
Don't panic. Fortify the defenses. Watch out for attacks.
Wonya's roar rang out amidst the chaos as he struggled to maintain order. Inoki, who was observing the battle from high above, became completely distraught.
This level of attack is no longer a test. Konoha truly wants to fight.
Inoki returned to the command post and summoned Rashi. The Four-Tails Jinchuriki once again rushed to the battlefield. This time, he did not choose to charge recklessly, but instead climbed onto a high platform built for him by the Iwagakure ninja using earth release techniques. Under the cover of the Iwagakure ninja, the jet-black energy sphere successfully shot towards Konoha's position.
Just then, a masked figure appeared at the forefront of the battle.
The ground trembled violently, and countless thick and tough trees burst forth from the soil. They did not simply stand up, but intertwined and coiled in exquisite arcs, instantly forming a huge and sturdy curved wooden barrier that blocked the path of the tailed beast ball. The raging tailed beast chakra clashed violently with the vibrant wood release energy. The pitch-black energy sphere frantically squeezed and destroyed the wooden structure, but under the influence of that inexhaustible and strange power, it was constantly deflected and weakened. In the end, it narrowly grazed the edge of the Leaf Village's position and shot into the distant sky, exploding into a huge mushroom cloud in the far distance. Almost the instant the tailed beast ball was forcibly stopped by wood release, Inoki appeared directly above the wood release barrier.
He clasped his hands together, and a transparent cube barrier instantly condensed in his palms. just as dust release was about to be unleashed. A blurry, long shadow shot out from the direction of Konoha's position at an astonishing speed, aiming straight for Inoki's waist. The third Tsuchikage was forced to interrupt the release of dust release, his body flipping backward in an extremely disheveled manner, barely avoiding this sudden attack. Steadying himself, Inoki looked in the direction the attack had come from, his face ashen. In the midst of the Leaf Village's defenses, a figure he had never expected to appear there materialized. He was dressed in a black, tight-fitting combat suit, wearing a ninja hat, with protective gear on his shoulders and arms, and the long staff he was holding was slowly being retracted. Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Inoki's voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. You're here too. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,327 words. Chapter 90 Stability. Shuji did not participate in the disguised operation deep into the land of grass. Iwagakure only withdrew the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi, remained on the front lines. He must stay. Yamato's wood release is also lethal, but his ability to suppress tailed beasts is only so-so. In the original work, he had to rely on the necklace left by the first Hokage to suppress Naruto's tailed beast transformation. Ultimately, the team responsible for carrying out this dangerous disguise mission consisted of Kakashi, Yamato, and an elite jonin from the Hyuga branch family, who were in charge of long-range reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. What truly gave this squad the confidence to maneuver behind enemy lines and even hold back a formidable foe like Huang Tu was their fourth member, Jiraiya. Yes, Jiraiya went along too. There are two reasons. First, the rear base was attacked, and the mopping-up team sent by Inoki must have been commanded by a very strong commander. Second, Hiruzen Sarutobi has arrived. Hiruzen Sarutobi is still the Konoha Professor Orochimaru described as someone who could easily kill him. With him around, Konoha's frontline fighting strength is sufficient. It was precisely because Jiraiya was with them that Huang Tu was unable to completely wipe out or drive away Kakashi's team for so long. The information that Jiraiya himself was not on the front line was able to be transmitted back to Narashikaku in time through the communication frog of Mount Mayaboku. That's why we had this attack today. I thought you were going to die of old age in Konoha, Hokage, Inoki said coldly. You're still going strong for your age, so I can't be too delicate, Tsuchikage. Hiruzen Sarutobi was still as kind as ever. Now that you're the only one left, I came to check on you. Want to come down and catch up? It's been a long time since we last met, Tsuchikage. The appearance of the two Kage instantly cooled down the previously heated battlefield. Old Purple retracted his tailed beast cloak and sat cross-legged on the high platform, but his gaze remained fixed on the Umbu member wearing the animal mask. Shuji retreated to Hiruzen Sarutobi's side, ignoring Rashi's gaze. Inoki slowly descended, standing a dozen meters away from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Do you intend to kill me here, Hokage? Hiruzen Sarutobi said sincerely, the war has lasted too long, Tsuchikage. Let's stop and retreat to the land of Earth. Konoha has never harbored any intention of destroying Iwagakure. Making peace is the best outcome for both of us. The third Tsuchikage merely sneered, of course it's good for Konoha, but it's of no benefit to Iwagakure. Hokage, enough of this high-sounding nonsense. Well, you've given Tsunagakure a price, and you've given Kumogakure a price. Now give me a price as a reason to let Konoha go. Hiruzen Sarutobi simply looked at Inoki without saying a word. It's not that we don't want to talk, it's that we can't talk. The Hidden Stone Village has far too many ninjas. Konoha can talk to Tsunagakure and Kumogakure, but it can't talk to Iwagakure. The total number of ninjas in the village of Konoha, which is over 12,000, is the total number of ninjas in the village's more than 50 years of history. The 10,000 Iwagakure ninjas who besieged the Raikage are the actual number of Iwagakure ninjas under Inoki's rule. And that's not all, even Konoha, which possesses the most fertile land in the Land of Fire, doesn't dare to raise so many active ninjas. Inoki of the Land of Earth dares to raise them. He raises so many ninjas precisely because he intends to fight outside the country, and he is determined to fight. Any price paid to Inoki will ultimately only become fuel for Iwagakure's outward expansion.
Jiraiya has now penetrated deep into the heart of the land of grass, Hiruzen Sarutobi said calmly. Anoki Hanashiro's eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly, and the deep wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen. He struggled to control his facial muscles and maintain his composure.
Huang Tu, you haven't returned yet, have you?
Since things have come to this point, there is naturally no need to say more. Jiraiya's elite squad may have reached some kind of tacit understanding with Kyuzugakure in the rear. Huang Tu's whereabouts are unknown and his situation is uncertain. If no breakthrough can be achieved here on the front line, Hiruzen Sarutobi is here, the wood release ninjas are here, and Konoha has already adopted a posture of not being afraid to fight. The information conveyed in those two short sentences was enough to make Anoki weigh things for a long time. After a long while, Anoki let out a very soft, ambiguous hum from his nose. Hokage, you're not old yet.
Hiruzen Sarutobi met his gaze and replied, the Konoha offensive will be suspended by sunset tomorrow.
Having made his promise, the third Hokage personally stood at the front of the battle, supervising Anoki as he issued a series of orders, watching as the Iwagakure troops began to withdraw from the Canopy Bridge line in an orderly manner. Only after the reconnaissance team and the barrier team repeatedly confirmed that there were no hidden traps left in the area ahead did the Konoha ninja forces cautiously advance and take over this blood-stained land. Kakashi's team and Jiraiya returned at noon the following day. Just before sunset on the second day, the deadline promised by Hiruzen Sarutobi, Anoki finally led the main force of Iwagakure to completely withdraw from the border of the land of grass. That afternoon, the envoy from Kyuzugakure arrived at the Konoha frontline command post and paid his respects to the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not mention the grass village's silence and inaction throughout the conflict. He simply smiled and said that Konoha had always respected and was willing to support the interests of the grass village. Subsequently, both sides dispatched personnel to jointly set up outposts along the border between the land of grass and the land of earth, establishing a new defensive posture. The Western Front has now come to a temporary end.
Shikaku told me that you are still as perceptive as ever, Shuji. In the temporary command tent, Hiruzen Sarutobi met with Shuji, who had removed his ANBU uniform, alone. If you hadn't proposed the strategy of disguising yourself as Kyuzugakure to exert pressure and force that stubborn old man Anoki to submit, it would never have gone so smoothly. The strategy was proposed by me, but the greatest credit goes to Kakashi-senpai. If he hadn't ventured deep into the area to ascertain Iwagakure's intention to retreat, none of the subsequent plans would have been possible.
Shuji spoke calmly, showing no interest in claiming credit. For him, after being promoted to Jonin, simply accumulating battle achievements was no longer the priority. With his power and background, credit would be recorded by others. What was more important now was demonstrating convincing judgment and value. Opinions expressed in this way will receive more attention and recognition. Young people don't need to be overly modest. To be able to seize fleeting opportunities in a rapidly changing battle and propose feasible solutions is an extraordinary talent. The third Hokage looked at the young man before him, his gaze filled with appreciation and a touch of complexity.
This Anbu mission is now over. You can return to the Jonin ranks.
However, if necessary in the future, you may still need to act as Mori. Kakashi and Tenzo have other missions to attend to.
Shuji, you can go back to the village to rest first.
At this point, Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to suddenly remember something, and a slightly apologetic and helpless smile appeared on his face. Although it's a bit embarrassing to say, your two teammates seem quite bothered by the arrangement of being left alone this time.
Shuji was now completely bewildered.
End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1301 words. Chapter 91 Clues.
News of Iwagakure being driven out of the land of fire arrived 3 days after Shuji left.
The specific details of the battle were kept secret, but the results were not.
The morale of the villagers, which had been somewhat unsettled, returned to normal.
This is related to his predecessors, that's what Itachi thinks. Why?
Izumi asked, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at Itachi.
It is precisely because it is a mission of this level that we need to mobilize you alone. Itachi's tone was very certain. Your strength has always been unfathomable.
Although we have gone through several missions together, it has never been fully revealed. The third Hokage must have been aware of this, which is why he only summoned his predecessors. Uchiha Izumi was a mediocre ninja. She was self-aware of her own abilities, and even though she had awakened the Sharingan, she was still a nobody as a ninja. Itachi was the most outstanding and talented ninja she knew. Since he said so, it must be him. So she smiled and replied, "Yes, you're right. I'm going to train, Izumi." "Go for it, Itachi. The village still hasn't conscripted us." As Ayako trained, fragments of the villagers' conversations kept flashing through her ears. Iwagakure had retreated, Kumogakure was willing to talk, and that Tsuchikage had been driven out of the land of grass. However, there was still no news of Shosi. No one knew where he had gone. He should have had a share in these achievements, but as a member of Class 5, she was left behind because she was too weak. The sky darkened without us noticing. Hondo dragged her tired body back to the apartment building, but stopped at the door. "Shio, see?" The voice was soft, uncertain, as if he thought he had mistaken the person. "Haven't you eaten?" The captain looked up and glanced at her upon hearing the voice. Not yet." "Open the door first, I'll have a drink of water, and then I'll call Itachi and we'll go eat." Red Bean's mind was a little dazed, but her body acted first, obediently opening the door. She mechanically went to the kitchen to boil water, watching as Shuji, just like the first time he came, tidied up the ninja tools and clutter she had scattered around, scolding her for this old habit as he did so. Because she was so hungry, Hondo opened a cup of instant noodles. When she realized that there seemed to be only one bucket of noodles left, she resigned herself to taking out a bowl and the two of them shared it. "You gave me too little." She stared at the small half-bowl that Shuji pushed over and complained naturally. Hondo protested indignantly, "Is this how the captain mistreats his team members? I'll treat you to something to eat later. If you eat too much instant noodles, the red beans will turn into sweet potatoes." "What's sweet potato? That's too much." "Shuji." Red Bean bared her teeth and claws, trying to pounce, but her face was pinched by a hand, and she was furiously impotent. She mumbled incoherently, but ultimately accepted the assignment obediently. She quickly finished her noodles, tidied herself up briefly, and was then led by Shuji out to find Itachi. "Senior, you're back." Itachi's eyes lit up slightly when he saw Shuji, but he quickly regained his composure and greeted him politely. "Have you eaten yet?" Shosi asked as soon as he opened his mouth. Itachi had obviously eaten by now, but looking at Anko behind Shuji with a grin, he said, "Not yet." Itachi Uchiha naturally lied. "Let's go then." Speaking of which, there haven't been any new shops in the village lately. "I want to eat tempura." Red Bean raised her hand. "Weasel? I can make tempura too." "Then tempura it is." Hondo originally had a lot of complaints and strange things she wanted to say, but now she feels like there's no need to say anything at all. With the fighting on the Western Front subsided, many ninjas on leave came out to relax, so the atmosphere inside the shop was quite lively. Amidst the commotion, several middle-aged ninjas were raising their glasses in celebration. "Finally, we've driven those bastards from Iwagakure out." A ninja with a scar on his face gulped down a large mouthful of sake. "This time, we've finally gotten our revenge." "Even theirs?" "Hey," another, slightly older ninja quickly interrupted, "what happens on the battlefield is classified, you absolutely cannot talk about it." "Don't forget." "Sorry. I just remembered Kento. To cover for us, they..." The scarred ninja's voice trailed off. This topic caused the atmosphere in the entire shop to become much colder. Hondo slowed down her movements as she picked up food and looked at Shosi. The captain lowered his eyes and took a sip of tea. "I heard there's still some wrangling on the Cloud Hidden side?" Another table of guests tried to change the subject, bringing up another important matter. "The negotiations have been going on for a while now, haven't they reached a result yet? It was clearly their envoy who did those things in the village first, yet they have the nerve to turn around and question us." "If you ask me, the Hyuga clan shouldn't have gone so far," a different voice came from the corner. "If they had just subdued them, the situation wouldn't be so passive. Now look what's happened." "What are you saying?"
The lively atmosphere completely dissipated amidst the arguing. The shop owner hurriedly ran out from behind the counter, smiling and trying to smooth things over. Several regular customers at nearby tables also spoke up to reconcile the situation, saying that people shouldn't fight amongst themselves on such a day. The owner offered each table a complimentary serving of fried shrimp tempura, and the tense atmosphere gradually eased amidst the aroma of the food and words of comfort. But once words are spoken, they represent a real idea. As Shuji ate the shrimp the boss had given him, the sweet taste lingered in his mouth, but his mind was filled with thoughts of Hinata. During the pressure of fighting on two fronts, no one had time to investigate the details. Now that the external threat has eased, the internal rifts and resentment are beginning to seek an outlet. After a fierce battle with Iwagakure, the list of casualties was shocking. Negotiations with Kumogakure were destined to be difficult and might involve concessions. With nowhere else to vent their negative emotions, they finally found a seemingly reasonable target to dump them on: the Hyuga clan. Even if one rationally understands that the Hyuga clan is the victim in this matter, when one's own pain and loss need to find a responsible party to bear, people will subconsciously hope that the victim could have done something more perfect. It's always easier to criticize the victims than to confront the cruelty and irrationality of war itself. At times like these, if the village's leadership doesn't take the initiative to guide public opinion and build consensus, the pressure on the Hyuga clan will only increase day by day. Ultimately, the outcome will likely be the same one he already knew. Shuji couldn't be sure if Konoha's original situation was more difficult than it is now, to the point that it had to make the decision to quell the conflict with the corpses of its own people. But in his personal judgment, Konoha was far from needing to take that step. At the very least, given that Shiosei's level of understanding is not yet high enough, he does not approve of this approach. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,386 words. Chapter 92: The Coward's Game. Konoha is incompetent. Even that old geezer Inoki has become useless. With a large number of Konoha's troops still tied down on the eastern front, Iwagakure was directly expelled from the land of grass. When the fourth Raikage, heard this news, his knuckles turned white, and he could barely suppress the surging rage in his chest. Despite all the commotion Inoki made, it all fizzled out, and he failed to achieve any substantial results. The first thing Mitokado Hamura did upon arriving in Kumogakure was, of course, to have a verbal battle with the fourth Raikage. On the surface, both sides firmly deny that they bear any responsibility in this incident. At the negotiating table, Midaman Hamura made no mention of Danzo's investigation findings regarding potential problems within Konoha. The discussion between the two sides was strictly limited to the scope of the unknown forces that attacked the cloud-hidden messenger. The conclusion is quite simple: it's possible that Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and even Kirigakure have all sent people. Both sides even tacitly pointed the finger at Iwagakure. They had both the motive and the capability, and their subsequent reaction was unusually fast. But causing trouble for Inoki was useless. He didn't have what the Raikage wanted, only Konoha had it. Therefore, the Raikage could only continue along the original line of thought and continue to hold Konoha accountable. In the most intense exchange, the Raikage's fist, crackling with electricity, nearly struck Mitokado Hamura on the head. The Konoha advisor, however, simply rolled up his sleeve, revealing a sealing technique on his arm. Killing me here would at most cost a few elite Cloud Village soldiers, and perhaps even Raikage himself, to be buried with me, he said calmly. If you feel that price is not appropriate, please return to your seat, and we can discuss it further. The negotiations remained deadlocked until news arrived that the Iwagakure front was rapidly collapsing. The Raikage has lost his most important card. Whether it's the ownership of the border outposts of the Land of Hot Water or the division of mission shares with the Land of Forest, the terms you've proposed are absolutely unacceptable to Konoha. Mitokado Hamura had clearly also learned of the results on the Western Front, and his tone became even more composed. Our final opinion remains unchanged. Based on the preliminary consensus reached earlier, Konoha can promise to offer the most favorable prices for subsequent trade in food and necessary supplies with the Land of Lightning. In addition, some of the mission quotas of the Land of Hot Water can also be transferred to you. Bang! The heavy negotiating table shattered under the Raikage's powerful punch. He abruptly stood up,
his massive figure looming over the motionless Konoha advisor, his lightning release chakra crackling involuntarily on his body.
I've had enough of this roundabout nonsense.
His roar shook the room.
What you just mentioned, fine. But there's only one condition.
He leaned down, his eyes flashing like lightning, staring intently at Mitokado Yan's eyes behind his glasses.
Hand over the murderer who killed Akai. A life for a life. If even this cannot be done, then let's go to war.
I think Inoki would be happy to march south again. Mitokado Yan was silent for a moment, then raised his hand and gently pushed up his glasses. Within Konoha village, the air didn't truly lighten for long despite the great victory on the Western Front. The pent-up resentment, mixed with pain and exhaustion, which had nowhere to go, pressed heavily on the Hyuga clan like water finding a crack after the brief celebration. As Shuji walked down the street, he noticed a significant increase in the amount of talk about Hinata around him. What started as scattered whispers quickly grew into an undeniable chorus.
Have you heard? Kumogakure is sticking to their guns and demanding an explanation from Hyuga. Why didn't they just use a uniform? Why go to such lengths? So many people died because of them. Rolling my eyes.
No matter how far I can see, I can't see how much trouble I'll cause the village. The villagers who initially didn't have much of an opinion about Hyuga gradually changed their attitudes under the continued low pressure and some intentional or unintentional guidance. Especially after rumors of severely punishing the murderer and a life for a life in the Cloud Village's peace terms leaked out and spread rapidly within the village, this sentiment found a clear target. Shuji walked through these whispers, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. He firmly believed that the Cloud Village lacked a genuine resolve to wage war, and that the Raikage actions were ultimately aimed at exerting pressure and gaining tangible benefits. Moreover, the logic quietly circulating in the village right now that Hyuga's life is worth it to bring peace to the many ninjas on the Konoha front and to force Kumogakure to compromise, doesn't this logic also hold true when applied to Kumogakure? Would the Raikage really risk the fate of the nation for the sake of a fallen subordinate? In that case, the fourth Raikage should have fought Inoki to the death long ago. After all, the third Raikage, who was trapped and killed by Iwagakure, was his father. As he stepped onto the stairs of the Hokage building, Shuji paused briefly outside his office door. A familiar yet slightly unfamiliar face appeared, Sarutobi Asuma, his jawline now clean-shaven, his signature beard nowhere to be seen. He walked out of the office with an angry expression, not even noticing Shuji standing not far away. Watching him disappear around the corner of the corridor, Shuji turned to the slightly ajar door of the Hokage's office. Silence reigned inside, as if an unpleasant conversation had just taken place. He raised his hand and knocked on the door.
Please come in.
Hokage-sama.
Shuji, please have a seat.
The third Hokage looked tired, but still managed to smile.
Is there something you need?
Regarding some recent comments within the village, I believe it is necessary to report to the Hokage, Shuji said. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his gaze back to the documents in front of him.
Oh, what kind of statement is it?
Regarding the matter of Kumogakure, Shuji didn't directly mention Hyuga. My personal assessment is that they have no intention of starting a war. Since recovering from that serious injury, you have indeed become more perceptive, Shuji, the third Hokage said gently. Especially in recent incidents, you have handled them very well. The future of the village still depends on you, Shuji.
Shuji remained silent and did not respond. The third generation looked at the boy and slowly said, "We know what you're talking about.
But we can't ignore the Raikage's feelings, nor can we gamble on whether Kumogakure truly has the courage to go all in. The conditions they proposed, except for the last one, are actually more restrained than we expected.
This might be the fastest way to end the war." The Hyuga clan also expressed their willingness to take responsibility for the greater good. I understand what you're saying.
If the Raikage really makes the decision to start a war, even if it's only for half a month, or even less, how many comrades will die on the front lines? Those sacrifices that could have been avoided. The concerns we have are shared by Yunin as well, Shiosi said calmly. Ultimately, we cannot rely on the Raikage to always remain rational for peace. You, who have served on the border for 3 years, should know the way the Cloud Village ninja operate better than anyone else, Shuji.
Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was deep and slow. Let's leave this matter here, Shuji. I, the Hokage, will bear all the resentment and blame. Shuji said no more, stood up, gave a slight bow, and left the Hokage's office. He was, after all, just an ordinary jonin, and that was all he could do. In the end, the one with more concerns took the lead in turning the steering wheel in this cowardly game initiated by the Raikage. Shuji looked at the Hokage rock and suddenly thought, if it were Tsunade, would she choose to turn this steering wheel first? End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,397 words. Chapter 93 After the War, Part. Hayashi Hyuga did not die, just as happened in the original story. His younger brother Hisashi Hyuga died. The two looked exactly alike. As a member of a branch family, he was handed over because he had been cursed with the caged bird seal, which would destroy his white eye after death, rendering it a useless organ. Raikage I did not launch another attack despite obtaining a useless corpse and a discarded eye. He simply wanted to give his subordinate a Kai an explanation and also needed to prove to the village that he had upheld the dignity of Kumogakure. Obtaining the corpse of a member of the Hyuga clan was already the limit of what the Raikage could do. If negotiations fail and fighting doesn't break out, discontent within the village will overflow. During the negotiations, Konoha's food blockade never stopped. The merchants on land were terrified of being killed, so Root chased them to the sea to intercept every merchant ship that might be heading to the Land of Lightning. Even if the Hidden Cloud Village sends equal numbers of people to protect them, ninjas are ultimately a profession whose ability to harm others far outweighs their ability to protect. As for the impact on Konoha's reputation from such reckless attacks on ordinary people. For the people of the 5 great ninja villages, Root is no secret, but for the vast majority of people in the world, Root is an unfamiliar term. If someone were to actually confront Konoha, the Hokage's office would simply tell you that Konoha is a legitimate ninja village and wouldn't do such a thing. If you wish to investigate this matter, you can submit a request according to procedure. With the formal signing of an alliance between Konoha and Kumogakure, the smoke of war on the Eastern Front has completely dissipated. Konoha then made a tentative peace proposal to Iwagakure. To some people's surprise, Anoki readily agreed. He did not set any conditions, but simply agreed to lift the hostile relationship between the two sides, and then turned his attention to the west, the vast region west of the Land of Silence. After years of failed attempts to march south, and being tired of fighting Konoha, Anoki decided to try attacking Sunagakure, since Konoha wouldn't interfere. He then decided to try attacking the wandering ninjas west of the Land of Silence to see if there were any he could use. After successfully hiring Akatsuki, Anoki felt it was time to change his approach. Hiring these people wouldn't be bad. If they die, we won't have to pay compensation. Sunagakure is the only party that has benefited from this incident, but only temporarily. Konoha suffered another blow. The victory over Iwagakure yielded no real gains, and the efforts to appease Sunagakure and quell Kumogakure were far more costly. Even with the resources of the Land of Fire, the financial losses could be quickly replenished as long as peace was restored. However, some things are not so easily recovered. The public opinion storm surrounding Hyuga arose from the fact that Kumogakure was all bark and no bite, and it wasn't just one person who could see through it. There are many intelligent people in the world. Even if it's for the sake of the village, the decision made by the higher-ups is not incomprehensible. There's no need to start a war, and there are family members who won't die. However, the dissatisfaction that is bound to arise will still exist. Hiruzen Sarutobi knew everything. He simply did what the Hokage was supposed to do as usual, handling official business, practicing taijutsu with the students at the Ninja Academy, and comforting families who had lost loved ones in the war. Sarutobi Asuma left the village without anyone knowing. Shoshi knew this because he had mentioned it when they brought people back for a small gathering at the old house. The third-generation's son has a slight problem with his mind. They don't understand what's important. They still think it's like 20 years ago, when so many people were lost in the mission to protect the daimyo, and they're still smug about it. For that mission, the third Hokage ultimately instructed that the mission reward be distributed to the families of the fallen ninjas. At the mission center, Tori was somewhat puzzled. Isn't protecting the daimyo an important and glorious mission? Hayami Shigeru and Kachianki both gave him slightly strange looks. Shuji casually remarked, "Yes, it's necessary, but nothing to be proud of." Kachi gave Tori a hint, "Although the village has a good relationship with the daimyo, it doesn't mean anything. They are just in charge of management. The ones who truly protect the peace of the Land of Fire are the ninjas of Konoha. It's not like the daimyo doesn't have sons or brothers." Hayami Shigemitsu didn't care. As long as they're not controlled by foreign ninjas, what does it really matter whether they live or die? Kachi said, "It's best to avoid dying if possible, to prevent unnecessary turmoil." We won't go into the details of what happened after that, but we finally agreed on one thing: a meal would be held at the old house in the western suburbs once a month. We could let each other know, and anyone who wanted to come and have a meal together was welcome to come. There was no pressure. This was an opinion put forward by Shuji after obtaining Granny Momoka's consent. Once a month, he would fund a meal together at a canteen, providing some good ingredients. They all thought it was a good idea and decided to work together to make arrangements for it. When the gathering came to an end, Hayami Shigeru stayed a little longer, while Kachianki and the others left first. If nothing unexpected happens, the village will hold the Chunin exams promotion ceremony next year. Shuji, in your team, that Uchiha Itachi, he should still be a genin. It will allow him to prepare in advance. Shuji nodded. There was no need to worry about Itachi Uchiha becoming a Chunin. In the ninja profession, his abilities had never been an issue. Then Hayami added with a hint of complaint, "The village really knows how to cause trouble, leaving him to you, which has made me put in a lot more effort." Seeing the questioning look in Shuji's eyes, Hayami Shigeru sat down again. As you know, after Lord Hashirama arranged for the disbandment of the clan, some people were unwilling, but that was Lord Hashirama's decision. After Hashirama and Tobarama passed away, everyone felt empty inside. The Uchiha clan became increasingly arrogant, so it was inevitable that some of us started to have other ideas. I also have some opinions, but not as extreme as theirs. Shuji could understand this. The Senju and Uchiha clans fought for so long during the Warring States period, and in the end, even though his side had won, they disbanded. On the contrary, the Uchiha clan gained the title of the #1 clan in Konoha, so it was inevitable that they felt unbalanced. Therefore, some people chose to support advisor Shimura. Shuji paused for a moment, then thought, "Wait, what does that mean?" Hayami Shigeru continued, "We were just going to let it go until Lady Momoka said nothing, but now that you're willing to step forward, and you have an Uchiha among your subordinates. So I tried my best to persuade them, and some of them came over later, and their attitude might not have been so good, but don't take it to heart." Shuji remained silent. Therefore, among the forces in the village most hostile to the Uchiha and advocating a hardline approach, there were actually always members of the Senju clan. Therefore, in the original storyline, after the death of the third Hokage, Danzo, the advisor elder who had held real power for many years, even with the support of Mitokado Hamura and Utatane Koharu, rebuilt Root. He was still completely overshadowed by Tsunade, who had returned to take over as Hokage after being away from the village for many years. Not only because of her status as Hokage, but also because some of Danzo's supporters naturally preferred the first Hokage's granddaughter. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1288 words. Chapter 94 After the War, Part. Hayami Shigeru's reminder suggests that those former Senju clan members who had sided with Danzo are now turning their backs on him. With his backyard on fire and his core support base shaken, it was only a matter of time before Danzo Shimura personally came knocking on his door. He did come, and he was very polite. He didn't bring his roots with him. When the darkness of Konoha arrived, it knocked on the door of the mansion like an ordinary visitor. The person who answered the door was Granny Momoka. Danzo stood outside the door, his posture very humble, even bowing slightly. "Lord Tawa, I apologize for disturbing you." Senju Momoka sized up Shimura Danzo for a moment before stepping aside to let him in. "Come in." "Thank you." When Shuji saw him in the courtyard, he simply greeted him, "Advisor Shimura." "I originally thought you were someone like Hiruzen," Danzo said, indecisive even when doing bandit suppression missions. Danzo's face lacked its usual coldness and hardness, his expression was even somewhat peaceful. After reading your report on your mission to Sunagakure, I believe you and I are of the same kind. Danzo paused for a moment after saying this. This conversation should have taken place much earlier, right after you returned from your mission at Izuku port. Danzo's gaze swept over Momoka, who stood quietly to the side. However, since Lady Momoka personally intervened at the time, I put the matter aside for the time being. That day, Granny Momoka went out, and it turned out that she not only met with Hayami and the others, but also with Shimura Danzo. No wonder there was no news afterward. Shuji initially thought it was because of the pressure from the third Hokage and the matter of the Cloud Village envoy, but he never expected that Granny Momoka was also involved. As for Danzo's tendency to act forcefully, it's not surprising. After all, in the anime, right after the fourth Hokage died, he even smiled in an attempt to win over Kakashi. Danzo ignored Shuji's silence and found a stone bench in the courtyard to sit down. Hinzen is getting old, he stated. He is full of concerns and always fantasizes that he can exchange compromise for lasting peace, even at the cost of sacrificing the village's dignity and internal stability. You've already talked to him, haven't you? There could have been a better solution to Hinata's problem. Danzo's gaze swept over Shuji, observing his reaction. Doing so is pointless and will only embolden the enemy. Peace never comes from compromise. Only by deterring them with a force that can instill fear can we truly achieve tranquility. You handled this very well when dealing with Sunagakure. Empty talk about alliances and morality won't earn you their respect. What Konoha needs are people who can steadfastly protect its interests and have the ability to carry them out, not cowards who are indulging in the past. There is a basis for cooperation between us. Danzo lowered his voice. For the future of Konoha, some unnecessary internal strife can be completely avoided. Shuji finally spoke. What kind of cooperation is Advisor Shimura referring to? Everything, Danzo Shimura said first, then added, can begin with maintaining the stability of the village. The stability within the village is the foundation for dealing with all external threats. Tuanzang said meaningfully, however, there are always some unstable factors that are deeply rooted and difficult to eradicate, yet they continue to deplete the village's vitality. Then he subtly changed the subject. I was Tobirama's subordinate. At that time, I also had a companion from the Uchiha clan whose name was Kagami. Kagami possessed extraordinary talent and was recognized by Lord Tobirama, regarded as someone who transcended the narrow boundaries of his clan. It's a pity. Danzo said coldly, such an outstanding person died so young. He didn't mention how Kagami died, but his words implied something. The Uchiha clan is the greatest source of instability. They are a malignant tumor that continues to erode and has already seriously damaged the village. This village is the result of the hard work of Lord Hashirama and Lord Tobirama, and is the legacy of the Senju clan. Yet, it is coveted by the Uchiha clan, who see it as their own. They never truly integrated, they only demanded, resented, and even plotted to overthrow the organization. Hiruzen's appeasement only nurtured a tiger that would eventually become a threat. The tragedy of the Hyuga clan did not stem from Kumogakure, but from the existence of internal fissures that could be exploited by the enemy. These fissures originated from the internal discord and suspicion brought about by the presence of the Uchiha. Danzo looked at Shuji, his gaze sharpening like a knife. You have personally experienced the brutality of the border battlefield and witnessed the death of your comrades. You should understand better than anyone else that sometimes, eradicating internal problems requires more decisive and thorough measures than external ones. A brief period of pain is far better than a long and endless loss of blood. Now, you hold in your hand a knife that may be the most suitable one. Konoha's darkness stood up, his tone unusually earnest. Your strength, your stance, coupled with the resources I can mobilize and my determination to see things through, we can avoid many tragedies that should never have happened. Konoha will become great again in our hands. Just as Danzo was waiting for a response, Granny Momoka suddenly coughed lightly. Danzo, she said calmly, that's enough for today. Danzo's gaze lingered on Momoka's face for a moment, then gradually faded, returning to a deep, still expression. He nodded slightly. In that case, I won't bother you any longer. He turned to Shiosi, his tone regaining its usual calm. I look forward to your reply. Hopefully, it won't be too long. If it weren't for Shimura Danzo saying these words, Shuji might have thought twice. Or perhaps, if it were a young Danzo Shimura, these words might be a little more credible. Just as he commented that Hiruzen Sarutobi had grown old, Danzo Shimura had also grown old. However, he wouldn't give up until he received a reply. Shuji understood this. For the remaining 54 years of Konoha's life, no further upheavals occurred that could shake the entire ninja world. Sporadic skirmishes along the border never ceased, but for Konoha at this time, things were remarkably calm. But this doesn't mean they're idle. Besides their daily cultivation, Shosi also has tasks to do. The village was piled high with mission scrolls, and the fifth squad was like a wound-up toy, setting off every 3 to 5 days to travel to the Land of Fire and even the surrounding areas. Reconnaissance, escort, mopping up operations, negotiation, the missions vary in level and are diverse in type. Team 5 wasn't the only one busy. All the ninjas in Konoha were rushing through the last days of the year. By the last few days of the year, all the scrolls marked urgent in the mission center had finally been cleared out. The ninjas were finally freed from endless missions and could now prepare to spend the last days of the year in peace. On the last day of Konoha's 54th year, Shuji had lunch with Itachi and Anko at Ichiraku Ramen, then said a simple goodbye and went their separate ways. The year's troubles seemed to have slowly evaporated with the steam from the hot soup, dissipating into the slightly chilly air at the end of the year. The 55th year of Konoha arrived as scheduled. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,498 words. Chapter 95. Leaving the village in the spring of the 55th year of Konoha, the village's operations had returned to normal. Ninjas frequently stopped at the notice board of the Ministry of Government Affairs, and more people were submitting leave applications. Shuji summoned Class 5 and informed the two of his plans. I plan to apply for a leave of absence to go out and cultivate, Shosi said. Taking a vacation, huh? Hondo scratched her purple hair, her tone light. To be honest, I was really running around all year, with one mission after another, and I didn't get much rest. The good thing is that her savings have also increased. This way, it's not a problem for her to not go on missions for the time being. Then I'll take this time to focus on my training. There are still several ninjutsu that I haven't mastered yet. The ninjutsu rewarded by the village, the ninjutsu left behind by Orochimaru, will keep her studying for quite some time. Red Bean said with rare seriousness, I also want to strive to become a jonin. She turned to the boy beside her, speaking of which, preparations for this year's Chunin exams are about to begin. Itachi, are you sure you're okay participating by yourself? Itachi remained calm, no problem. Indeed, the ones who should be worried are the others in the same batch as Itachi Uchiha, meaning there are quite a few Chunin spots available this time, otherwise, those in his batch would be considering the next exam. But why did Shuji specifically leave the village? He could have trained within the village, couldn't he? Hondo asked, somewhat curious. Find someone. The day after submitting his application for leave from the village, Shuji received a response. The Hokage's office sent word that he needed to come over. Hiruzen Sarutobi looks a bit older than last year, and the wrinkles around his eyes seem to have deepened. When he saw Shoji come in, he got up from behind his desk piled with documents and gestured for Shoji to sit down on the sofa next to him. A leave of absence can be approved, but leaving the village. The third Hokage looked at Shuji, where do you want to go? Shosi hesitated for a moment, then decided not to fabricate a reason. I hope that while I am away on my training, I can find Lady Tsunade and persuade her to return to the village. Shuji met Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze and spoke frankly. The third Hokage took out his pipe and slowly filled it with tobacco. Go find Tsunade and bring her back. You should know her current situation, Shuji. Yes. Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned back into the sofa. The Hokage cannot be afraid of bloodshed, nor can he be unable to personally go to the front lines. When Shuji mentioned finding Tsunade, he understood what was going on. If it weren't for the need to persuade her to return as Hokage, and given that the village currently doesn't face any major medical challenges, why bother seeking out Tsunade? She's someone whose background and reputation would make her a Hokage candidate the moment she appears in the village. Although surprised that Shuji was so direct, the third Hokage didn't mind.
If Jiraiya hadn't wanted to be Hokage and Tsunade hadn't been away from the village for so long, he wouldn't have had to take over as Hokage again after the fourth Hokage's death. The Hyuga clan sacrificing one member turned public opinion away from their previous discontent.
The village's resentment now rests on him.
This includes the discontent of the young man in front of me.
But none of that matters. As long as you don't want to betray the village, even if you just want to leave for a while, that's fine.
Moreover, Shiosi doesn't actually want to leave, he just wants to find someone to replace him, so it's a minor matter. Thus, Hiruzen Sarutobi merely pointed out the key problem facing Shuji's idea.
Tsunade's hemophobia.
I'll figure something out, Shuji replied. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at him for a moment, then nodded. Since you've said that, then leaving the village is permissible, but we can't let you waste too much time on it.
3 months, I'll give you a 3-month leave.
With that, he got up and went back to his office, briefly searching through several scrolls of documents.
He finally took out a scroll. This is a clue about Tsunade's recent whereabouts.
According to the latest intelligence, she is probably active in the Land of Hot Springs area.
Shuji took it and opened it to examine it carefully.
The above is a rough itinerary for Tsunade this year. This princess of the Thousand Hands gambled her way from south to north, all the way to the Land of Hot Springs.
It also includes a list of her creditors and the amounts owed.
While money may not be much for ninjas, especially those of the legendary Sannin, this number is still somewhat exaggerated. After waiting for Shuji to finish reading, Hiruzen Sarutobi said, "She's impatient and loves to gamble.
For the Hokage position, I prefer Jiraiya. Given the current situation, if she's willing, then that's fine too."
As he spoke, the old man sighed softly, "I'm sorry to have disappointed you all.
It's all because of my incompetence. If only I had died back then, fourth Hokage."
Shuji slowly rolled up the scroll and bowed slightly to the third Hokage.
"You have your reasons. Thank you for your understanding."
Shoji's behavior was indeed inappropriate. In front of the current leader of a military group, he expressed an attitude of looking for someone else to replace him. If this person wasn't Hiruzen Sarutobi, and had truly harbored such thoughts, Shuji wouldn't have said anything and would have simply prepared his own. It is precisely because it is Hiruzen Sarutobi that he can be so straightforward, and it is precisely because it is Hiruzen Sarutobi that perhaps letting him leave the position of Hokage is a relief for him. It's a good thing that the younger generation is constantly exploring ways to make the village better. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression turned serious. "However, Shuji, I also hope you understand that even if Tsunade returns, the hemophobia issue will not be resolved, so don't blame me for not making way."
"Yes, I understand. Also, there's something else I need to remind you of." Hiruzen Sarutobi pulled out another document and handed it to you. "You're on the black market's bounty list.
The bounty is 10 million. With your strength, dealing with enemies who are after that amount shouldn't be a problem, but you still need to be careful. I sent my secret agents to investigate who put up the bounty, but we didn't get any information."
"A bounty has been placed on your head." Shuji took the document.
The attached bounty poster had his picture, name, and ninja rank printed on it.
He remembered that he hadn't done anything that would cause resentment.
When he went out on missions and it came to actually taking action, he usually did it very cleanly.
Is it another ninja village? Or is it someone in a village that didn't receive a reply from him?
His thoughts shifted, and he temporarily put aside the matter of the bounty. The bounty list did not contain information about his abilities, and moreover, the reason he chose this time to leave the village for training was precisely because he had already mastered a new technique, the Flying Thunder God technique. After spending so much time, Shiosi has finally mastered how to quickly cast spells and teleport using them.
Limited by his perception ability, his teleportation range was extremely limited.
When he first marked the target, he could only move within a dozen meters. Later, the Flying Thunder God seal recording body was improved using wood release. With the ability to sense wood release creations, the teleportation range was greatly expanded, and the effective teleportation distance was extended to several hundred meters. If the wood release clone is used as the physical record, then wherever the wood release clone is, he can transmit the information through the shared senses. As for using it in actual combat, he is neither a sensory type nor someone with superhuman reflexes, so ninjutsu was more suitable for Shuji than using Flying Thunder God technique in combat. However, Shuji's initial purpose in learning this technique was not for combat, but simply to have another means of dealing with spacetime ninjutsu. Now that I've mastered it, if I'm out and about and someone really comes after me, I'll always have a way to escape.
Shuji put away the bounty poster and thanked Hiruzen Sarutobi. Thank you for the reminder, Hokage-sama. I will keep an eye on it.
Go. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand. Be careful.
Shuji bowed again, then turned and left the Hokage's office.
End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1,336 words. Chapter 96. Age bring Tsunade back and make her Hokage.
Shuji had been considering this matter ever since Danzo Shimura came to his door.
Cooperation? Or mutual exploitation and counter-exploitation? He had no interest in getting embroiled in endless power struggles with Danzo, but he was also unwilling to sit idly by and wait for an advisor with greater power to attack him. Bringing Tsunade back to the village would undoubtedly be a decisive move. If it really can't be done, then we'll consider other methods. Shuji removed his Konoha headband and changed out of his conspicuous ninja vest. Underneath, he wore a black top and trousers for ease of movement, made of the same material as Might Guy's green bodysuit. Honestly, they're very comfortable to wear. Red Bean and Itachi also think they're nice. He simply pasted purple stripes on both sides of his cheeks for a slight disguise. He wore a long red robe with gold trim, and his wrists were wrapped with special bandages. Inside, his commonly used ninja tools were sealed with sealing techniques. Learning sealing techniques had come in a new use. Finally, bring a knife. Carrying something visible when you're out and about can always help you avoid unnecessary trouble. Shuji was quite familiar with the paths through the land of hot springs. He remembered traveling this route to the eastern border many times. It had been the front line of the long-standing conflict between Konoha and Kumogakure, and Kumogakure's activities had completely ceased since the signing of the alliance. This time, the number of Konoha ninjas and sentries deployed along the land of hot springs line was much smaller than before. The ninjas of Kumogakure can still see it. According to the agreement, Konoha has transferred part of the land of hot springs mission quota to Kumogakure. As for the opinions of the local ninja villages in the land of hot water, specifically the hidden hot water village, Yugakure had no objections. Konoha and Kumogakure had been fighting here for years, and after most of the Yugakure ninja who had objections died, the remaining ones had no more thoughts. Although the village still maintains a certain number of ninjas and is known as a ninja village, it has actually transformed into a town with tourism as its main economic driver, relying on its abundant hot spring resources. The daimyo of the land of hot water will still send money to the hidden village of hot water on time, but most of the mission quotas have been diverted to the hidden leaf village. Now, the hidden cloud village can enter the country without any problem. Tsunade's physical and behavioral characteristics are very distinct, especially the latter. The legendary fat sheep is famous in almost every region. Shuji followed the inns and casinos, but all the clues he found pointed to her leaving the land of hot springs. According to the last casino owner, she seemed to have headed east, supposedly to experience different cultures and customs. As he said this, there was a hint of regret in his voice, as if he felt he hadn't been hospitable enough, which was why the big fat sheep didn't want to stay a few more days. Continuing eastward from the land of hot springs, Shuji unfolds the map. Between the land of hot water and the land of frost, there is a small country called the land of cedar. Along the coastal line, there is a commercial district called Shoteako, which is quite prosperous. He guessed that Tsunade might go there, so he didn't delay any longer and set off immediately. As Shuji approached the forested area on the outskirts of Shibuya Yoko, he slowed his pace. The signs of a fight in the woods alerted him. He probed deeper and discovered bloodstains that had not yet dried, as well as clear burn and explosion marks from lightning-released chakra on the trees. The marks are relatively recent, and the technique was sharp. They could not have been left by an ordinary conflict. Who are the Cloud Village ninjas fighting here? His original self had fought against many ninjas from Kumogakure, and was extremely familiar with their techniques.
Shosi took out several specially made thin wooden pieces, engraved the Flying Thunder God technique formula on them, and then, according to his maximum teleportation radius, placed the marks along the way in tree trunk cracks, under shallow soil, or in rock crevices.
After completing everything, we entered the town of Shibuya Yoko.
The town itself isn't very populated, its prosperity is only relative to the neighboring Frost Country.
However, the number of ninjas in the town is clearly excessive.
Several teams of ninjas wearing headbands from the hidden Cloud Village were casually scattered throughout the streets and alleys. They made no attempt to conceal their identities, but such a display indicated that there were people of high status in the town. But they didn't seem particularly vigilant, and didn't seem to care about one or two people carrying knives. For a ninja with sufficient professional skills, the formation of the guards themselves can reveal the position they want to protect. Shuji naturally blended into the crowd, following the flow towards the central area guarded by the Cloud Village ninjas. Eventually, he found another group of ninjas sitting outside a tavern in the town. Through the open window of the tavern, Shuji immediately spotted the striking head of long, golden hair.
It was Tsunade.
She was sitting at a table in the tavern, with Shizen sitting next to her.
Shizen was holding a pink pig in her arms.
However, what caught Shosi's eye was the burly figure standing next to their table, bronze skin and short, light yellow hair. The fourth Reikage, Shuji calmed himself down and looked out the window at the other seats in the tavern, where some seemingly ordinary customers were sitting.
At the tavern entrance, the Cloud Village ninjas made no attempt to stop other customers from entering. After a brief deliberation, Shuji chose to head to the tavern. "Hey!" A Cloud Village ninja called out to him from the doorway.
"You," the ninja leaned closer, scrutinizing Shuji closely. "You don't look like you're old enough to drink."
Shuji, whose body was already tense, couldn't help but twitch his face. "Are there some kind of taint in the brains of you ninjas? I was about to chop someone up, and you're asking me if I can drink? Is that all you're going to ask?"
"Brother, although alcohol is a good thing, you shouldn't try it if you're not an adult," another Cloud Village ninja said.
"No, well, I can already."
"All right, you too," said Yunin, who appeared to be the leader.
"Don't disturb them." He tilted his head slightly towards Shosi, indicating that he could go in. "Captain, he really doesn't look that old." "I think so too."
"Young people are just making a small attempt, and as elders, we can't just stop them." Listening to the conversation behind him, Shuji took a deep breath and pushed open the door of the izakaya. Tsunade, who had already heard the commotion inside, turned her gaze towards the person at the door. Having already drunk some, Princess Thousand Hands looked up, her gaze lingering on Shosi.
"It looks somewhat familiar." "What?" She stood up abruptly, bypassed Laying AI, and quickly walked to Shosi. She grabbed Shuji by the collar. "I caught you in a place like this. Want a drink, huh? You brat, you're not old enough to try this kind of stuff." He was so arrogant before, saying things like he'd drink less. Now I've secretly come here myself. "What? You also want to try what it's like to be marinated in alcohol?" He was being carried by Tsunade with one hand and swayed back and forth, with Shuji remaining expressionless. "There must be something wrong with my brain for me to think of bringing you back to be Hokage." End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1231 words. Chapter 97 requests Tsunade tore off the two purple stripes from Shuji's face. "What's the point of putting this on? It's so weird." Then, she put Shoji down and looked him over from head to toe. "This looks much better than that stiff, serious ninja look." The fourth Reikage approached. "You're also a Konoha ninja? What are people from Konoha doing here?" Tsunade snorted coldly, sat back down, grabbed the sake bottle beside her, and took a swig. "This isn't the land of lightning, so it's none of your business where Konoha ninjas are." This scene is not what Shuji expected. Tsunade has been discovered by the people of Kumogakure and is about to be taken away. He answered frankly, "I am a Konoha ninja, but I am on vacation right now." He then looked at the menu on the wall and ordered dishes such as yakitori, radish, and stewed meat. He sat cross-legged opposite Tsunade. At this time, there were already more than a dozen small sake jugs on the table. Shuji sniffed the aroma and recognized it as ordinary sake. Kid, didn't I tell you can't drink? Tsunade raised an eyebrow.
I just wanted to confirm how strong the liquor was to make you act so drunk. This wine jug has a capacity of about 150 milliliters, and it's never filled to the brim. If we take 120 milliliters as an example, you've already drunk 2 or 3 gin, 1.5 to 1.5 kilograms. Sake has a moderate alcohol content, around 10 degrees. But given the physical abilities of ninjas, if you can't drink, please have less, Shuji said. I thought you were going to stay in some basement. What did you say? Tsunade's face darkened, veins bulging on the back of her fist. That annoying pose again. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? Guest, the shop assistant approached timidly, carrying the dishes.
Princess Thousand Hands took a deep breath and suppressed her anger.
Shuji gestured for the dishes to be put down, said thank you, and looked at the rakeage.
Please have a seat if you don't mind. AI's face twitched.
She didn't know if this guy was being polite or impolite, and now he was even acting like the master. But the rakeage still took his seat.
As I told you before, I am a Konoha ninja who is on vacation.
I came to check on the situation after discovering Lady Tsunade's whereabouts and noticing the movements of the Kumogakure ninja.
Konoha and Kumogakure have signed an alliance.
While they are not exactly friendly, they are no longer enemies either, the rakeage said curtly. Then, AI took another look at Shosei's face.
He looks somewhat familiar. Shuji has indeed misunderstood.
Lady Tsunade had a bet with Lord Rakeage, and then
Shizune explained.
The rakeage continued, I forced Tsunade to treat me and my subordinates, that's all.
Shuji, now the face matched the person in the intelligence report. I've heard your name before. You were the one who went to Sunagakure last year, weren't you?
It's such a trivial matter, I didn't expect it to reach Lord Rakeage Sears.
Shuji picked up a skewer of yakitori, his tone indifferent. As an envoy, it's not easy to complete your mission alive.
After saying that, the rakeage looked at Tsunade. Although you agreed to the treatment because I won the bet, I will not shortchange you on the reward you deserve.
AI got up.
Tsunade, I have already sent people to settle the debts you owe to those people from the land of gold. So, I'll take my leave now.
Hey! Wait, just give me the money directly. Tsunade exclaimed in surprise.
Laying didn't turn around, but coldly said, giving money to someone who's addicted to gambling and can't win is only good for letting her lose it all. Whether you borrow more money or not is none of my business, but I've done what I had to do. After saying that, he strode away.
Tsunade scoffed in dissatisfaction. Although I don't have a good impression of the people of Kumogakure, what he said makes sense. You get the hell out of here too. Tsunade glared angrily.
This bastard in front of her was truly capable of making her angry. Lady Tsunade, that's going too far, Shizune quickly interjected.
Shuji came here specifically because he was worried about your safety.
She hugged the little pig Tuntun tightly and turned to Shuji to explain, the cause of this matter is the land of Sugi. Lord Rakeage led his men to seize the secret ninjutsu scroll of Sujigakure. At this point, Shuji nodded. As expected, it was Kumogakure, which really matched his stereotypes about them. They robbed treasures from other villages, and even the Shadow himself got involved. What happened next was that Sujigakure hired a team of ninjas called Xianyuan Clan in order to retrieve the secret scroll. The Rakeage squad was hit by Xianyuan Clan's secret technique called exploding insects. One person died, another was parasitized by the insects, and even the Rakeage himself was affected, but was not affected for the time being. The tracks that Shuji found in the forest were left in this way. Just then, a medical ninja from the Cloud Village team discovered Tsunade there and asked for her help. The incident between Kumogakure and Konoha had only recently occurred, so Tsunade naturally wouldn't agree to help with the treatment. Lord Rakeage initially tried to force him, Shizune's voice trailed off, and then proposed to settle the matter with a duel, but Lady Tsunade was drunk that day and broke her promise, leaving him standing in the rain all night in an empty stadium. So the next day, when Lord Rakeage came to visit again, Lady Tsunade made a bet on an arm wrestling match.
If Lord Raikage won, she would agree to help. As a result, Tsunade was stronger, while the Raikage was faster. By using his speed, he pretended to relax during the struggle, then suddenly exerted his strength and won. Tsunade, true to her word, agreed to the treatment. Does that kind of injury require surgery? It's my responsibility, Shizen said. Didn't the Raikage suspect the reason? Shuji continued to ask. Since he had approached Tsunade, he must have hoped that she would take action personally. Shizune gave an awkward smile. Exposed? Yes. Shuji glanced at Tsunade, who looked completely indifferent. Despite the lingering grudges between Konoha and Kumogakure, in this matter, the fourth Raikage, was indeed a man of his word. Even after discovering that Tsunade had hemophobia, he did not use it to his advantage. Finally, reinforcements from the Hidden Cloud village arrived, and the Shenyuan clan's ninjas abandoned their mission as a result. Shizune finished recounting the whole story. The story is over, Tsunade turned back, her drunken eyes filled with obvious impatience. The Cloud Village people have left. When are you going to leave, kid? Shoshi slowly finished the last bite of his food, put down the bamboo skewer, and then met her gaze. It wasn't by chance that I ran into you and Miss Shizune on this trip. Tsunade gave a knowing sneer. I need your help with something. This vacation is for practicing immortal arts, and I hope to get your help with some of the challenges. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,334 words. Chapter 98 Test. We can't say directly that he came to ask Tsunade to come back as Hokage. If we did, he wouldn't be able to stay. Therefore, Shuji brought up the matter of cultivating immortal arts. In fact, this was one of the initial goals before setting off. The method provided by the live slug required him to endure long enough under natural energy. Shuji had confidence in his chakra, but for such dangerous training, it was always good to have extra protection. As for cultivating immortal techniques, go talk to the live slug yourself, Tsunade said impatiently. I already understand the training part, but I need chakra support, Shuji said softly. That's why I came to you. The sudden, gentle tone sent a chill down Tsunade's spine, raising goosebumps on her arms. She gave a disgusted look, crossed her arms, and rubbed them together. Kid, you're disgusting. So you prefer a more direct, even impolite, approach? Shuji regained his composure. Then, please help me with my training, Lady Tsunade. It's even more infuriating. Although she said that, Tsunade felt better than before. But why should I help you? Want to arm wrestle with me and make a bet? No, I don't have that power, Shuji replied. So please feel free to make your request, and I will do my best. I'll do my best, Tsunade repeated softly, pursing her lips. That's hardly a sincere statement. Shizune, hiding under the table, quietly poked Tsunade's side with her finger and whispered, Lady Tsunade. Don't bother me, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Princess Thousand Hands yawned. You go and settle today's bills first, kid. Jingyin immediately looked embarrassed. As an elder, it was really inappropriate for a junior to pay the bill. Feeling that she was a senior, Shizune was about to handle the situation when Shuji stopped her. I have something to ask of Lady Tsunade, and it is only natural that I do so. Looking at his expressionless face, Shizune suddenly felt an invisible pressure. Although it wasn't the first time they had met, this young man always gave her the feeling that he was older than her. After resting for a night, Tsunade asked Shuji to settle the hotel bill, and then gambled for 2 hours at a casino in Shota, losing all her money before leaving satisfied. Since you're asking for my help, then you'll serve as my follower for the time being. Once I'm satisfied, I'll help you cultivate Sage Mode. Tsunade revealed a wicked smile. I'm going to vent my anger properly. An impeccable, almost humble smile immediately appeared on the boy's face, and his voice became soft and gentle. Of course, Lady Tsunade. Princess Thousand Hands suddenly shuddered, her hair standing on end, and shouted, Don't talk to me like that. Shuji still smiled and said, It's just the etiquette of a servant. Ugh. I'm about to throw up. Tsunade covered her mouth, feeling nauseous. I'm just confirming which kind of service you prefer. Shiose's smile vanished instantly, returning to his usual indifference.
After all, you seem to have been quite critical of my past words and actions.
That's enough, how about this?
Tsunade waved her hand listlessly. The exhilarating feeling of losing money so badly at the casino had completely vanished.
Shizun watched the scene thoughtfully, realizing that this was the way to deal with Lady Tsunade. She mimicked Shuji's tone and tentatively began, "Lady Tsunade." "Shut up, be quiet." Tsunade immediately turned her head and glared at her. "Yes."
Shizun lowered her head, looking aggrieved, and muttered softly, "Why not me?" After leaving Shoteo, the three traveled south, passing through the land of forests, and finally arrived at a remote place on the southeastern coast of the Land of Fire.
An abandoned pier lies forlornly on the rugged coastline.
Although she was supposed to give Shuji a hard time, Tsunade didn't end up doing much. She just made him settle his bill for the food, and he didn't even get to drink his fill of alcohol. Therefore, after the journey, Princess Senju felt she hadn't vented her anger, but seeing the occasional helpless expression on his face, she also felt as if she had vented a little. At this moment, Shuji stopped and looked at the scene before him. The pier is not large, and most of the wooden boardwalks are rotten and broken. The remains have been repeatedly washed by the sea, and they have turned grayish-black. This place looked like it had been abandoned for at least several decades, and he didn't quite understand why Tsunade would specifically come to a place like this. "Lady Tsunade, this place doesn't look like a casino or a tavern." Tsunade did not answer immediately, her gaze turning towards the vast sea, where the azure horizon seemed to hold some distant memory. The sea breeze ruffled her blonde hair, and for a moment, her profile showed a look of dazedness and tranquility.
"Of course not."
The waves reflected in her eyes. Many years ago, this dock was very lively.
Ships departed from here and could reach a country that was skilled in sealing techniques.
Sealing technique, obsolete.
The land of whirlpools?
Tsunade snorted, breaking the slightly heavy atmosphere. She turned her head and pointed at Shuji with her chin. "Hey, attendant, the next step is to run from here to the ruins of Yuzushio village.
No boats allowed."
Shuji gazed into the distance where the water and sky merged, but could not see any trace of land.
"We need the approximate location and distance." "What?
Scared?"
Tsunade raised her eyebrows.
"If your chakra control isn't up to par and you fall into the sea to feed the fish halfway through, I won't be rescuing you.
We just need navigation."
"If you're unsure of the exact location, we can try searching," Shuji replied calmly. Speechless again, Tsunade pointed in a direction with a hint of annoyance. "Keep going east, slightly south. Stay close, or I won't wait for you if you fall behind." Before she finished speaking, she had already leaped off the dock, chakra gathering beneath her feet as she lightly stepped onto the sea.
Shizun followed closely behind.
The long sea voyage had already happened once before at Izuku port, but the location of Yuzushio village was obviously much farther, but it had no effect on Shuji. Tsunade, who was originally running in the lead, gradually slowed down when she saw that Shuji was able to keep up.
"Follow her."
She suddenly laughed, and then punched Shosi hard in the side.
Shuji was already prepared after Tsunade slowed down.
He suddenly unleashed his chakra and slid rapidly to the side and back.
Water escaped water formation wall.
A thick wall of water rose instantly, separating the two.
Tsunade's fist slammed into the water wall with a muffled thud, the terrifying force causing the wall to tremble violently and explode into a spray of water.
Taking advantage of this moment, Shuji had retreated more than 10 meters and regained his footing.
"Not bad." Tsunade flicked the water droplets off her hands.
"Since we're just killing time anyway, let's see if you're even qualified to touch something like sage art." The journey that followed turned into intermittent combat drills. Tsunade's attacks were completely unpredictable. Sometimes it was a frontal assault, sometimes she used the sea environment to create traps, and sometimes it was simply a contest of hand-to-hand combat. Jingyin watched in horror, wanting to speak up and dissuade him several times, but she couldn't bring herself to say a word.
Although Tsunade said it was a test, she showed no mercy to her subordinates.
However, being on the high seas, Shuji's fighting environment was far better than Tsunade's, and even if he only used water release, the situation was not difficult. Finally, having exhausted herself, Tsunade stopped, satisfied with her successful punch to Shuji's chest.
And Wachao village is right in front of us.
End of this chapter.
Konoha notes. 1244 words.
Chapter 99. Practice. The ruins of Wachao village no longer reveal the shape of the village. Numerous large and irregularly shaped rocks are scattered near the coastline, some submerged in the seawater and covered with a thick layer of seaweed and shellfish. There are still some fortifications and building foundations that can be vaguely identified, and occasionally you can see blurry, faded swirling patterns. The three of them stopped in a relatively flat area. Tsunade stood still, looking around, her gaze sweeping over the ruins.
If you want to cultivate immortal arts, then do it here. Since the destruction of Vortex Village, no outsiders have come here. No one will disturb us. Shuji did not respond immediately.
Instead, he carefully surveyed all the corners and shadows around him. Only after confirming that there were no signs of life or potential danger did he slowly sit down cross-legged. The psychic spell flashed across the ground and disappeared in an instant. A tiny slug appeared in Shiosi's palm, its soft, gentle voice as gentle as ever. Shiosi. Lord Live Slug, I am preparing to begin my cultivation of immortal arts.
The little slug's antennae twitched slightly, sensing the energy flow in its surroundings, before turning towards Tsunade. Send over a small one, a live slug. Tsunade's tone was direct and decisive. I'll have to provide him with chakra support later. Understood. With Lady Tsunade's chakra support, the risk will be greatly reduced.
The slug's voice was full of approval as its body quickly split into a smaller individual, which wriggled and climbed onto Tsunade's shoulder.
Shuji closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and completely calmed the shockwaves from his battle with Tsunade.
He focused his mind on his body, and his senses, following the flow of chakra, slowly extended outward, beyond the boundaries of his physical body, touching the vast and primal energy permeating the air, seawater, and rocks, natural energy. He had long been able to clearly perceive them, but this time, instead of using the wooden clone as a buffer, he directly attempted to introduce them with his main body. At first, it was just a tiny bit of energy, seeping into the body like a trickle. But the next moment a massive, chaotic torrent of energy seemed to have finally found an outlet, and it surged into his body. Shuji focused all his energy on refining his chakra, attempting to contend with this violent natural energy. But the cells in the Hashirama cell craved energy far more than expected, greedily absorbing all the energy that poured in, like parched land, and in an instant pushed him to the edge of irreversible alienation. The skin on his arms and neck quickly lost moisture, became dry and rough, and showed obvious and terrifying woody texture.
Troublesome brat. Tsunade clicked her tongue, but her actions showed no hesitation.
The Een seal on her forehead instantly dissipated, and at the same time, she continuously channeled chakra into Shuji through the small slug on her shoulder. The slugs on Shuji's body swelled slightly, emitting a soft glow as they rapidly absorbed the rampant natural energy within him.
With strong external chakra support, the lignified characteristics were quickly suppressed and faded away. Shizen held Tuntun tightly, anxiously watching over him.
She watched as black eyeshadow would sometimes appear around Shuji's eyes, and at other times his limbs would become woody in parts, with tiny twigs even sprouting from his fingertips in the worst cases. Her heart was in her throat.
The process is cyclical and extremely dangerous.
But as time goes on, the frequency of the lignification flashes gradually decreases, and the duration becomes shorter and shorter. The balance of the three energies within Shuji's body is being painstakingly restored. After an unknown amount of time, his condition finally stabilized. The unusual lines on his skin disappeared, and the magical eyeshadow around his eyes became clear and stable. He slowly opened his eyes. For the first time, natural energy is introduced, and with external assistance, it initially achieves stable coexistence within the body.
Successful. Although this is only the first step, and the balance remains fragile, it is undoubtedly a crucial beginning. Tsunade cut off the chakra supply, at least my efforts weren't in vain. Thank you very much, Lady Tsunade. And Lady Katsuyu.
The Hashirama cell's excessive greed for natural energy made the training process far more dangerous than expected. This was the first time since arriving in the ninja world that he had felt such profound exhaustion from refining chakra. After successfully absorbing natural energy for the first time, subsequent cultivation will gradually become smoother, Shiosi, the live slug added gently.
Shuji thanked him again with deep gratitude.
Tsunade had already turned and walked to the side after releasing the Yin seal to supply chakra. If she didn't replenish it in time, she would temporarily lose her youthful appearance and even show signs of aging far beyond that of ordinary people.
She absolutely did not want anyone to see her like that.
Silently handed her the prepared food.
Just then, Tsunade suddenly felt chakras surging into her previously somewhat empty body.
This is TCH, kid actually has this level of chakra.
Feeling the cheers of her body's cells, Tsunade smiled.
From this perspective, it doesn't seem like we're losing too much. Shuji checked his Sage Mode status. There were no animalistic features, only black stripes, and his pupils had changed slightly, but only the outer edges were a bit yellowish.
This is Hashirama Senju's Sage Mode.
It's unclear whether it's due to a training method or residual genetic information in Hashirama's cells. Fortunately, as a perfect Hashirama cell fusion user, he didn't have Hashirama Senju's face on his body, but just looked like a Sage Mode user, which is already very good. After the first day of training, the three rested on the island.
Shuji. Tsunade called him by name, which was unusual for her. What do you know about Uzushio village? This is a country established by the Uzumaki clan.
They were once allies of Konoha and distant relatives of the Senju clan, Shuji replied. The whirlpool mark on the Jonin uniforms is a symbol of the friendship between the two sides.
Yes, grandmother also hailed from Uzumaki village. The Uzumaki clan was indeed powerful.
Princess Senju looked at the remaining vortex marks, her tone becoming somber.
Do you know why they perished?
Please advise me.
Tsunade said calmly, because it was untimely. Even with Konoha as an ally, we still couldn't survive the Shinobi World War.
Konoha is constantly under siege, but it doesn't actually take too long to support the Land of Whirlpools, which is not far from the Land of Fire.
Even if we can't spare any troops immediately, as long as Uzushio village can hold out for 2 or 3 days, Konoha will always be able to send reinforcements.
But the village was still destroyed, and this powerful nation vanished just like that. Her gaze swept over the broken swirling patterns, her voice carrying an almost imperceptible sigh.
With the skills they possessed, in the end, they couldn't even hold out for a few days. It was then that I truly understood why even my great-uncle Tobarama agreed to my grandfather's decision to disband the clan.
A single ninja clan, without power at the level of my grandfather, would not be able to survive the brutal ninja village wars, Shuji. End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1194 words.
Chapter 100 Communication. A village dominated by a single ninja clan can hardly survive, even for us.
Tsunade's voice broke the silence, calm as she looked at Shuji. Before, Granny Momoka was there, and now you are here too. They won't be bullied, so... Shuji probably understood why Tsunade had specifically brought him to Uzushio village. But he remained unmoved, simply gazing at the ruins.
Seeing Shuji's state, Princess Senju lost interest in continuing the conversation, leaned wearily against a broken section of the low wall, and closed her eyes.
Activating the Yin seal means consuming one's long-accumulated chakra, and even with Shuji's replenishment, it is still a mentally taxing process. Whatever, it has nothing to do with me anyway.
Shosi adjusted his tone, which was neither as cold and slightly prickly as before, nor as docile and somewhat greasy as before, but became clear and steady. Although you have been emphasizing this point, your actions suggest that you do not think so. Tsunade lifted her eyelids, glanced at him, and said with a hint of surprise, "You can talk normally again now. Since I met you again, I have been so rude, yet you have tolerated it and are willing to help me cultivate immortal arts, saying that you have let go of everything." Shuji met those bright brown eyes.
But the one I have never been able to let go of is you, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade clenched her fists, lowered her head, and avoided eye contact.
The mental exhaustion caused by the massive depletion of chakra quietly spread, causing her vision to blur for a moment, and she almost saw that tender yet lifeless face.
Rope tree. What nonsense are you spouting now? Have you ever wondered why I'm being so blunt?
She twitched the corners of her mouth, revealing an expression that could hardly be called a smile.
There's no need to even think about it.
Granny Tao Hua had already heard about the child she had with her.
What kind look would someone who would do anything to prove the glory of the Thousand Hands have for a coward like her, who had fled the village and was addicted to alcohol and gambling?
Especially now that she has her grandfather's cells and has learned immortal arts, everything she does afterward is predictable.
Empty words won't make you understand.
Shuji stretched out his hand, his palm glowing with blue light.
I've heard that in the beginning, people used chakra to understand each other.
Tsunade's eyes flickered slightly, her arm rose a little, and her fingertips extended forward almost imperceptibly, but just before they touched, she suddenly swung her hand away, scattering the docile chakra with a single palm strike.
Enough!
She stood up abruptly, her tone curt.
I have no interest. Seeing Tsunade flee as if escaping, Shuji withdrew his hand. Tsunade's hemophobia is partly due to war PTSD, but judging from how she overcame it after witnessing Naruto's desperate struggles, there are other reasons behind this symptom. For example, Hashirama Senju's dream was to achieve peace by creating a village. She fought for everything she loved and cherished, and then died, but peace remained a distant dream. Based on the experience of the original work, there are 2 points to help Tsunade overcome her fear of blood. 1. Let her see that there is still hope for Hashirama Senju's dream. 2. The situation is urgent, so that she has enough motivation to immediately overcome the fear brought by blood. Naruto Uzumaki proved the first point, which in turn made the second condition true.
The problem is that he's not a passionate man, he doesn't have the infectious charisma to easily influence others.
If so, resolving this matter would be much simpler. Even if Tsunade's hemophobia can't be cured, mastering Sage Mode would at least make this vacation worthwhile.
The next day, Tsunade showed no signs of anything amiss, as if the conversation from the previous night had never happened. She continued to help Shuji with his Sage Mode training. Having learned from the previous day's experience, Shoji was no longer as overwhelmed by the natural energy today. Although some woody features may occasionally appear on its body, the overall condition is under control. Having overcome the first hurdle in absorbing natural energy, the training methods at Shikatsu Forest also demonstrated advantages different from those at Mayaboku Mountain.
When the slud diverts excess natural energy, it does so gently and continuously, unlike Mount Mayaboku, which directly eliminates it. This prevents the practice from being interrupted, making it easier to maintain balance during the practice. After completing her training, Tsunade did not leave again this time.
After having her chakra replenished twice, she had figured out the experience and methods. As long as she could intercept and integrate the vital chakra that Shuji fed back, she could offset the damage to her body caused by the Kachiin seal, and she would no longer age.
This time, Shuji took the initiative to approach Tsunade. Tsunade-sama. What? There's something I forgot to tell you yesterday. Tsunade replied nonchalantly, Oh, what's the big deal? You may have misunderstood again. I have no intention of rebuilding the clan. Shuji looked at the sea. I understand your concerns. In fact, since Hashirama and Tobirama, the Senju clan has not produced any outstanding figures.
The veins on the woman's smooth forehead suddenly bulged.
After listening to the first half of the story, she seemed quite relieved, yet also somewhat regretful.
Hearing the rest, my temper flared up again. I felt this kid was still as tactless as ever.
I am one of the legendary Sannin. You brat! Tsunade practically spat out the words through clenched teeth, throwing a punch that was dodged by Shuji. With another punch, Shuji realized that Tsunade wasn't really using her full strength, and caught it with his hand.
I'm sorry, I forgot to mention you separately. What I mean is that I do intend to unite the clansmen in the village, but not to form a clan. I just hope to use their strength to speak out about the current situation. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's anger subsided slightly, but she then frowned again. So this is how it is. Wait, if that's the case, what is it that you're unhappy with me for now? I'm not an extreme proponent of the thousand-hand philosophy, so what was the meaning behind my previous sarcastic remarks? Are you deliberately trying to disgust people? You bastard! The strength that had loosened in her hands increased again as Tsunade's anger flared up. Shuji also unleashed a powerful burst of chakra, steadily holding his own against it.
That's exactly what I'm about to explain.
He sank his consciousness deep into the depths, discarding the chaotic memories belonging to the otherworldly soul, and stripped away everything accumulated by the original owner of this body during his 14 years of life, passing it on through their intertwined hands.
Tsunade was about to break free, but hesitated for a moment.
Everything about a boy who had lived for 14 years entered her mind through the connection of chakra. End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1187 words. Chapter 101 Memory Shuji. Remember, we are the Senju clan.
The Senju clan founded Konoha, and we gave up our names and privileges for the sake of the village. But as the last people who still remember our roots, we must never abandon the honor that belongs to us.
This is what Shuji has been hearing all along. From now on, I will take care of you, Shuji. Grandma? Where are Mom and Dad?
They went to a faraway place. The two died in battle against the enemy, and Shuji understood this. All he could do was continue down the path his parents had walked. They trained and fought to become outstanding ninjas. They were the Senju who voluntarily concealed their surnames and were the last of the Senju. You are capable of escaping.
Kaito. Let's go quickly and take the intelligence back. Kenta. Sorry, this is all I've gotten to. Grandma, it hurts so much. Just a little longer. The aged voice pleaded. I'm sorry, mother-in-law.
Finally, it was my turn. Tsunade abruptly flung her hand away, staggered backward, clutched her chest and gasped for breath, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, her face deathly pale.
After coming back from the brink of death, I also wondered, was it all worth it? The road to peace is long and seems endless.
But if there are no successors, if the successors cannot continue to persevere, then all the sacrifices of the past will have been in vain.
There are no shortcuts to peace.
Fortunately, there are still people, not just one person, striving to run on this path.
Shuji took off his gold-trimmed red robe and draped it over Tsunade's slightly trembling shoulders, then turned to leave. Etc. Tsunade's voice trembled as she called out to him.
You came to me not just to cultivate immortal arts.
Yes.
Shoshi stopped but did not turn around.
What else do you want to do?
The third-generation leader, and the entire team around him, are all too old, Shuji said calmly. Given the current situation inside and outside the village, it would be extremely difficult to maintain even this aging team.
Tsunade raised her eyes, her tone stern. Do you want a coup? If you put it that way, you're being too extreme.
Besides, I already told the third Hokage before I came out to find you.
He did not object. Yes, that's just the old man's personality. The woman, remembering her own situation, said dejectedly, then what's the point of coming to me? Why not just let Jiraiya go back to be Hokage? You are the most suitable candidate.
Jiraiya was strong enough, but he was too obsessed with the so-called Child of Destiny. Meanwhile, the Child of Destiny was still just a little kid, experiencing the hardships of being a Jinchuriki. Tsunade is more realistic and has the ability to take over the village as quickly as possible.
I can't. If it's just hemophobia, it's just a matter of whether you want to resolve it.
Tsunade sneered, do you think I haven't tried?
I was trying it when I helped the people of Kumobakure a few days ago. Otherwise, how would the Raikage have found out about my hemophobia?
Shoshi smiled faintly, you've probably lost your mind, attempting to expose your greatest weakness when friend or foe is unknown and you have no safeguards.
You bastard!
Get out of here and find someone else, the woman roared, now you're begging me. Yes, please forgive me, Shoshi replied readily, but his tone betrayed no remorse whatsoever.
Roll! Tsunade grabbed the long robe she was wearing from the Shuji and threw it over. Leave far away. Shuji took the clothes and walked away briskly.
Tsunade, still furious, collapsed to the ground, gazing at the boundless sea before her. Grandpa, your ideals seem to be continuing.
In the days that followed, Tsunade's attitude toward Shuji became much worse, but the work of assisting with training continued.
Every so often, Shizen would cross the sea to buy supplies. As for the matter between Tsunade and Shuji, she had heard some of it but said nothing, simply waiting for her teacher's decision.
Shuji no longer attempted any further conversation. He had said what needed to be said, and exhausted all available means. Besides, that Tsunade, expecting to force her to submit with words is a pipe dream.
Half a month later, Shuji was able to stabilize Sage Mode using only the live slug without relying on Tsunade's chakra support. After another 10 days, he was able to do so without the live slug's help. By this point, they had essentially mastered the immortal mode, but lacked the corresponding immortal techniques.
He asked the live slug about this. No, Shiosi.
The slug's soft voice was apologetic.
The slug is a single entity, and its attack methods are imbued with immortal energy. There are no immortal techniques suitable for you.
Therefore, we have no choice but to develop it ourselves. Hashirama Senju's true several thousand hands technique is too chakra intensive, even the reanimated Hashirama himself couldn't unleash it, so Shuji now can't. We can only start with other escape techniques. Adding points to Sage Chakra to ninjutsu basically creates Sage Art.
He knows many ninjutsu techniques, but because the chakra output ratio is different after adding Sage Chakra, he still needs to study it again.
However, the biggest advantage of Immortal Mode is actually the improvement of basic stats. Immortal techniques are not usually used, so there's no rush to use them.
Shushi.
As she finished her training and was about to leave Yuzushio village, Tsunade finally spoke again, breaking the long silence.
What exactly are you planning to do?
If you're not satisfied with the old man's approach, you should at least come up with a more feasible solution than theirs. Otherwise, I'll take it as you talking big, and there's no need to mention going back to the village again.
Shuji didn't answer directly, but just looked at her quietly.
There's something I forgot to tell you, he said slowly. Although the third Hokage supports my mission to bring you back, he has one condition. If the hemophobia issue isn't resolved, we'll probably have to resort to some unconventional methods to get him to come down after you go back. So, Shuji's gaze fell on Tsunade's face. Are you ready to take care of it?
The sea breeze ruffled Tsunade's golden hair.
She remained silent, her gaze sweeping over the desolate ruins in the distance before finally settling on Shuji.
Give me your proposal first.
Her tone left no room for argument.
You're really being willful, Lady Tsunade. Shut up. Speak.
The blonde woman raised her fist and waved it threateningly.
Shuji sighed almost imperceptibly. Do you want me to shut up, or what? Seeing that Tsunade's expression darkened further, he promptly followed up. Where would you like to begin? Last time at Izuku Port, you said you had some opinions about the Uchiha clan. Tsunade lowered her fist. Let's start with the Uchiha clan then.
End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1252 words. Chapter 102 Hemophobia.
Tsunade crossed her arms, her fingertips unconsciously tapping her elbows. It sounds like a proposal that can be discussed, she finally said.
Assuming you've already gained Fugaku's approval, this path is indeed feasible. Feasibility and actual implementation are two different things, Shuji said. It is impossible to implement without the full support of the Hokage.
This support cannot be limited to words.
Fugaku Uchiha has not urged it until now because he understands that this plan requires the joint efforts of the village and the Uchiha leadership. He can now agree on behalf of the clan leader, so will the village leadership be willing to lend a hand? Shuji wasn't sure yet, so finding Tsunade was the best option. She could suppress any opposition.
Hiruzen Sarutobi might only be able to muster the resolve to suppress his old comrade's objections after his eyebrows were burned by fire. Tsunade clicked her tongue, turned her face away, and silence returned, with only the tireless waves crashing against the rocks on the shore.
A few minutes later, she made up her mind. Then let's get started. Solve my problem first. Tsunade was not entirely unaware of her condition. After years of self-imposed exile, she occasionally tried to manage her hemophobia.
Compared to the worst situation in the village where she couldn't even see blood, now, as long as other people's blood doesn't actually splatter on her, she can barely suppress that fear. But when it came to actually facing the bloodshed, she always chose to run away. Shizune, holding Tuntun, looked over with concern.
Tsunade gave her a look and nodded slightly, indicating that she was ready. Shosi didn't say much.
He drew the knife from his waist, gripped the blade with his left hand, and with a single exertion, warm blood gushed out instantly. After achieving immortality through self-cultivation, the regenerative abilities granted by Hashirama's cells were greatly enhanced. He deliberately controlled his muscles, slowing down wound healing and allowing the blood to continue flowing. With his hand raised, Shuji placed his blood-dripping palm on Tsunade's arm. The first drop of blood fell onto her bare forearm. Tsunade's body tensed instantly, her breath catching for a moment. The temperature, viscosity, and texture of the blood were exceptionally clear, and a slight shiver spread from the point of contact, but she gritted her teeth and stood rooted to the spot, though her face paled even more. "Continue." The words were squeezed out from between his teeth. Shuji squeezed the wound hard, and more drops of blood dripped down, forming a broken red line on Tsunade's arm, eventually pooling into a small puddle that slowly flowed downwards. Tsunade's breathing became heavy, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. She stared intently at the blood on her arm, her pupils slightly contracting. The familiar smell of rust filled her nostrils, and although she was still standing, her body began to sway. Then, Shuji took a further step. He stepped forward and pressed his still bleeding hand against the palm of Tsunade's other hand. The warm, moist touch instantly enveloped her fingers and palms, fitting perfectly. "Well." Tsunade let out a suppressed groan, and almost instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but Shuji gripped it with even stronger force, making it impossible for her to break free. Sight, touch, smell. All her senses were screaming wildly. The sticky, viscous sensation of blood was incredibly clear, burning her skin and penetrating to her very bones. Her vision began to darken, and countless fragmented images churned in her mind. Tsunade's eyes quickly became bloodshot and turned red, her body began to tremble violently uncontrollably, her legs went weak, and she knelt on the ground. Just as her reason was about to crumble, she raised her head, her bloodshot eyes meeting Shosei's calm, almost cruel gaze. "Grandpa's ideal." Her voice was hoarse and broken, each word seemingly uttered with all her might. "Is there really hope for the future?" Shuji met her gaze, which was on the verge of collapse, without flinching. His hand remained wrapped around hers. "Yes," he replied. "We will keep going, keep moving forward. We, who are now, and who yearn for a better life and peace in the future, will persevere." Shizen rushed forward in a few steps and hugged Tsunade, who was trembling and drenched in cold sweat. Tun rubbed against her, puffing softly. "Tsunade-sama." Tsunade's stiff body slumped slightly for a moment in her disciple's embrace. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them again. The fear remained, but something more resilient sprouted within it. She slowly, very slowly, broke free from Shizen's embrace. Shuji released her hand, letting it slip away. Looking at her hands covered in blood, Tsunade's chest heaved violently. Then, she began to try to condense chakra. At first, only a faint, intermittent blue light flickered at her fingertips, as if it might go out at any moment. The veins on Tsunade's forehead bulged, and gradually, the light stabilized, though faint, it continued to shine. Shuji breathed a sigh of relief, he had succeeded. With difficulty, Tsunade stood up and, without any warning, punched Shuji hard in the stomach. It was extremely powerful and showed no mercy. The movement wasn't fast, but Shuji saw it and didn't dodge, taking the blow squarely. A heavy, muffled thud followed. A sharp pain exploded within him, as if his internal organs had shifted. Shosei groaned, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead, his body buckling uncontrollably. "This is a thank you gift. Thank you for your encouragement these past few days." Tsunade waved her hand, her tone stiff, her eyes sweeping over Shuji's slightly furrowed brows, which were furrowed in pain. After the sharp pain subsided, Shuji slowly straightened up. He said, "You're welcome. The position of Kage has never been a good one. Compared to other ninjas who have a certain degree of freedom of movement, the Kage are basically not allowed to leave the village and are busy with official duties every day while staying in the village. For the top ninjas in the ninja world, becoming a Kage is tantamount to being bound, deprived of freedom, and unable to live a good life. One can roam the world alone and become a shadow, but not only can one not save one's own life, but one's family will also have to sacrifice themselves for it. The first shadows were like this, and so were the later ones.
Given Minato Namake's strength, he wouldn't have died young if he hadn't become Hokage. Now that he's brought Tsunade back to the village early for his own purposes, he deserves to be hit. After all, Tsunade hadn't wronged him.
From the Shikatsu forest contract to his cultivation of sage mode, she had been a great help. He could say he was repaying kindness with ingratitude.
Oomph, at least you have some self-awareness.
My hands are covered in sticky blood.
I've left the station and I'm going to wash them first. Princess Thousand Hands greeted her.
Shizen showed a hint of apology to Shuji, but thinking of her master's behavior just now, she felt that he deserved it, so she hurriedly followed Tsunade away. Tun lagged behind, approached Shosei's feet, and nudged him twice with her nose.
Puff. Are you swearing? Shuji looked down at it. Puff. If I eat you, I'll know many ways to cook pork. Puff?
End of this chapter.
Konoha notes. 1,312 words. Chapter 103 influenced Shuji still had more than a month left on his vacation, and he didn't really want to go back so early. Being able to wander around freely was such a pleasant thing. I've already tried all the restaurants in Konoha, and I've also tried some in the Land of Fire and surrounding areas during breaks from missions. But I haven't had a chance to explore more distant areas, such as those outside Konoha's regular mission zones. Having learned magic and the Flying Thunder God technique, I can escape danger. Now, I should make the most of the remaining time to take a good look around. However, he had just given Tsunade a pep talk and personally pushed her back onto the path of escape. If he were to slack off now, Tsunade would probably give him a painful kick. Therefore, he had no choice but to resign himself to checking his belongings and returning with them. The three walked at a moderate pace, and a few days later, the familiar gates of Konoha came into view. Ignoring the ninja guarding the gate, Tsunade strode straight through. As an active jonin, Shuji went to explain the current situation to the ninja registering at the entrance, while Shizen stayed behind and handed over her identification. Have you heard? It's Lady Tsunade. Lady Tsunade is back. Really? Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin? It's true, we just entered the village. The news of Tsunade's return quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys, and the villagers' faces were filled with a mixture of surprise and barely suppressed excitement. The legendary Sannin, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, her return is a powerful boost to Konoha, which has been through many turmoil and desperately needs confidence. Fugaku Uchiha, who was in charge of the Konoha police force, also heard the news. Although his face showed no emotion, a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. After Itachi brought back Shuji's plan, he patiently waited for Shuji's measures. At the end of Konoha 54, the Hyuga clan quelled the Kumogakure's questioning by exchanging one life for another. This move once again provoked the radical faction within the clan, and their complaints about the village's weakness and the current state of the Uchiha clan grew stronger. On Shuji's side, although he was frequently meeting with those connected to the Senju clan, there had been no real progress, which inevitably made him somewhat waver. Tsunade's return to the village is undoubtedly a very clear signal. Shuji has begun to fulfill his promise. Moreover, he's taking such a significant step right from the start. This has genuinely made him look forward to future cooperation. Hiruzen Sarutobi's desk was very clean, with only a crystal ball placed to the side. The door was pushed open roughly, and when Tsunade's figure came into view, a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. Tsunade, you finally decided to come back. As he spoke, the third Hokage's gaze passed over Tsunade and landed on Shuji, who was standing a step behind her, with a hint of inquiry on his face. Shuji nodded. Tsunade glanced around the familiar office, her gaze finally settling on Hiruzen Sarutobi's deeply lined and weary face. Come back and see if your teacher is going to die. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi forced a smile. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Although it's not very useful, it can still hold on for the time being. Is that so? Tsunade walked to the desk, placed her hands on the surface, and looked directly at Hiruzen Sarutobi. But that's not what I heard. Old man, when did you become so weak? The smile on the third Hokage's face slowly faded.
He subconsciously avoided Tsunade's piercing gaze, his tone tinged with weakness. You've just returned, get some rest first.
We'll deal with these things later. Shizun has already gone to the Ministry of State Affairs to complete the relevant procedures. Tsunade interrupted him without any politeness, straightening up. From today onwards, I will be stationed at Konoha Hospital.
After saying that, she didn't look at Hiruzen Sarutobi again, turned around and left the office swiftly, the door making a soft sound behind her.
A brief silence fell over the office. Well done, Shuji. The third Hokage confirmed with Shuji again. Tsunade's problem is completely resolved, isn't it?
Yes. Hiruzen Sarutobi shifted his gaze to the window, looking at the crowds on the street below, which were faintly surging because of some news.
You must be tired from your journey. You should go back and rest first.
He didn't mention the matter of who would become Hokage, and before speaking with Tsunade in private, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't intend to reveal any more to Shuji.
Shuji didn't take it to heart. Once Tsunade returned, certain processes would be wound up like a spring and move forward on their own. He bowed and took his leave. The first to come knocking was Hayami Shigeru.
The day after Shuji returned to his old house in the western suburbs, he arrived together with Kachi Itsuki.
Senju Momoka simply sat quietly under the veranda, drinking tea.
Bathed in warm sunlight, she seemed lost in her own world, showing no interest in the conversation that was about to begin.
Shuji, is what's being said outside true? Lady Tsunade has really returned?
Hayami Shigeru asked directly, his tone filled with barely suppressed urgency.
Yes.
Shoshi took the teapot and poured tea for the two of them, his movements unhurried.
Why did she come back this time? Kachi Anju asked tentatively. Lady Tsunade has just returned to the village. What happens next depends on the outcome of her discussions with the third Hokage.
Shuji pushed the teacup in front of the two of them, his tone flat and revealing little emotion. Hayami Shigeru was somewhat disappointed, but quickly cheered up again. In any case, her return is a good thing. While Shuji possesses immense potential, he is ultimately young, and his reputation and experience are insufficient to immediately shoulder the responsibility. Tsunade, on the other hand, has a floor of advisory and eldership upon returning to the village, and a ceiling of Hokage. The strong support they craved, which could effectively protect the interests of their group, seemed to have been found in an instant.
Kachi Anju appeared much calmer. Shuji, what do we need to do? Wait. Shuji put down the teapot. I will let you know when it is necessary to speak.
The two people in front of him straightened up, then nodded solemnly.
At the same time, Danzo Shimura entered the Hokage's office. He had to come.
In the past, Tsunade would have simply returned to the village, but things are different now. Shuji has consistently failed to give a clear response to his previous expressions of interest in cooperation, maintaining an ambiguous attitude.
Now, the fact that Tsunade has been brought back from the center of power for many years speaks volumes.
Danzo Shimura always believed that Hiruzen Sarutobi's rule was too weak and incompetent, making him far from a qualified Hokage.
But if he truly had to choose between Tsunade and Hiruzen Sarutobi, he will still choose to support Hiruzen Sarutobi.
The fourth Hokage has already demonstrated once what others would do in the position of Hokage.
This time will probably be no exception. Tsunade's sudden return at this time is probably not for a simple purpose. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up from the document, his expression calm. What are you referring to? You know perfectly well. Danzo's one eye stared sharply at his old friend.
She's back for the Hokage position. You and I both know her character all too well. He slammed his cane on the ground, making a soft thud. She is absolutely unsuitable to become Hokage. End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1452 words.
Chapter 104 Master and Disciple. This is not a question for you to concern yourself with. Hiruzen Sarutobi lowered his head again to look at the documents.
I am the Hokage. Do you want her to mess everything up? Boom. Danzo turned around.
At this moment, the only person who would dare to barge into the Hokage's office so rudely was that woman.
Tsunade, it's one thing to just get back, but at least knock on the door. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't look up. Ignoring Danzo's presence, Tsunade casually sat down on the sofa and said, "What could possibly happen to you, old man?"
Seeing that no one was paying attention to him anymore, Danzo did not intend to stay.
"Sarutobi, you'll regret this." He left behind only this sentence.
With her legs crossed, Tsunade smiled slightly. "This is such a familiar scene, old man.
How long are you going to let him cause trouble? Don't be so rude to Danzo. He has done a lot for the village."
The third Hokage put the things in front of him aside and gently tapped the table. Upon hearing the order, the ANBU outside the door expanded the guard area to ensure that no one could break in as easily as Tsunade. "You've been wandering around outside for so long, and you still seem so anxious and impatient when you come back.
I won't ask what Shuji advised you, but what does he want you to do?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was no longer as kind as it usually was. "Teacher."
After giving another polite greeting, Tsunade's current demeanor resembled that of someone she had been disliking lately.
"Since you can't do it anymore, you might as well rest."
If someone even less competent were to take over, it would be better for this old man to continue sitting in this position, the third Hokage replied coldly. He naturally had an expectation of how long he would continue. With neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade taking over, the responsibility could only fall to the newest generation.
Kakashi is too young and his reputation isn't high enough yet.
If he stays in the Umbu for a few more years, his mission record will be impressive enough, and he can be promoted to Jonin. He can then train students for a few more years, which should be about right.
You haven't answered my question yet. What does Shuji want you to do? He pressed again.
Shuji's presence in this matter is too strong, so he must have a purpose.
Tsunade's willingness to return means that she agrees with his idea.
Nothing much, just that I'll be covering your shift for a few years so you can continue your retirement, old man. Princess Thousand Hands rested her chin on her hand.
That kid is a real nuisance. He only came back because he was causing me so much trouble.
The third Hokage was very aggressive towards his disciple. If I could bring you back just by being annoying, Shizen wouldn't have been forced to wander around with you for so many years.
Tsunade said, "Uchiha." What he wants to do.
He reached an agreement with Fugaku, and Fugaku was willing to make concessions.
The third generation was somewhat pleasantly surprised. Fugaku was actually willing to talk?
He had approached Fugaku Uchiha countless times, and even extended goodwill through Shursui Uchiha on several occasions, but Fugaku Uchiha never showed any willingness to talk. He either remained silent or spoke incoherently. Since negotiations with the clan leader were not feasible, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no choice but to start with the next generation. They agreed to let Itachi Uchiha graduate early, so that he would be unable to serve in the police force for a long time and would only be able to follow the village's rules and procedures. His goal was to forge a bond between the new generation of Uchiha and the village in this way. The only unexpected thing was that during an escort mission, Itachi's mentor and teammates were gone, and there was no way to make arrangements for them in time. The last attempt was to pair Itachi and Shuji together, and the results were surprisingly good, so Anko was also thrown in to stop her from overthinking things every day. In retrospect, Shuji, as the team leader, has exceeded expectations in his competence. Not only did they manage to take down Itachi Uchiha, but they also managed to take down Fugaku along the way. Tell me the specifics, not only Shuji's thoughts, but also yours. Upon learning that Fugaku Uchiha's attitude had softened, the third Hokage's mood improved considerably. If possible, I'll arrange the follow-up matters in the coming days. However, some things may be hard to hear, so I'll be clear from the start. The village's money cannot be managed by you. Tsunade frowned in displeasure. Without financial authority, the Hokage's real power was halved, old man. There's no room for discussion on this. If you really want to put my mind at ease, you should clean up your mess of debts first. Hiruzen Sarutobi said sternly. If I put you in charge of the money, what if someone tries to manipulate the finances? If there are any unclear points, the villagers will question whether you are misusing village funds. Tsunade was speechless. The conversation between the master and apprentice continued for a while, but I won't go into the details. However, Tsunade was not in a good mood when she entered the old house in the western suburbs. When she returned to the old house, she was quite polite and knocked on the door first.
Shuji opened the door, and Tsunade's politeness instantly vanished.
Without saying a word, she shoved Shuji's shoulder aside and squeezed inside.
Once inside the courtyard, she composed herself. Grandma Peach Blossom. Unlike her impolite manner when talking about Granny Momoka in front of Shuji, Tsunade was somewhat reserved in front of the real person. Have you had enough fun?
The old man didn't get up, but instead let Tsunade sit down next to him. I haven't left the village for so long that I can hardly remember what the outside world is like now.
It's similar to the village, except there are more schools and inns. Tsunade sat next to her, carefully considering her answer. There's a casino too, is there? Granny Momoka's face softened. Just like Lord Hashirama, Tsunade.
A hint of embarrassment flashed across Tsunade's face, and she gave a few dry laughs.
Lord Hashirama used to be a gambler, so Lord Tobarama issued an administrative order prohibiting casinos from being opened in the village.
But he still went out to gamble, and he took you with him.
Ahem, that's all in the past. How have you been feeling lately? Okay, no problem. After chatting for a while, Granny Momoka got up and went back to her room to rest, leaving Shuji to entertain Tsunade. Tsunade relaxed. Unlike when facing Hiruzen Sarutobi, she had to restrain herself a bit when facing Momoka Senju.
Of all the things that happened back in the village, dealing with this elder who was the same age as her grandfather was the most difficult. Now that Shiosi has come over, she actually feels much more comfortable. So now they're giving Shuji a friendly look.
I've talked to the old man.
I will stay in the village for a while and gradually take over some of the affairs. I also want to hear a clear answer from Fugaku in person.
As for you, Tsunade's face fell again.
She had tolerated Shiosi's rudeness before, but considering that she was unable to handle things and everything had to be left to him, she had given him the spirit contract and helped him with his immortal cultivation.
In the end, he still had to come back.
Although I agreed to it, the more I think about it, the more I feel like I've been taken advantage of. What's most infuriating is that this kid still has that same nasty attitude, and his words are always infuriating.
Don't even think about resting. You're going to the City of Fire tomorrow.
The old man has a letter for the daimyo. She smiled sinisterly.
By the way, I'm letting you know that your vacation is over. I've cancelled your leave. You're really kind.
Grabbing Shuji by the collar,
Tsunade leaned closer and said coldly, You've taken so many benefits from me, you don't think you can just let it go like this, do you? I've been in office for several years, and you've been doing missions for me until you die. Don't even think about running away.
End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1296 words.
Chapter 105. Great name. Inside the ninja apartment, Itachi is frying eggs, Anko is standing guard next to 3 buckets of instant noodles, and Shuji is calculating the time. Just as the 3 fried eggs were ready and served, the 3 of them suddenly ripped open the lid and started slurping the noodles. After the perfect first bite of noodles, accompanied by a perfectly cooked egg, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief.
Shuji, Anko asked, her mouth still full of noodles, Tsunade-sama really came back? Everyone on the street is saying it. Yes, I'm back. Shuji took a sip of soup. Our senior's vacation is over, do we need to rejoin the team? No need. Itachi, continue with the Chunin exams first. Anko, too, continue your training.
The following tasks are individual missions issued by the village, not external assignments, and they don't need to be carried out in a team.
This gathering is mainly to explain this matter.
Many people on the road were discussing Tsunade's return, especially after news of her taking over Konoha Hospital began to circulate, which increased people's anticipation.
After all, that's Tsunade, the most outstanding medical ninja.
When he saw Hiruzen Sarutobi again, his gaze was somewhat complicated. The Tsunade matter was manageable, but the fact that he had managed to subtly and quietly deal with Fugaku Uchiha was truly an eye-opener for Shuji. However, these are things that Shuji did not explain beforehand, and the third Hokage will not bring them up in detail. Your mission is to go to the City of Fire to meet the daimyo and deliver a letter. After receiving a reply, return. After handing over the secret scroll, he mentioned another matter: the daimyo has recruited 12 ninjas, known as the 12 guardian ninjas.
If you have the chance, go and see them. Yes. No matter who you meet, you don't need to have any worries.
After Shuji agreed, the third Hokage made a special point of emphasizing it. The City of Fire is one of the few major cities in the Land of Fire, and it is even more prosperous than Konoha village. At the entrance to the capital, a figure leaned against the wall, a half-smoked cigarette between his fingers. He wore a dark coat and a waistband embroidered with the character for fire. Shuji knew him; they had met several times in the village. He was Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the third Hokage. After he left the village, Hayami and the others even told him he had mental problems.
Shuji. Asuma exhaled a smoke ring as a greeting. I've come to pick you up on the orders of the daimyo. Asuma-senpai, Shuji nodded in response.
Facing the villagers, especially the unfamiliar younger generation, Asuma, who had left the village, was not very talkative and fell silent after a brief greeting. Asuma stubbed out his cigarette, turned, and led the way, with Shuji following slowly. They walked in silence, the only sounds filling the space between them the clamor of the capital city. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was an ordinary-looking man with no power and no imposing presence. The lord sat in the main seat, with several people standing on his left and right sides. They were dressed in different styles, but without exception, they all wore waistbands with the character fire on them. One of the bald monks was quite conspicuous, costing 30 million. He was from the Land of the Earth, which cost 20 million more than the monks of the Temple of the Earth.
Asuma received the secret scroll from the monk and presented it respectfully.
Daimyo did not immediately open the book, but instead turned her gaze to Shuji with great interest. "Oh, you're a jonin from Konoha, Shuji, right?" the daimyo said in a gentle tone. "So young, and already a jonin. I heard that last year, a young ninja led a delegation to Sunigakure and stabilized the alliance."
"Was that you?" "You flatter me, Your Excellency." Shiosi bowed slightly. "I was merely following orders and did not fail in my duty.
Compared to my meager skills, those who protect you are truly exceptional and shoulder heavy responsibilities." The daimyo chuckled twice, but before he could answer, a man beside him, dressed in particularly luxurious clothes and bearing a resemblance to the daimyo, suddenly spoke up.
"Jonin Shuji is too modest.
The Konoha ninja who protect the peace of the Land of Fire are exceptionally strong.
As a jonin, you must be among the best. If... Ha? A standard provocative opening? Am I going to experience a face-slapping scenario too?" Shiosi looked up and saw that the man had a faint smile on his lips, but his eyes held a scrutinizing gaze that was hard to detect. "Masamune," the daimyo interrupted him gently, his tone still calm, "the progress of the domestic mineral exploration should be reported by now, shouldn't it? Go and inquire about it."
The man named Masamune's expression stiffened slightly, but he quickly recovered and bowed, saying, "Yes, I will take care of it immediately." Daimyo then picked up the secret scroll and slowly unfolded it. After reading it for a moment, he nodded.
"The reply needs some preparation. You may come again at this time tomorrow." He looked at Shiosi, his tone casual. "Let him rest at the manor tonight. Asuma, help him settle in." "Yes," Asuma replied. Shiosi bowed and took his leave. Asuma led him to a secluded room. "Right here." Seeing Asuma turn to leave, Shuji suddenly spoke up. "Asuma-senpai, how does the job of protecting the ninja feel?" Asuma paused, turned his head, and frowned slightly. "For example, the intensity of the task, the salary and benefits," Shiosi added naturally. "It's all right," Asuma replied casually, though he felt the question came out of nowhere. "Naturally, it can't compare to the jonin in the village. After all, the rewards for high-level missions are much more generous." "Oh, looks like he's much stronger than a chunin. Are you usually busy with tasks?" "Fortunately, the village itself regularly sends ninjas to protect the daimyo, so there's usually nothing serious," Asuma said, then suddenly realized something and his face darkened. "Hey, you're not actually falling for him, are you? Wake up! You're still on your mission to leave the village." No, I was just curious. After all, it was the end of last year, and I was rushing around to complete missions. It was really exhausting. Shosi waved his hand and complained, I just applied for leave this year, but I was cancelled early. The younger man's complaints seemed to evoke a sense of shared suffering in Asuma, and his tone softened. These past 2 years have indeed been eventful, but things will get better. And once he started talking, Asuma wasn't in a hurry to leave. He listened to Shuji's seemingly casual complaints, occasionally offering a few words of agreement. Speaking of which, where do most of the guardian ninjas come from? Apart from the senior, I've never heard of them in the country. Ah. They are actually all from the Land of Fire. Some are disciples trained by wandering ninjas, some possess family secret techniques, or are descendants of clans who never joined a ninja village in their early years. I see. But, that distinguished person just now, the one standing next to the daimyo, Shuji brought it up as if it were unintentional. Asuma was silent for a moment before whispering, that's the daimyo's younger brother. Lord Masamune. Shuji, get some rest. He seemed unwilling to talk more and ended the conversation. After you finish the mission, go back to the village as soon as possible. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1920 words. Chapter 106 Guardian Ninja. The relationship between the daimyo and the shadow is more like that between an employer and a sole military contractor. Moreover, it's not that the daimyo only wanted one ninja village, it's that powerful ninja villages monopolized the military power within their own territories. Therefore, wars between the 5 great ninja villages generally do not target the opposing daimyo. However, considering the enemy's potential reckless actions and the occasional rogue ninja, the ninja villages will regularly send people to protect their daimyo. These missions are assigned by the village on a long-term basis, typically consisting of a jonin leading a team supplemented by 2 to 3 chunin squads. The ninjas dispatched by Konoha are only responsible for protection. They will not obey the daimyo's orders or interfere in the daimyo's internal affairs. In addition, the daimyo's residence always has some private matters that are inconvenient to entrust to the village. Konoha has always turned a blind eye to the daimyo's private recruitment of ninjas. This time was different. The third Hokage specifically instructed Shuji to keep an eye on the 12 guardian ninja for 2 reasons. First, a group of 12 people exceeds the village's capacity to accommodate them. Second, last month, the daimyo prefecture refused Konoha's offer to rotate and send a new guard squad. Unable to glean further information from Asuma, Shuji refrained from wandering around and simply rested in his guest room. As night deepened, a few faint footsteps could be heard in the corridor outside the guest rooms. He opened his eyes and stood up silently. The ninja world is not small, but ninjas are fast-moving, and it is common for them to travel between the fire capital and Konoha in a day. The reason they deliberately kept him at the Daming Mansion to rest is probably because there were some things they couldn't say during the day. The door was pushed open silently. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, wrapped in a dark cloak, entered quietly, escorted by 4 ninja guards with fire characters tied around their waists. I apologize for disturbing you so late, Jonin Shuji. The daimyo maintained his usual calm demeanor, but his tone betrayed a hint of tension. The matter is urgent, please forgive me. You flatter me. Coming here in person so late at night, you must have something urgent that cannot be delayed. The daimyo sighed softly, waved to signal one of the guard ninjas to stand watch outside the door, and the remaining 3 silently dispersed to guard the key positions inside the room. Now that things have come to this, I can no longer hide it. My worries are because of the 12 guardian ninjas. He lowered his voice. The situation here has developed far beyond what I originally envisioned when I established the 12 guardians. Initially, we recruited guardian ninjas simply to bolster our guard and handle trivial matters that were inconvenient to delegate to Konoha. My younger brother, Masamune, has been assisting me in handling domestic affairs, so I have assigned some personnel to him. Shuji nodded, indicating that he had heard and even guessed what would happen next. The daimyo's brow furrowed with worry. At first, everything was as usual. Masamune was conscientious in his duties and diligently protected Shinobu. It's just recently. My brother has been interacting too closely with some members of the Guardian Ninja, and his behavior is suspicious.
What worries me even more is that some of the guardian ninjas under my command have begun to go missing and are often late in carrying out my orders. Last month, I noticed that Konoha had not sent any new guard squads to stand guard. I originally wanted to send a letter to inquire, but unexpectedly, Masamune suggested that the 12 warriors were already strong enough and there was no need for Konoha to send any more people. Kazuma, who guards the ninja, also pleaded with me, asking me to trust their abilities and loyalty. Kazuma is highly respected among the guardian shinobi, and most of them are very close to him, so I can only agree.
Sure enough, the next step was a coup.
Thinking of this, Shuji looked at the 3 guardian ninjas inside the house. Those who could serve him tonight must be people the daimyo had confirmed to be trustworthy.
Why don't you send people to Konoha privately? The daimyo hesitated and did not answer immediately.
Among the guardian ninja, a man with a mohawk said, because of Asuma. As the son of the 3rd Hokage, he also has a close relationship with Kazuma, but his attitude is ambiguous.
Even Jiraiya, who is friendly with Asuma, cannot be trusted. The daimyo cannot ascertain Konoha's attitude, and dares not rashly dispatch any of us under these circumstances.
Another female ninja added, our 4 techniques are precisely why Kazuma and the others dare not act rashly.
Shuji remained silent for a moment. Asuma's stance had shaken the daimyo's trust in Konoha.
At this moment, the daimyo said, I believe Asuma is not a traitor. He fought hard for my safety before. But this matter is of great importance, and we must be cautious.
His gaze was fixed on Shuji. Shuji is an elite ninja of Konoha.
The 3rd Hokage also instructed in his letter that you can represent Konoha. Therefore, I want to know whether Konoha still maintains the same stance as before, ensuring my safety and the stability of the nation.
What is Konoha's attitude toward the actions of Yu's younger brother, Masamune, and Kazuma?
The power shifts within the daimyo's household in the Land of Fire are unrelated to Konoha. Just like the succession of the Kage position in Konoha, theoretically it requires the daimyo's consent, but in reality, whoever Konoha nominates is recognized by the daimyo. What's truly relevant to Konoha is the power structure of the 12 guardian ninja and their refusal to allow Konoha to send a squad. It's fine for the daimyo's younger brother to want to take over, but it won't work if you rely on a powerful ninja group to seize power through a coup, especially if it's not a Konoha ninja group.
If they even show an attitude of rejecting Konoha, that would be even worse.
Shuji said firmly, you are the rightful monarch of the Land of Fire and the leader that Konoha upholds.
Konoha's attitude has never changed. Upon hearing this, the daimyo smiled and said, if that's the case, then I'm relieved.
Please, Jonin Shuji, return to Konoha immediately and report this situation to the 3rd Hokage. I need Konoha to send people to the fire capital as soon as possible, in case of any unforeseen circumstances.
I entrust everything to you, and please be careful. Shoshi said no more.
He knew what he needed to know, and there was no point in staying any longer.
He bowed and took his leave. As for Asuma's problem, that's a family matter for the 3rd Hokage to handle. Not far from the border, when passing through a dense forest, Shoshi stopped. 2 figures slowly emerged from the shadows of the trees. They were also people with the insignia of guardian ninjas on their waists, but I hadn't seen them in the daimyo's mansion during the day. One was masked, the other had long hair, the 2 blocked Shoshi's path. A kid in his teens. The long-haired guardian ninja looked at Shuji with disdain. To be promoted to Jonin for the mere merit of an envoy, the Land of Fire has fallen to this state because of people like Konoha. That Jonin-sama, the daimyo's orders are for you to wait in the manor until you receive a receipt tomorrow before you can leave, the masked ninja said in a deep voice. To leave like this would be far too impolite. Please return. Inside the private residence, Masamune paced back and forth, the hem of his magnificent robes trailing on the ground with a soft rustling sound, which only served to accentuate the deathly silence of the room. What should we do? What should we do? The envoy from Konoha has arrived. My brother sent me away during the day, and now the envoy is staying at the mansion. What should we do now?
Masamune's gaze swept over the 4 people in the room, some standing, and some sitting, and finally settled on the young man at the head of the group. Kazuma met Masamune's gaze. Things have come to this point, hesitation means defeat, Lord Masamune, you must make a decision. I have already dispatched Taibing and Yenshur to lie in wait outside the city to prevent Konoha's envoy from escaping. The four of us will immediately take action to subdue the daimyo, and then you will succeed him and take charge of the greater good.
Konoha will then be powerless to stop him. Tonight?
Zongjing's face paled slightly, and he subconsciously shook his head.
There are only four of you now. Asuma and Jericho's attitudes are still unclear.
If they side with our brother, then we're completely finished.
Asuma, Jotaro.
Asuma pondered the two names. He didn't want to make a move so soon, but the Konoha envoy arrived at an inopportune time.
Asuma hesitated, but he was almost convinced by himself.
By dealing with Asuma, Jiraiya was dealt with.
As for the remaining four, Raymon's thunderous technique was indeed powerful, but he already had a plan.
However, even though the timing isn't ideal, we have no choice but to launch it ahead of schedule.
They won't be a problem. Kazuma's tone was icy. You've already convinced them?
No, it's that our side has absolute power.
Although it's uncontrollable, we still have the ability to keep Asuma and Jiraiya busy. Masamune was puzzled. How could he not know that his side possessed an even stronger force? A hint of fanaticism flashed in Kazuma's eyes. Do you know about the Nine Tails? Certainly. That's a power powerful enough to destroy Konoha. A few years ago, the fourth Hokage died because of it. At that time, I happened to be in Konoha. Amid the chaos, I managed to gather some of the Nine Tails chakra. Masamune stared at Kazuma in disbelief, even taking a half step back. I sealed it away and preserved it.
Now, the container that sealed the Nine Tails chakra is in the Fire Temple. I also have companions in the temple. As long as I release that power and create chaos, Jiraiya will surely return to the Temple of Fire. Asuma is close to him, so he will definitely follow. The color drained from Masamune's face, and he murmured, "That's the power of the Nine Tails. Once it's completely out of control, I can seal it away." Kazuma stared intently at Masamune. "This is the only chance, Lord Masamune. If Konoha sends reinforcements and the daimyo regains control of the situation, he will surely execute you. Please make a decision, Lord Masamune. This is for the future of the Land of Fire. Only you can lead the Land of Fire to its peak." With that, he led the other three guardian ninjas to kneel before Munamesa. Only by getting rid of the incompetent daimyo and Hokage can the Land of Fire stop being mired in war year after year. Everything is counting on you. Masamune's chest heaved violently, his inner shirt soaked with cold sweat. Finally, he nodded emphatically, "Do it this way." End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 2075 words. Chapter 107 Launch. Even delivering a message within the Land of Fire is met with ambushes. The mission of this envoy is becoming increasingly promising. Seeing that Shuji didn't respond, the long-haired guardian ninja became impatient, raised her hand to form a hand seal, and opened her mouth to unleash a burst of fire. A scorching breath swept through the forest, and a raging fire dragon materialized, its mouth snapping open to bite, turning the surrounding trees a fiery red, the heat oppressive. Instead of retreating, Shoshi advanced, taking 2 steps forward to meet the fire dragon, his hands rapidly forming hand seals. Water escape. Water breaks waves. Suddenly, Shoshi spat out an extremely thin and incredibly fast stream of water. The water line was silent yet incredibly sharp, slicing through the air in a straight, cold light before piercing the dragon's head. Due to the elemental conflict, the scorching dragon was split in two, exploding into countless sparks. The long-haired guardian ninja's sinister grin hadn't even faded when a deadly glint appeared in his pupils. The next instant, he felt a chill on his neck, and his vision suddenly spun. Everything happened too fast. Only when the head rolled to the ground, the horrified expression completely frozen, did the headless body fall heavily to the ground, blood gushing out and soaking the dry earth. Yenshur. The masked guardian was filled with shock and rage, but he did not panic despite the instant death of his companion. He moved like a ghost, taking advantage of the moment when Shoshi finished his spell to get close to him. The short sword flashed a chilling arc, aiming straight for Shuji's throat. Shuji swiftly reached into his ninja tool pouch with his left hand, but found no kunai and narrowly managed to parry upwards. the clang of metal on metal was deafening, and sparks flew.
The masked ninja possessed immense strength, his blade striking with deadly force.
Shuji parried with a kunai in his left hand, his body forced to slide back half a step. However, in the instant he blocked the fatal blow, Shuji had already quietly brought his right hand to his waist, gathering and compressing a massive amount of chakra. The masked ninja, having failed in his first strike, pressed his blade down, changing the slashing motion into a sweeping cut, aiming for Shuji's open chest and abdomen.
He was certain that his opponent's left hand was completely restrained by his knife strike. But then she suddenly met Shosei's calm, unwavering eyes.
The next instant, Shosei clenched his right fist and threw a punch. There was no grand scale, only a low, explosive sound as the air around the fist was compressed and torn apart by extreme force.
The masked ninja's pupils contracted sharply.
A strong premonition of death made him instinctively want to withdraw his sword and defend, but it was too late. That fist, imbued with terrifying power, struck first despite being behind, ignoring his blade aimed at his chest and abdomen, and with overwhelming force, directly imprinted itself on his face. Bang, a muffled thud, not from metal, but from the agonizing cry of flesh and bones unable to bear the weight. Red and white things scattered and splashed everywhere. The headless corpse remained in a forward-charging, knife-wielding posture, staggered forward 2 more steps, and then collapsed heavily to the ground, the short knife clattering as it rolled away from the hand. Shuji slowly withdrew his right fist, shaking off the filth that had settled on his hands.
He glanced at the 2 rapidly cooling corpses on the ground, his gaze calm. The enemy has gone so far as to intercept the Konoha envoy, revealing their murderous intent. If they were to return to the village for reinforcements as originally planned, by the time the reinforcements arrived, they would likely be facing Masamune, who had successfully staged a coup, and the righteous cause he controlled. If Konoha were to take action at that time, it would no longer be to quell a rebellion, but to attack the daimyo of the Land of Fire. This could prompt other powerful daimyo to feel a sense of shared vulnerability and deplete their resources to support their own ninja villages, leading to another collective siege of Konoha. As for acknowledging the new name,
given the refusal of Konoha's assigned teams and the attitude of these rebellious guardian ninjas, even if Konoha accepts the new daimyo, the originally stable situation will be thrown into turmoil again.
What Konoha needs right now is stability. In the blink of an eye, Shosei made his decision. He turned and sped off towards the City of Fire. Return to the capital immediately and try your best to preserve the current daimyo. If you can't, then kill the traitor before he takes the throne and replace him with a new one. Just a few steps after he took that, a powerful, violent, and hateful chakra suddenly shot into the sky from the fire temple, which was not far from the City of Fire. Shuji paused slightly, glancing at the direction of the chakra burst, his brows furrowed, but he didn't slow down at all, continuing towards the daimyo's residence. What? The ceiling barrier has been breached? Di-Lu abruptly stood up, the table thudding as he did so. His usually calm face was unusually filled with shock and anger. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. An extremely evil chakra broke through the seal, and the casualties within the temple are heavy. I'll go back immediately. Without further hesitation, Jiroku turned and strode towards the daimyo's residence. Almost simultaneously, Asuma arrived, his brow furrowed. He had been restless all night, the increasingly sharp divisions within the guardian shinobi, especially Kazuma's heated words, echoing repeatedly in his mind. The Land of Fire needs a unique jewel, Asuma. The current situation where the daimyo and the Hokage coexist is the root cause of the nation's decline. Konoha has long lost its edge and only knows how to compromise and retreat. Only by completely bringing its power under the daimyo's command can the Land of Fire be revitalized. Asuma couldn't make a choice, nor did he want the village's young descendant to be drawn into the conflict. Now, due to the unexpected event, he has temporarily put aside those worries. The two were stopped by Katako outside the bedroom door. Jiraiya took a deep breath and bowed to the closed door. Daimyo-sama, the fire temple has suffered a great calamity, the seal has been broken, and the situation is critical. I beg you to allow me to return immediately to deal with it. Asuma also volunteered, please allow me to go and help as well. I will return as soon as I have quelled the chaos. He had a good relationship with Di-Lu, and now was a time when he was unsure of what to do, so he felt that leaving temporarily would make it easier to sort out his thoughts.
Inside the gate, the daimyo unconsciously twirled his sleeve.
Jiraiya's request was perfectly reasonable, but why tonight of all night? Not long after the Konoha envoy left, undercurrents were stirring within the Guardian Shinobi. Jiraiya and Asuma's positions are ambiguous, especially Asuma, whose past relationship with Kazuma has been too close, and whose attitude has always been ambiguous. Letting them leave now might actually make the mansion a little cleaner and reduce variables. He was also guarded by 4 people, including Bei-Z, and the Konoha envoys had already set off. At the latest, the Konoha team would be able to reach the fire capital by dawn. It should be fine. In that case, Jiraiya, return to the Temple of Fire immediately. You must stabilize the situation and suppress the evil. The daimyo's gentle voice came through the door. Asuma, you go with us and do your best to assist. Return as soon as you are done. Yes. Di-Lu replied in a deep voice, turning and leaving without hesitation. Asuma's lips moved, but he ultimately couldn't utter the warning. He only glanced deeply at the palace door before quickly following Jericho. Perhaps, resolving the immediate crisis was more important. Hearing the footsteps receding outside the door, the daimyo remained silent for a moment, then whispered, Kitako, be on high alert tonight until Konoha sends someone. Yes, sir. Outside the door, Bei-Z, with his mohawk, responded in a deep voice, gripping the 3-section black stick leaning against him. His sharp gaze swept across the shadows under the corridor, and he gave a wary gesture to his 3 companions, Nanwu, Shidu, and Dong Mao. The daimyo mansion returned to silence, but it was a tense, suffocating silence. Inside the bedchamber, the daimyo removed his outer robe, preparing to retire for the night. However, he had barely blown out the candles and lay down for a moment. Suddenly, a violent explosion and the booming sound of buildings collapsing came from outside the hall. Enemy attack. Protect the daimyo. Kitako's roar tore through the night. Lightning release, lightning strike. Outside the palace, a battle erupted instantly and escalated into a brutal conflict. 4 figures suddenly attacked the 4 people guarding the sleeping quarters, including Kitako. Leading them was none other than Kazuma. The attack came too fast and too fiercely. They clearly had an excellent understanding of the positioning and capabilities of the 4 members of the Kita group. Before Nanwo could even fully draw his kunai, the shadow beneath his feet suddenly twisted and boiled, and a dark figure darted out, a short knife in his hand piercing into his chest, all the way to the hilt. Nanwu's body jolted, and the second blow followed immediately. Another attacker's dagger ruthlessly sliced open his throat. Blood splattered onto the pillars. The shock and disbelief in Nanwu's eyes froze instantly, and his body collapsed heavily to the ground. On the other side, Shidu reacted slightly faster, rapidly forming hand seals, lightning release, lightning. Too slow. A long stick pierced his heart. Shidu opened his mouth but failed to make a sound before collapsing to the ground. There was no time for Bei-Z and Dongmao to be shocked or saddened. 2 weeks of lightning flashed, forcing back the attackers who tried to take advantage of the situation. The 3-section black staff danced in Bei-Z's hands, emitting a whooshing sound as it cut through the air, wrapped with leaping blue arcs of electricity, firmly protecting him and Dongmao in the center. Dongmao held a kunai in each hand, lightning crackling on them, and his eyes were sharp as knives as he stared intently at the 4 enemies surrounding them. Kita, Higashi, abandon your futile resistance. Kazuma's voice was calm. For the true future of the Land of Fire, the Jade needs to be reshaped. After tonight, this country will be reborn. Bei-Z spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, the tip of his stick pointing directly at Hima, crackling with lightning. Haven't you said enough of your utterly stupid things yet? You would never understand, Kitako. Kazuma shook his head, slamming his long staff on the ground. You wouldn't understand how much I've sacrificed. It was because I knew the source of chaos in this world that I abandoned everything and chose this path. If Lord Daimyo is willing to cooperate, we will not have to commit murder tonight, he said loudly, his gaze fixed on the tightly closed door of the bedchamber. As if in response to his words, the heavy palace doors creaked open slowly from the inside. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, dressed in plain nightgown, stood inside the gate. His gaze swept over the horrific scene under the corridor,
lingering for a moment on the corpses of Nanwu and Shidu, before finally settling on Kazuma.
And the horse. My lord, Kazuma bowed slightly as always. Have you changed your mind? You're the one who truly doesn't understand. The Fire Country daimyo barely suppressed his fear. Why did the monarchs who ruled the world decades ago ultimately relinquish their position to the ninjas? If you turn back now and stop this madness, I may forgive your sins. Otherwise, the final outcome will not be the rebirth you expect, but rather you and that fool Masamune dragging everyone toward destruction. Try 2 chapters of 6K, end of this chapter. Konoha notes. 2001 words. Chapter 108, Suppressing Chaos. Upon hearing the daimyo's words, the respect on Ma's face vanished instantly. The current daimyo was still not someone to be relied upon. Destruction? No, Lord Daimyo, I cannot see it. His words stopped abruptly. A sudden gust of wind swept into the corridor of the sleeping quarters, catching the daimyo off guard. He stumbled and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Amidst the howling wind, several wind blades slashed towards Hima and his companions. Kazuma reacted with lightning speed, slamming his hands on the ground, and a thick earthen wall rose up, blocking his path. The wind blades struck the earthen wall, cutting half a foot in, sending shards of rock flying. However, in the next instant, a thin, clear stream of water silently pierced through the earthen wall and swept across the neck of a traitorous guardian ninja. Blood gushed out immediately, and the person collapsed heavily to the ground. Disperse! With a loud shout, the 2 remaining traitorous guardian ninja instinctively dodged to the sides. As Kazuma spoke, he turned and lunged at the fallen daimyo of the Land of Fire. Although Katako and Higashima didn't know who the supporters were, seeing Kazuma's actions, the 2 rushed forward without hesitation to try to stop him. Just as Kazuma's fingers were about to touch the daimyo's clothes, another line of water quietly appeared, forcing him to tumble awkwardly to avoid it. Katako and Higashima seized the opportunity to rush forward, one on the left and one on the right, protecting daimyo behind them. Wearing a Konoha-style jonin vest, with dark red bloodstains that had not yet completely dried on his body, Shuji landed quietly amidst the billowing dust and the fading sound of the wind. Jonin Shuji. Hope shone in the daimyo's eyes. 2 members of the Lightning Release 4 were killed by Kazuma and others, rendering them unable to use the Lightning Dream technique. Furthermore, reinforcements from Konoha are currently nowhere in sight. After his final attempts at persuasion failed, Daimyo was in despair, feeling that he was likely to die that night. Unexpectedly, Shuji, who had left long ago, returned. Kazuma's face was grim. Before launching the attack, the 4 of them had gone to Shuji's room to confirm that he had already left. Judging from the bloodstains on his body, he must have run into the Yenshur and Tai Bing who were trying to stop him. But now Shuji is alive and seemingly unharmed, while the 2 men he sent out have disappeared without a trace, meaning they are dead. The Konoha envoy was stronger than expected, and one of our own men was killed in a surprise attack, leaving only 3 of us. The opposing side, besides the daimyo, also had 3 men. If they continue to linger here, their dream will never come true. Kazuma and his 2 remaining companions exchanged glances quickly and reached a silent consensus in an instant. Kazuma threw several kunai wrapped with explosive tags in the direction of the daimyo, while the other 2 traitorous guardian ninjas launched an attack at the same time. However, just as the attack was launched, Kazuma himself did not rush forward. Instead, he rapidly formed hand seals and his body seemed to merge into the ground, silently sinking into the shadows. Danma led the daimyo to dodge the explosive tags, while Shuji and Katako faced off against 2 guardian ninjas. In just a moment, Shuji took down one of them, and Katako followed suit by killing the other. As for Kazuma, he has vanished without a trace. The corridor fell silent again, save for the heavy stench of blood and the sound of labored breathing. Looking at the mess everywhere, Daisy and Dongmao finally had the leisure to grieve for their dead companions. The daimyo stood up with the help of 2 guardian ninja, still shaken. Shuji said, "Lord Daimyo, although most of the rebels have been executed, one has escaped. There are probably still remnants of their followers in the City of Fire. The daimyo's residence needs to be purged immediately to stabilize order and prevent further unrest." "Let's do it," Daisy said in a deep voice.
Shoji proved his stance and ability through his actions. No further words were needed at this moment.
Kitako quickly left with Higashima to handle the aftermath. Thank you very much, Jonin Shuji. The daimyo took a deep breath and tried to smooth out the wrinkles on his robes.
If it weren't for your foresight and return, I would probably not have escaped this calamity tonight. I was intercepted shortly after leaving the City of Fire, so I judged that something might change tonight and returned immediately.
After giving a brief explanation, Shuji immediately asked, "Where are Asuma-senpai and Master Jiraiya?"
The absence of these two individuals, who were neither involved in the guard duty nor traitors, seems quite suspicious. The daimyo said, shortly before the rebels launched their attack, an urgent message came from the Fire Temple, indicating that a major incident had occurred. Jiraiya was worried about the safety of the temple and asked me to return to handle the situation.
Asuma also volunteered and went with me to help. At the time, I didn't think much of it and gave my permission. Little did I expect that as soon as they left, these traitors. Shuji understood that the events at the Fire Temple were inextricably linked to the Guardian Shinobi who launched the coup. By transferring Asuma and Shiraku away, he proved that the two were not members of the coup faction. That would make things easier to handle afterwards. Jonin Shuji, should we provide immediate support to the Fire Temple? After a moment's thought, Shuji shook his head, no need. Ensuring your safety and the stability of the Fire Capital is the top priority right now. There are many ninja monks at the Fire Temple, plus Master Jiraiya and Senior Asuma, they should be able to handle it. It is now almost certain that of the 6 guardian ninja who betrayed the daimyo, 5 are dead, and 1 remains at large with his whereabouts unknown. He cannot leave until all potential threats within the daimyo's prefecture and the City of Fire are completely eliminated and the daimyo's safety is ensured. As for the Fire Temple, we can only choose to trust Jiraiya and Asuma's abilities. Outside the Fire Temple, the scene was far more horrific than Jiraiya and Asuma had anticipated. Houses collapsed, flames raged, and cries and roars mingled. A small, thin figure darted and destroyed the ruins, enveloped in an ominous, dark red chakra cloak. This chakra was all too familiar to the Konoha ninjas who had experienced the Nine-Tails rampage. That's the Nine-Tails chakra? Asuma exclaimed, his face filled with shock as he dodged the flying debris. Jiraiya's expression was extremely grave. Moreover, this chakra is eroding the host, we must stop it as soon as possible. The monks of the Fire Temple formed a seal to try to trap the rampaging figure, but their sealing techniques proved ineffective against the raging-tailed beast chakra and were forcibly broken several times. Jiraiya and Asuma stood in their positions, one on the left and one on the right. Come to welcome Thousand Hands Killer. A majestic phantom of the Thousand-Hand Guanyin appeared behind the two of them at the same time, accompanied by soft chanting and a faint glimmer of Buddha's light. The next moment, countless golden fists formed from chakra rained down on the dark red figure at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. Boom, 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 a dense, drum-like explosion resounded. The ferocious figure was abruptly halted by this sudden and fierce attack, letting out a painful and furious roar. The chakra cloak around its body fluctuated violently, its light flickering. An older monk seized the opportunity and ordered the ninja monks of the Fire Temple to stand in 8 corners. The evil breaking formation. The powerful sealing technique once again imprisoned the small figure. Taking advantage of this gap, Asuma was able to see the person inside through the chakra cloak. This child, is it Sora? Asuma exclaimed in disbelief, almost unable to believe his eyes. As fellow members of the 12 guardian ninjas, Kazuma requested that his son be sent to live in the Fire Temple, citing his inability to care for the child. Jiraiya, of course, did not refuse. But why does he have the Nine-Tails chakra on him? And why did the sky go berserk tonight? Asuma gritted his teeth. He'd actually gone this far. Kazuma, you don't even care about your own child's life. Within the demon-slaying formation, the chakra within Kong's body began to violently churn and contract under the continuous bombardment of the Thousand Hands Killer and the suppression of the magic circle, as if it were making a final struggle. Dilu also heard Asuma's exclamation, and his expression became extremely grave, but the thousand-armed Guanyin phantom behind him swung his fists even faster and more urgently.
After an unknown amount of time, the dark red chakra finally receded like the tide, slowly shrinking back into the thin, frail body. The monks, having exhausted their last bit of strength, collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Kong in the formation lost all her strength, her small face was as pale as paper, her eyes were closed, and she slumped forward softly. Asuma stepped forward, picked up the child, and after confirming that Sora was only unconscious and his vital signs were relatively stable, handed him over to Jiraiya.
I'm leaving the land and heir to you.
I must return to the City of Fire immediately. Jiraiya took the child from him. Leave this to me.
Asuma, be careful.
The problem lies with Kazuma's child, and both of them had already guessed what was going on. But given the state of the fire temple, Jiraiya was powerless to return and provide support, so he had no choice but to leave it to Asuma. Asuma said no more, turned around and transformed into a black shadow, speeding towards the City of Fire at top speed. However, when he rushed back to Daming Prefecture in a great hurry, he found that the battle was already over. Kitako, who remained behind, remained indifferent, but still told Asuma everything that had happened: Shuji's timely return, the execution of the traitor, and
Kazuma's solo escape, disappearing without a trace.
Asuma was filled with complex emotions, including relief that the daimyo was unharmed, worry about Kazuma's escape, and an indescribable sense of guilt.
If he had made the decision sooner, Shido and Nanwu might not have died.
With a guilty conscience, Asuma came to pay his respects to the daimyo and saw Shuji talking quietly with the daimyo outside the palace.
Upon seeing Asuma return, the daimyo looked concerned. Asuma, you're back? How is the fire temple? What about Jiraiya? Asuma felt even more ashamed.
After bowing, he said, reporting to the daimyo, the incident at the Temple of Fire has been temporarily quelled.
The land is safe and sound, and we are currently dealing with the aftermath. Regarding tonight's events,
He took a deep breath and decided to be frank about his interactions with Kazuma and his unclear stance. Shuji, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. Asuma-senpai, the situation at the fire temple has just been stabilized.
You must be exhausted from your journey. However, the rebel is still on the run.
Please assist Mr. Bazi in stabilizing the situation. The daimyo looked at Shuji and slowly nodded, just as Jonin Shuji said, Asuma, go and help Kitako and the others. The junior, who was originally polite, looked at him with a stern gaze, and for some reason, Asuma felt a little intimidated. The daimyo's order ultimately led him to swallow the words he was about to say. End of this chapter.
Konoha Notes. 1820 words.
Chapter 109. Undercurrent. The morning light pierced the night, bathing Daming Prefecture in a light golden hue.
Masamune was dragged all the way here by Higashimaru.
This nobleman, who had been ambitious not long ago, was now ashen-faced, his magnificent robes covered in dust, and there was even a dark water stain on the hem. He almost collapsed to the floor, tears streaming down his face, uttering broken cries of sorrow to his elder brother who sat in the main seat.
Spare me. It was all Kazuma's doing. He manipulated me with illusions. I didn't know anything. I didn't know anything at all. Enmazu's voice sounded particularly jarring in the empty hall.
The daimyo looked down at him, his usual gentle expression vanishing completely. He turned slightly to Shuji, who stood silently to the side, and said, Junior Ninja Shuji, I wish to speak with my younger brother for a few moments.
May I?
Shuji, understanding the daimyo's request, left. Of course, the situation wouldn't escalate to the point where Masamune suddenly turned on his brother while talking to the daimyo, because Higashima stayed behind. The only one we need to avoid is Shuji, a ninja from Konoha. The palace doors closed gently behind him, shutting out Masamune's increasingly desperate cries.
The daimyo slowly rose, walked to Masamune, looked down at his disheveled appearance, and said in a voice that revealed neither joy nor anger, Masamune, raise your head.
Masamune kowtowed even harder, his forehead turning red, and he stammered incoherently.
Masamune, why would you believe such delusional talk? Why would you think it's a viable path?
Kill the Hokage and have the daimyo directly command the Konoha ninja.
How could such a plan possibly succeed?
Since the establishment of the 12 guardian ninjas, Kazuma had mentioned this matter to me. I did not agree, nor did I investigate further, thinking it was just a momentary arrogance and that his loyalty was misplaced.
I never expected that he would actually persuade you.
Masamune simply kowtowed, incoherently repeating illusion and forced.
The Lord sighed softly, his gaze seemingly piercing through the palace roof and landing on the distant past.
The third Hokage is already quite easy to get along with.
Masamune, your father never told you about the second Hokage, did he?
Masamune's sobs gradually subsided, and as if sensing something, his body trembled even more violently. At that time, after the first Hokage died, the power that suppressed the world disappeared, and my grandfather briefly considered trying to reclaim some of that power.
Masamune, have you heard of Konoha's Umbu? The daimyo's tone was chillingly calm. Its full name is
Assassination Tactics Special Forces. During that time, the most loyal and outstanding samurai retainers in the daimyo's mansion disappeared one after another.
Silently, without a trace.
For a long time, my grandfather, even though he was surrounded by guards, he often felt uneasy and unable to eat or sleep, as if the shadow was everywhere. In the end, it was my grandfather who took the initiative to approach the second Hokage and request that ninjas be dispatched to protect the daimyo's residence.
From then on, everything returned to peace.
The boundaries were drawn, the daimyo was responsible for governance and supplies, while the Kage was responsible for war and protection. Each performed their duties and did not interfere with the other.
Isn't this kind of balance and peace good?
The daimyo withdrew his wandering gaze and focused it back on his trembling younger brother, his tone filled with confusion.
Since we lack power, we focus on what we excel at: farming, trade, and governance. Everything a ninja needs for survival and combat, food, funds, supplies, mission rewards, doesn't require the Land of Fire to provide? We provide them with everything they need to survive and fight, and naturally, within the rules, we can harness their power to ensure our safety. This is the way to last.
Sigh, there are still too many Guardian Ninja 12.
Dong Mao. Exist.
From now on, I'll have to ask you and Basie to take good care of things.
As ordered. Diaming no longer looked at his younger brother on the ground.
Be careful not to hurt him too much. Shuji wasn't interested in what the daimyo intended to say to his brother. He walked out of the palace gate and down the steps. In a corner of the courtyard, a patch of scarlet flickered in the dim light. Sarutobi Asuma squatted there, a dozen cigarette butts scattered at his feet, his whole being shrouded in grayish-white smoke and an even heavier sense of dejection.
Asuma-senpai. Shuji approached. No, don't call me that. Asuma took a deep drag and stubbed out his cigarette on the flagstone. I've already embarrassed myself too much. Shuji leaned against the railing and asked, "What kind of person is that Kazuma?"
Asuma looked up at the sky, his Adam's apple bobbed, and after a long while he said, "At this point, there's no point in talking about him anymore." Shosi readily agreed and closed his eyes to rest. He had stayed up all night and was exhausted. This nonchalant attitude, however, made Asuma feel inexplicably anxious. He took out another cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. He is a man whose convictions are far stronger than mine. At this point, there's not much point in you talking about him anymore. Shuji repeated Asuma's words with his eyes closed. Cough cough, Asuma choked and smiled wryly, you really do hold grudges. Your silence and hesitation have added a lot of work for me, Asuma-senpai. Shuji's voice was calm and even, without any hint of accusation, simply stating a fact. Asuma's fingers, holding the cigarette, paused. He lowered his head, staring at the ground, and after a long while, finally exhaled a long, trembling puff of smoke from his lungs. Feel sorry. His face was blurred in the smoke, and his voice became ethereal. I just can't understand why the village is always trapped in this cycle. War, compromise, sacrifice, then a brief period of peace, then war again, it never ends. Kazuma said it was because the Jade was not unique. The Land of Fire had two leaders, the daimyo and the Hokage. Their wills could not be unified, so their strength was scattered and they suffered internal strife, which ultimately gave the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of them. He chose the daimyo as the only jewel that should be revered. Seeing that the current daimyo had no interest in this, he thought, to assist a willing daimyo to take the throne.
Shuji opened his eyes and looked at Asuma. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident. The third Hokage is your father, and you're choosing the daimyo too?
Many comrades sacrificed themselves in the mission to protect the daimyo.
My father scolded me, saying that I didn't know what was important and that I disregarded the lives of my comrades. I don't understand. If protecting the daimyo results in the death or injury of my comrades, is it my mistake? Is it that I made the wrong choice? Then why would father sacrifice Hyuga Hizashi, who did nothing wrong, just to appease the anger of Kumogakure? Wasn't Hizashi a Konoha ninja, one of our comrades? If I'm wrong, then father, Asuma couldn't finish his sentence. He just took a deep drag of his cigarette, as if trying to crush all his chaotic thoughts into his lungs. I didn't understand, so I left the village. Shuji listened in silence. Only after Asuma's emotions had calmed down slightly did he slowly speak. Now, what do you think of Kazuma's behavior? Asuma gave a wry smile and shook his head, a fool who went down the wrong path. The belief may have been real, but the method was completely wrong, even, unscrupulous, which led to an irreparable tragedy. At this point, he said to Shuji, there's something I need to tell you. It's about the disturbance at the Temple of Fire. The one who caused that commotion was a child named Sora. He is Kazuma's son. It seems that the Nine-Tails chakra is sealed within that child. It was Sora's sudden outburst that completely tied me and Jiraiya to the Temple of Fire, preventing us from escaping. Nine-Tails chakra? Shuji instantly stood up straight. Asuma-senpai, please wait here for a moment. Shosi hurried back to the hall, just as Dongmal pushed open the door and came out. She nodded slightly to Shosi and stepped aside to make way for him. The hall had returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. My lord, there's been some trouble at the fire temple. Please allow me to take my leave and go check on things. Daimyo nodded slightly, not delving into the matter. In that case, Jonin Shuji can go on his own. I have Hokuto and Higashimio to protect me. Shuji bowed again, quickly left the hall, and returned to Asuma. Asuma-senpai, take me to the Temple of Fire. Now. Asuma nodded, okay. The two figures quickly disappeared outside the gates of Daming Prefecture. The damage to the fire temple far surpassed that of the daimyo's residence. Amidst the ruins, monks were silently clearing the battlefield and treating the wounded. Di Lu stood in front of the main hall, his face showing undisguised fatigue and worry. Upon seeing Asuma return with Shuji from Konoha, Jiraiya went to greet him. How is Di Lu? Is Kong alright? Asuma asked anxiously. Di Lu blushed and said, I was just about to send someone to tell you that Kong has disappeared. What? Asuma exclaimed in astonishment. How could that be? Wasn't he unconscious? Jiro sighed heavily, his brow furrowing with worry. That's the strange thing. I had my men examine him carefully, and the evil chakra within Kong's body had vanished without a trace. It was as if that power had never existed. Kong remained unconscious, and the temple suffered heavy casualties and was in complete chaos. Although I arranged for people to guard the room, I never expected that, during a brief break to change the dressing, when I went to check again, the room was completely empty. Judging from the traces left at the scene, Sora didn't wake up and leave on her own, she was forcibly taken away. Asuma slammed his fist into the charred, broken pillar beside him, his face darkening with rage. It's Kazuma. It must be him. He's still not giving up. He took Kong away, he definitely wants to continue using the Nine-Tails chakra within him. Shuji listened in silence, his gaze sweeping over the ravaged temple, and said, Senior Asuma, let's search the area around the temple and along any suspicious paths to see if we can find any clues. If not, this matter needs to be reported to the village immediately. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1939 words. Chapter 110. The journey home and the trade-offs. The search around the fire temple yielded no results, no useful clues or traces were found. After a period of fruitless searching, Shuji was the first to stop. He wasn't a ninja specializing in tracking, nor was Asuma, with no other options available. Continuing to waste energy on this was pointless. That's it for now. Asuma-senpai, please set off immediately and return to the village to report on the matter of the Nine-Tails chakra. Faced with Shuji's arrangement, Asuma's face showed resistance. I have already relinquished my identity as a Konoha ninja and left the village. I will go and report. Shuji just stared at him, and Asuma shut his mouth. You and Master Jiraiya were at the fire temple. Master Jiraiya has no direct connection with the village, and he needs to deal with the fire temple matter, so he can't spare the time. The task of reporting is naturally left to you. Asuma-senpai, if I remember correctly, you did not officially leave the Konoha ninja ranks. I only told the third-generation leader that I was leaving the village. According to the records of the Ministry of Government Affairs, I was on long-term leave. I already have a lot on my plate, and I was just forced to end my vacation. Show some of the responsibility of a senior, Mr. Asuma. Shiosi harbored deep resentment. From setting off from Daming Prefecture overnight to being intercepted and then rushing back to provide support, he hadn't slept a single minute, fought countless battles, or traveled a single step less. It was even more arduous than when I was sent as an envoy to Sunagakure. Back then, we could take turns. Faced with his deep gaze and the blood-stained clothes he hadn't changed out of, Asuma, who had also been up all night, working tirelessly and smoking all night, was speechless for a moment, unable to utter a rebuttal. In the end, he simply agreed. I see. He turned around, his figure somewhat hurried, and quickly disappeared in the direction leading to Konoha. Shuji watched him leave and then set off back to the City of Fire. At this moment, the City of Fire has seemingly returned to order. Although news of last night's turmoil has spread, the timely appearance of the daimyo, coupled with Katako's frequent patrols with her guards, has effectively suppressed the spread of panic. Although people's hearts are still somewhat unsettled at this moment, there is no major chaos in sight. After holding an emergency consultation meeting with his retainers and loyal ministers to initially stabilize the core leadership, the daimyo met with Shuji again. Junior Ninja Shuji, is there any further development regarding the fire temple? The daimyo invited Shuji to sit down and inquired about the fire temple. The unrest has subsided, please rest assured, Shuji said. The matter of the Ninetales chakra was too complicated, and since Sora's whereabouts were currently unknown, informing the daimyo would not be of any use and might even cause unnecessary worry. The daimyo didn't intend to investigate further. If Shuji said it was true, then it was true, and if he didn't, then it wasn't. This incident has made me see many things clearly. Regarding the guardian ninja, I think the daimyo prefecture doesn't need so many people. An excessive number, with both good and bad members, would only cause trouble. Since the fire temple has suffered a misfortune, Master Jiraiya should prioritize rebuilding the temple and comforting the monks. It is not appropriate to trouble him with the responsibility of guarding it. I will send someone to convey my regards later so that he can focus on handling the temple affairs. But Asuma, the daimyo hesitated. Previously, because of a slight rift between him and the third Hokage, I temporarily kept him in the daimyo's residence, but now. Shuji said, I have already asked Asuma to return to the village and report what happened here. The daimyo immediately smiled and said, that would be wonderful. Thank you for your hard work, Jonin Shuji. I will convey my gratitude to Asuma on his behalf in the future. Then, he warmly invited, since there's nothing to do right now, and you must be tired, why don't you join me for a simple meal and rest a bit? The banquet wasn't extravagant, but the food was quite good. During the meal, Deming didn't discuss any major topics, only exchanging a few casual remarks about social interactions. After filling his stomach, the daimyo arranged a quiet room for him. Being outside the village, his sleep was always very light, but after resting for a while, Shuji's energy had recovered considerably. As evening fell, the team dispatched by Konoha arrived on time. From the jonin leading the team, Shuji learned that Asuma had been left in the village and had not returned to the Land of Fire with the team. Before leaving, the daimyo handed a sealed letter to Shuji, which was considered a reply to the secret scroll that Shuji had brought last time. It was already late at night when they arrived at the village, but they couldn't go straight home to sleep yet, they still had to go to the Hokage building. As he stepped into the office, a wave of weariness washed over him. Shiosi felt that he absolutely had to go through the retirement process before he turned 30. This damned overtime, counting his predecessor, meant he had been working overtime since he was 11, and it had been going on for 4 years already. Being a ninja is a high-risk job,
but the pay is also high. By the time you turn 30, you'll have saved enough money, and things should be mostly resolved.
Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sama.
The third Hokage wasn't alone in the office. Tsunade was also sitting nearby, her brows furrowed as she reviewed documents.
Shuji, it's good that you're back. You've worked hard again this time.
The third Hokage put down his pipe.
Asuma has already given a preliminary report on the situation, but you'll need to give me more details.
Shoshi nodded and gave a concise and clear account of the process of the mission, what he saw and heard, and the follow-up actions. The third Hokage listened quietly, not surprised that the daimyo ultimately chose to retain only 2 guardian shinobi.
The Konoha ninja might not care much about the daimyo's personal affairs, but they would never pose a real threat to his power or safety.
Regarding the Nine-Tails chakra, Shuji only recounted the information he heard from Asuma and Jiraiya, without adding his own speculation. The third Hokage sighed. Kazuma was a well-known ninja in the Land of Fire. Although he hadn't joined Konoha, he had always been very friendly to the village, which is why he was allowed to enter the village for exchanges.
I never expected it to turn out like this.
At that moment, Tsunade forcefully put down her pen, stretched, and her bones made a slight cracking sound.
All right, old man, that's enough about the important stuff. She stood up. You know what you need to know.
We'll talk about the rest of the details tomorrow. As she spoke, she walked straight to Shoshi, grabbed him by the back of his collar, and dragged him out of the office without saying a word.
Come on, kid. What are you still standing there for? Waiting for the old man to give you overtime pay?
Sarutobi Hijiri opened his mouth as if to say something, but looking at the mountain of documents still on the table, he could only shake his head helplessly, silently pick up his pipe, and refill it with tobacco.
What can this old man do when the young people skip work? He just keeps working. Shuji was already somewhat used to it, and even with the intense friction from his heels, his expression remained unchanged. Lady Tsunade, could you reimburse me for the cost of these ninja shoes?
Ha! Tsunade feigned surprise and let go of her hand.
I thought there was something in my hand. Come on, let's go have a drink. Your memory seems to be getting worse, or even worse. She crossed her arms and leaned closer, a half smile on her face. What is it? You've been working too much overtime.
Please take care of your health.
Finally, Tsunade took Shuji to an ordinary little shop.
She ordered grilled chicken skewers and sake as if she knew the place well, while Shuji ordered stir-fried cabbage with meat, as well as a stewed radish and rice.
The food in the village wasn't actually any better than outside, but after being a ninja for a long time, especially when you became somewhat famous, you felt more and more that at least you could eat the food in the village without any worries. When you're out in the world, you always have to be extra careful.
Taking a bite of the crispy, caramelized chicken, followed by a sip of half a cup of refreshing sake, Tsunade let out a satisfied sigh.
I'm back to normal. Every day is just a mountain of documents to read and applications to approve.
I really miss the carefree days of the past, she remarked, swirling her wine glass. Shuji ate his meal quietly. The warm, home-cooked taste was perfect for a time like this.
Simple, hearty food is what makes people most relaxed.
It was even more comfortable than eating those things in Daening Prefecture.
Fatigue is decreasing.
Where is Miss Shizune? He asked casually. I had to work overtime tonight, so I sent her home first.
Tsunade rested her chin on her hand, toying with her wine glass in the other. It's a bit boring without someone to drink with.
Please do not have any thoughts of leading the child astray, thank you.
Stop nagging. Eat your food.
According to relevant regulations, adult seducers are usually regarded as the main person in charge, Lady Tsunade.
Shut up. Try grabbing me and see what happens.
After a few drinks, Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly, and she became more talkative. The old man always said you were very capable, and this time I finally got to see it for myself. People of Asuma's age are so stubborn that even the old man can't handle them. I didn't expect him to obediently return to the village so quickly.
I've put my headband back on now.
The old man told him to go to the border post for a period of time to calm down, and to talk about his thoughts after the mission was over. He ate his stewed radish silently, without saying a word. Looking at the suddenly quiet boy in front of her, The blonde princess with 1,000 hands suddenly spoke, her tone unusually gentle. You've had a hard time on this mission.
Shuji looked up at her and asked, Are you sick? Tsunade's fingers tightened, crushing the wine glass in her hand. Her face instantly darkened. I think you're about to die. She must have had a bit too much to drink, because she's actually concerned about this. Hearing the commotion, the shop assistant cautiously said, Lady Tsunade. He'll pay. Tsunade pointed at Shuji, annoyed. Let's get down to business. After this mission is over, you can rest for a few days. Composing herself, Tsunade said, Then, you arrange a time for me to see Uchiha Fugaku. As for the location, the old house in the western suburbs will be fine.
End of this chapter.
Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox Audiobook.